Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 751, Nonchalant. Chapter 751, Nonchalant. The creature was humanoid, though it did not resemble a human at all. In the darkness, it was not possible to distinguish its color, but its back seemed to be covered in a thick and jagged carapace, while its front consisted of a very thick hide, making the creature extremely durable. It did not seem to have eyes, though it most certainly had a mouth filled with extremely sharp teeth. Lex could see a few other features on its face, some of which could possibly serve the same purpose as the nose and ears, though what the rest were for was a mystery. The creature seemed intelligent, as it was wearing some kind of clothes that augmented its stealth abilities, and Lex could faintly detect surprise from the creature using his sixth sense. In its right hand was a blade that seemed like it was made from a very sharp tooth, yet its usual lethality seemed to have failed the creature today. He had tried to slice Lex's neck off in one swift motion, but his attempts were not even enough to give him a shave. The creature, instead of getting the satisfying feedback of a successful kill, was greeted with the shock of hitting an incredibly solid object. The pushback from the force in his hand nearly caused a few tendons in his fingers to rip, though they had ultimately managed to hold on. Lex only raised an eyebrow as he looked at the creature, while abject horror gripped the creature's three hearts. It tried to retreat as quickly as possible, but Lex was too fast for it. He reached out and grabbed the creature's hand, restricting its retreat. He squeezed slightly, making sure not to break the hand. Despite his care, the grip was tight enough that the creature lost its grip on the knife and dropped it, although it simultaneously won Lex's admiration for it had been able to suppress its scream. The creature was well trained. "I don't think we have any animosity," said Lex calmly. While waiting for an answer, Lex simultaneously read the information he was getting from his fancy contact lenses. The creature was known as a Frygel, and was a local variant of a species closely related to dragons. They formed societies and communities around dragons, and worshipped them. Each and every dragon usually had its own country of such followers, who also happened to be descendants of the very dragon they served. As a virile species, dragons often mated with any suitable creature in their habitat, often giving birth to half-breeds and different variants of Frygel, who then ultimately spent their entire existence worshipping their dragon ancestor due to the heavy influence of their bloodline. But it was not as if the dragons ever actually managed their subordinates, so such creatures often formed their own societies with independent cultures and ideas, not to mention intrigue and politics. This particular Frygel, upon realizing it could not escape Lex's grip, very resolutely chopped off its own hand and retreated. But the creature had managed to take only a single step back before Lex grabbed its other hand. "Will you chop this one off too? But you'd need a hand to do that," he asked with seemingly genuine curiosity. But the more nonchalant he appeared, the more the Frygel felt afraid. Gathering up its courage, the creature leaped forward and kneed Lex in the face. He moved extremely quickly and summoned all its strength, making it so that Lex was not able to react. When his knee made contact, it felt elated, but then the feeling faded when it saw that Lex remained completely unaffected. "I see you are not really in a cooperative mood," he remarked as he pondered what to do. Should he try some form of torture? How was he supposed to extract the information? After a couple of moments of thinking, during which the Frygel had been relentlessly assaulting Lex, he decided to take a different approach. He only gently twisted his hand, and the creature's arm was dislocated. He took a single step forward, managing to perfectly dodge one of the creature's attacks, and gently chopped at the Frygel's neck. Well, it was gentle by Lex's standards, but to the creature it was completely fatal. With its neck broken, the creature collapsed on the ground, bleeding out from its severed hand. Lex could not help but sniff the air. The smell of this creature's blood was unusually pungent, like rotten eggs, and would probably last for a long time. Lex made a mental note not to get any blood on himself, lest he be easy to track down if someone was searching for him. Lex searched the creature, and besides the dagger it had used to attack him, found several darts and needles, all coated with poison. Wherever this fellow was going, his motives were not pure. He once again looked around, and upon ensuring that no one had seen what happened, quickly moved away. He changed into his stealth suit, so that it was easier to hide, though he did not know how effective the suit would be here. After all, he did not know what senses these creatures used. If it was the normal hearing, touch, or spirit sense, Lex had his bases covered. But if it was some other unusual sense, well then Lex would find out how good his suit really was. It only took a short while before Lex encountered other Frygles, but that made sense since he was in what appeared to be a town. Oddly enough, the mood across the whole town seemed to be extremely depressing and filled with anxiety. Lex situated himself behind a peculiar bush that seemed unaffected by the cold and the dark, and carefully extended his spirit sense to see if he could spy on the conversations the crowd was having. He was once again trying his hand at being a spy. Only a few moments later, Lex raised an eyebrow. He just heard something interesting. Chapter 752, Son's Girlfriend's Father's Mistress. Chapter 752, Son's Girlfriend's Father's Mistress. Despite the absence of light, or even eyes, the Frygel had not forsaken the appearance of their town. The streets were wide and even, with pavement on either side. There was a surprising amount of vegetation for such a cold, dark planet, in the form of bushes that had been planted every dozen feet or so. The buildings were designed to be completely symmetrical, with an inordinate amount of design even on the outside. The use of precious ores to decorate the buildings was also a very prevalent practice. Yet as gaudy as the town appeared to be, the mood of the citizens did not seem to match. There were only a few Frygles moving about in the streets, but each and every one seemed like they were expecting death right around the corner. The unusual mood and the encounter with a potential assassin made Lex aware that there was something extremely unusual going on, most likely. When he extended his spirit sense from his hiding place to try and learn as much about his environment as he could, he discovered that his suspicions were entirely correct. One Frygel whispered to another, speaking in their unusual language that consisted of various throaty growls. You know how hard it is to get confirmed news, but this is as solid a lead as any we're going to get for a while. I got the news from a nephew of the neighbor of one of the palace guards. The royal family is acting extremely oddly, and the king has been to the Lord Dragon's chamber multiple times in the last few days. No one knows what's happening, but security has been drastically increased around castle. So they are acting strange. That doesn't mean that the Lord Dragon is dead. The Lord Dragon is immortal and everlasting. These damn foreigners are causing problems for no reason, spreading such vile rumors. I also don't believe that anything can happen to the Lord Dragon. Who doesn't know of the Lord's immoral might? But I can't help but think that something is going on. I think the king has finally convinced the Lord to act against the icy abominations coming from the south. The Frygel exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lex listened in to a few more conversations and understood the gist of what was happening. Suddenly and spontaneously, some foreigners appeared on the planet and began claiming that the mighty dragon had died. Such statements were received with predictable disharmony, and those foreigners were said to have been imprisoned, although the public seemed to be curious as to why they had not been publicly executed yet, as would normally be the case. Though there were very few Frygles on the streets, most of them seemed to have the same or similar beliefs, which was that the dragon was infallible. Only after squatting in the same place for well over an hour did Lex encounter someone with a differing view. I'm telling you, my son's girlfriend's father's mistress works as a maid in the royal palace. A dragon's treasury. Although Lex was not sure how he would confirm if this planet really was the planet that the mystery man meant, if there was treasure to be found anywhere, a dragon's treasury sure sounded like the place. His original plan was to wait on this planet till the end connects to it, after which he would begin to explore all the 89 planets using his ship's extremely thorough and powerful scanning tools. But upon hearing the intrigue surrounding the dragon, Lex was tempted to investigate. To be clear, while the information about this planet was very limited on the Henali portal, there was slightly more information on the dragon. The first and most important thing was that all dragons, true dragons that is, were in the Earth immortal realm from the moment of their birth. It was literally the lowest level they could be at, and any dragon that claimed to be one but was below that realm was actually a mixed breed creature that resembled a dragon. The exact realm of the dragon was unknown, but it had a strong reputation, so there was a solid chance that it was at a higher realm. Lex didn't believe an immortal could die, so randomly or quietly. After all, immortal was in the name of their realm, right? But it was clear that something was definitely going on, and his curiosity had been piqued. He focused on gathering information on the location of the castle. Just to be safe, since the castle was bound to be a high-security area, Lex summoned Fenrir before the two bolted. "Listen, buddy, you better use your powers to the best of your abilities." Fenrir snorted, but at the same time Lex could tell it had begun to use its full power. Although it might be foolish to head to such a dangerous location, it wasn't as if Lex was going to head straight in without a plan. First, he would take his time to scout the area out, and only after this planet had established its connection to the inn would he venture in. With his own suit and Fenrir's remarkable abilities, they should be able to avoid attracting any attention. The only real possibility of them being detected was if there were immortals there, and Lex could only guess that there might be. At the same time, he wondered what those icy abominations that were mentioned were. There was no such information mentioned on the portal, and this planet was supposed to be under the thorough control of the dragon. So who could possibly be stirring trouble? Or did this just count as internal strife, which the dragon could not be bothered to care about? Chapter 753, Cosmic Ascendant Spectrum. Chapter 753, Cosmic Ascendance Spectrum. The planet was, as its name subtly hinted, frigid cold. The warmest he had experienced so far was -10 Celsius, 14 Fahrenheit, and the average temperature was far below that. Lex was far beyond the point where such temperatures could affect him, but since this was a 3-star planet, even the cold was tinged with a hint of spirituality, which did make Lex feel like this place was the perfect weather for a nice nap in a cozy blanket. Yet what surprised Lex the most was that for a supposed 3-star planet, the spiritual energy was surprisingly diluted. Compared to Earth, there was a great deal more, of course, but it was still below that of the inns. Perhaps there was more to the star ranking than just spiritual energy concentration. Maybe it was the various precious ores present on the planet. Another surprising thing, though, there was a noticeable lack of snow for such a cold planet, which was strange. It would have made sense if there was no water on the planet, and the local life forms had evolved to not rely on it. But as he crossed the countryside, did they even have countries on this planet? Would this then be called planet-side? Whatever. Not letting the random intrusive thought distract him, he once again began focusing on the fact that as he crossed the empty and uninhabited terrain leading towards the castle where the Lord Dragon resided, he picked up many steam vents, and even a couple of hidden hot springs deep within some caves he crossed. There was a surprising amount of flora, with roots that went deep far beyond the limit of his spirit sense. They must have adapted somehow to keep the water from freezing within them. Some of them gave off a gentle blue light, which was the only source of light he had seen on this planet so far. From time to time, Lex would see other towns or even cities, but he managed to avoid them, though he could increasingly detect the growing acrimony, even from a distance. He avoided the main roads, preferring to remain hidden. He had already encountered one assassination attempt, and the locals weren't exactly fond of foreigners at the moment, so he wouldn't be making any friends if he was spotted. Since he was in no rush, he did not mind the fact that it took him nearly 2 days to get near the castle, and even that was also only because he landed relatively close to it. It was not because the castle came into sight that Lex knew he was close, but because of a subtle pressure he felt weighing him down. He had read about this as well, and knew exactly what it was even if he hadn't. This was Dragon's Might, although reading up on it had educated him on exactly what this aura was. Dragons were a race with a very high level in the natural hierarchy of existence within the universe. This was the very same hierarchy that was raised each time that a cultivator broke through. But the starting point of dragons was so high that even if a human reached the heaven immortal realm, their level might still be below that of a dragon's. It was while doing research for this very planet and then studying the dragon that Lex learned more about this very hierarchy, which was officially called the Cosmic Ascendant Spectrum. The Cosmic Ascendant Spectrum was a manually compiled list which denoted the usual hierarchy that a race was born with, and the significance of it was similarly explained as well. The higher along on the list one was, the more they would gain benefits from the universe itself and be able to wield higher forms of spiritual energy. Dragons, for example, were born at the Earth immortal realm, exuded a terrific and oppressive aura known as dragon's might, and had an inborn affinity which allowed them to discover valuable treasures. This placed them very high up on that list. Comparatively speaking, humans had no innate advantage except their learning capabilities and adaptability, and had weak and fragile bodies. This was because they were very low on the same list. So, even if a human became an Earth immortal and faced a newborn dragon, they would be at a disadvantage or face great difficulty, because even in the same realm, they were not on the same level. That, of course, did not mean that humans could not overcome that difficulty and beat the dragon, just that there was an undeniable advantage that dragons would always have. This was also one of the reasons Jotun did his best not to get into a direct fight with the devils. The only fortunate thing was that beings could raise this level, not only through cultivation, but also other means, elusive though they may be. Lex's cultivation technique happened to just be one such way. As such, when Lex finally encountered the dragon's might, he did not feel the usual fear or oppression that it brought along. Instead, he just found it to be an interesting challenge. The closer they got to the castle, the stronger the effects of dragon's might became, though they were still manageable for now, for Lex and Fenrir both. But did this mean that the dragon was alive? Or could dead dragons exude the aura as well? The reason Lex was wondering such a thing was the closer he got to the castle, more hidden assassins he discovered with his soul sense. They never saw him, and he never saw them, but he could tell that they were all headed in the same direction. If the dragon were truly alive, would these assassins really have the guts to go and pick a fight right under its nose? Or were they just trained so well that they did not care about their own life and death? Moreover, who was sending them, and what was their purpose? Since the journey was so long, Lex could not help but muse along these lines. Chapter 754, Mountain Range. Chapter 754, Mountain Range. As the hours passed by, and Lex came nearer to the castle, the aura grew stronger. While it was well within the range that Lex and Fenrir could tolerate, Lex found it interesting that the assassins also remained unaffected. As a subsidiary race of the dragons, weren't the Frygals supposed to be even more vulnerable than others to this aura? Based solely on what he saw, that did not seem to be the case. As the hours wound by, another question took hold in Lex's mind. What was aura exactly? He himself had an aura, and more than one. The first and most obvious aura was that of the innkeeper, but that originated from his host attire. It gave others great mental pressure, and within the crystal realm, even affected the environment. Based on that, he could study the effects that aura could bring about, but he was wondering how aura was nurtured and its effects differentiated. The second aura that Lex had was his own. It was heavily influenced by his time spent as the innkeeper and could evoke feelings of confidence, competence, and warmth. It was also influenced by regal embrace, which nurtured the sensation of indestructibility and gave one the confidence to face anything and everything. His state of flow, for some reason, also affected his aura from what he could tell. Lex had used his aura to influence certain actions and reactions from others, even though he did not understand it fully. Lately, he had even felt his aura grow when he was cultivating his foundations once again, as well as during the first few moments when he was fighting insects and his fighting instincts awakening. Based on this analysis, aura could be innate, such as that of dragons, but could also be influenced by environmental factors, as well as the actions of the person who owned the aura. He wondered, did his act of biding his time and time again in the face of insurmountable opponents affect his aura, or had it not? Maybe it was because he made those decisions out of pure logic instead of fear, but there seemed to be no trace of the will to retreat in his aura. Yet, the more he marinated in the dragon's might and fought against the aura's effects, the more he began to wonder if he could influence the growth of his own aura and what benefits it could bring. As an experiment, he closed his eyes and focused, summoning his aura forth in its most raw form. But he quickly discovered that such a generic state of mind caused the aura he summoned to be very loose. He summoned it, but it dispersed quickly under the impressive dragon's might. Although such a result was predictable, Lex frowned. He summoned his aura again, but this time in defiance of the dragon's might. As powerful and influential as a dragon may be, he was not insignificant either. Yes, he had the help of the system, but even the most awesome tool in the hands of an incompetent man would yield no results. He never thought less of himself for relying on the system. This time the aura he exuded was more focused and did not disperse under the weight of the dragon's might, though it was heavily suppressed and was limited to just a few feet around him. Lex felt a subtle, additional strain on him as he maintained his aura, and felt that if he continued to fight against dragon's might in such a way, he would soon find himself drained of energy. Yet, odd as it was, he could not identify what energy was being exhausted, for it definitely wasn't his spiritual energy, nor was it any other energy he consciously cultivated. Over the next 30 hours, he continued to perform such experiments, until the castle finally appeared within sight. The castle was in fact an entire mountain range that had been carved to form the most elaborate and majestic building Lex had ever seen, and he could not even see all of it, though what he could see was the epic fight being fought at the foot of the mountain range. Even from a distance, Lex could tell that the conflict was between armies that were hundreds of thousands in numbers and was incredibly fierce. Neither side had a clear advantage, and from the number of assassins who kept arriving, it seemed like the size of the fight was only destined to grow. Fortunately, the castle was extremely large, so Lex could just circumvent the fight and still approach the castle. The inn had already established its connection by now, so Lex was no longer concerned about escape. He simply continued to approach, though it seemed entering would not be as easy as he initially assumed. This close to the castle, the power of the dragon's might was practically a physical force pressing them down into the ground. Although Lex and Fenrir still had no issue resisting the aura, the sheer might of it was interfering with Fenrir's stealth abilities. The pup could no longer guarantee if they were even working at all or not, so they had to rely on conventional stealth to approach. That meant that they practically held their breaths and stepped as softly as possible during their approach, making sure to be as far as possible from any potential guards. One drawback of turning an entire mountain range into a singular castle was that there were too many areas that were left unsupervised. After they finally approached the castle, due to the pup's reluctance to depart mid-adventure, despite Lex's many assurances that he would summon it again shortly, the pair's actions gave birth to a very unusual sight. A man and a wolf climbed the vertical walls of the castle carefully as they tried to approach a window. As odd as it was, there were no protective formations anywhere around the castle. Perhaps the dragon never felt like it needed one, so they were able to enter completely unintended. Now they just had to navigate what was surely a labyrinth to find what they were looking for. Chapter 755, Introspection. Chapter 755, Introspection. Lex spread his spirit sense in the pitch-dark corridor he had entered, trying to understand the layout as well as detect any nearby fraggles. One of the most important considerations Lex had during this period was how dangerous this specific adventure was going to be. Surprisingly, so far, he had not faced any significant challenge, though Fenrir could take most of the credit for that. His instincts, too, did not warn him of any overwhelming danger looming around the corner. To be clear, there was plenty of danger about. If Lex was not careful, he could be besieged by countless fraggles, not to mention whoever they were fighting. But the 3-star planet he was on was showing a surprising lack of immortals, who were the greatest threat to Lex. Either they were not nearly as common as he had assumed, and his frequent encounters with them could be attributed to a skewed probability of facing them due to how many unusual circumstances he faced. He made a mental note to look up such information when he got back. Considering the fact that he encountered Earth immortals so frequently in the Crystal Realm and saw so many immortals coming to his inn, Lex thought that there would be immortals anywhere with enough spiritual energy, but that might not be the case. Perhaps the tribulation also played a role in their absence. But the most significant thing was that despite the dragons might being much stronger now, Lex's instincts still did not warn him of any lethal danger. In fact, the poison on Polbitvi was about 1,000,000 times more dangerous than anything he was feeling currently. Of course, there was also the possibility that his instincts were failing him or that they were unable to detect a certain type of threat, such as those that involve systems. Lex still had to be careful. Unable to decipher the ridiculously large labyrinth that was the interior of the castle, Lex decided to use his instincts to search for any good leads. His instincts were unable to directly tell him where to go to fulfill his purpose, but it did point him in the direction of the nearest item, which could be considered treasure. Lex asked Fenrir, just in case the pup had any other abilities he was unaware of, but the pup only shook its head. The dragon's might was affecting it much more than Lex, and causing it to become agitated. Its general temperament was rather friendly and mild, at least in the presence of those that it trusted, but it was still feeling challenged and aggressive. It was as if the very blood in its veins was angered that a dragon was daring to display its might within Fenrir's presence. Unfortunately, regardless of how noble the instincts in its body, it was nowhere near as strong as the dragon. At least the dragon was born in the immortal realm. Fenrir, despite its noble bloodline, had been born immortal. The thought gave Lex pause. Fenrir should have had a very high position in the cosmic ascendant spectrum. So then why was its cultivation at birth so low? Why was it still unable to speak, even if only through spirit sense? The mysteries surrounding the pup were not few, but right now was not the time to ponder them. Without any other lead, Lex decided to move in the direction of the nearest treasure. The corridor was, just as the Frigel town had been, elaborately decorated across every inch of its length. Precious ores had been used to add color to the carvings in the walls, even if no one could see those colors in the dark, and spirit stones had been embedded every so often, keeping the ambient energy within the castle high. Lex felt like he had encountered something he had no knowledge of, for there were no formations in place, nor did the alignment of runes or corridors seem like they merged to form a massive character, like in Valesco, but the deeper he walked into the castle, the more impressive it seemed. The spirit energy was the least of it. It seemed like every step he was taking, he was walking on the physical manifestation of history itself. Countless beings of incredible importance had once passed through these halls, and world-shaking decisions have been made in nearly every room. Although Lex did not have enough information to judge, he guessed that perhaps the influence of the dragon whose home he was walking in was larger than he had first thought. Maybe the dragon held a great position in this galaxy, but information of that level would not be easily available on the Henali portal. For a massive portal that was supposed to cover the majority of the explored realm, it was surprisingly strictly monitored and controlled. Also, now that Lex knew a lot more about the universe, the size of the origin realm surprised him greatly. After all, long before Lex knew of the concept of realms, he assumed the origin realm was the entire universe. It was then that Lex came across the concept of the known universe, which should now accurately be called known realm. This was because a large part of even the origin realm remained unexplored. Lex did not know if such a term counted the Henali as well, or if they truly had explored the entire realm, but he definitely knew that the devils, at least, had not explored the entire realm yet. Lex suddenly stopped and frowned. He noticed something unusual. He was undergoing a lot more introspection than usual, and his thoughts seemed to be becoming more and more random. Why was he thinking about the origin realm while exploring a potentially dangerous castle? Something was silently influencing him, and he had not even noticed. When exactly did this start? Was it when he first entered this planet? Or did it only begin after he started to resist the pressure of dragon's might? Chapter 756, Watching the Show. Chapter 756, Watching the Show. It did not take long for Lex to realize that his thoughts had been a lot more random since the very moment he arrived on the planet, long before he began to contest against the dragon's might. But he still could not be sure this was caused by something external. After all, He could just be in a thoughtful mood. Moreover, he had felt no threat, nor perceived any lapse in his attentiveness to danger or his surroundings. At most, he was just a little more pensive than usual. Lex made a mental note to focus on his state of mind a little more while he was here and continue his journey. He was a lot more observant towards the interior of the castle as he moved deeper into the labyrinth and finally noticed two things. First, if he moved away from the outer wall of the castle and ventured towards its depths, there was a slight decline in all paths. It was as if he was slowly descending into the bowels of the castle. Second, the temperature was increasing the deeper he went. Soon, the two encountered their first door. The halls which had built up the castle so far had all been open and interconnected, forming an open outermost layer. But it seemed they were about to enter the second layer of the castle. Lex prepared for trouble as he attempted to open it, but surprisingly found that there was no problem at all. The door, which was nearly 20 feet, 6 meters, large, opened easily, leading to yet another series of halls. But these halls contrasted from the previous ones in that they were filled with various carpets, decorations, statues, paintings, and more. There were also some Frygals patrolling, though they all looked incredibly weary and exhausted, as if they had not rested in a long while. Despite their drained condition, Lex could tell that they were doing their best to be as attentive as possible. If it weren't for Fenrir, Lex would not have been able to escape their scrutiny, or the detection of the few assassins he saw as well. What the hell was going on, and how were there so many assassins with such incredible stealth capabilities? If it weren't for his soul sense, Lex would never know about them. In fact, even Fenrir had failed to detect them. As it happened, one of the assassins seemed to be going in the same direction as Lex, so perhaps he would get an answer soon. As the odd group navigated the ostentatious halls, Lex could not help but wonder what the life of an assassin was like. Did they have friends? Did they like to read books or watch plays? Did they snack from time to time? He imagined that, regardless of the stereotype of being cold-blooded, they would need to enjoy life sometime, right? He wondered if assassins got married and had little assassin babies. The thought was so odd that Lex once again caught himself and realized that his thoughts had wandered again. He frowned and redoubled his efforts to stay attentive. Soon they reached the room Lex's instincts were guiding him to, and it seemed like it was occupied. A couple of Frygals were inside talking, though Lex found it difficult to assess their age and genders just by observing them. It was tough to do these things with a race he had only just met. He moved closer to try and hear what they were saying, as did the assassin. "It's only a matter of time," said one of them. "Is it really? It's already been weeks, and my memory has not recovered, nor has anyone else's. How do you expect them to react?" Who could have predicted that an army of those icy abominations would suddenly rise from the ground and attack the castle? I don't know why the Lord Dragon doesn't just kill them with a single swipe. Lex was immediately intrigued. Over 6 months was the translation of what the Frygal had actually said, and it had automatically been translated into terms that Lex was familiar with. The more important thing was that the timing seemed to be similar to when the mysterious man had told Lex to come here. More than those icy creeps, I wish the royal family would just kill those foreigners. How dare they blaspheme the great Lord by claiming he has died? One of the Frygals, the one fanatically praising the dragon, grabbed something from its belt that immediately attracted Lex's attention. It was a strange orange-colored vine that was emitting a soft glow. The vine had been snipped off of wherever it originally grew and was dying, but nonetheless it gave off an intimidating aura. This was exactly the thing that his instincts had guided him to. Lex was not the only one who noticed the vine, as the assassin started to make his way towards the Frygal as soon as he brought out the vine. Instead of interfering in the matter, Lex decided to just sit and watch. He was interested in learning what exactly was going on here, and perhaps observing their interaction would give him some clues. As soon as the assassin came close, something unbelievable happened. The light emitted from a vine actually managed to reveal the assassin's figure, alerting the two Frygals of the intruder. Immediately, they began fighting one another without holding anything back. In the corner of the room, Lex and Fenrir comfortably sat on a couple of sofas and watched the fight as Lex summoned out a bag of Doritos. He offered the pup as he pointed the open bag towards him, very politely taking out a pair of chopsticks so as to not dirty its paw. It took a few. That was the moment Lex realized his pup also had a spatial treasure. Chapter 757, Interesting Assassin. Chapter 757, Interesting Assassin, asked Lex, not hiding his surprise. The pup had originally not felt like this was a big deal, but seeing how Lex reacted, it suddenly felt prideful. He growled and barked as it communicated with Lex. Yet the man seemed to understand everything. The oddest part was that no one noticed the two talking, and not just because the other three in the room erupted into a battle for life and death. "Oh, that's an unusual bloodline ability," Lex commented. Apparently, after Fenrir finished his task inside the tower, the reward he had received was information on how to unlock his bloodline abilities as quickly as possible. Fenrir had begun to implement that knowledge, which was beginning to unlock more and more of his bloodline abilities. The particular one he used was not exactly equivalent to having a spatial treasure, although the effects were similar in a limited capacity. It created small folds within Fenrir's fur, which seemed to be linked to some unknown domain. For now, Fenrir could store small items in that domain, although it was best not to store anything too private, as, technically, the domain could be accessed by anyone with similar abilities. This bloodline ability was a part of a more powerful ability to be unlocked later on, though Fenrir did not know or care about that. It's just like putting anything and everything within that space. So far, besides chopsticks, he had put a lot of mud, some rocks, and other random small objects. Lex listened in with interest as he watched the Frygles fight. Although the fight had just begun, it was almost over as well. Although the assassin had lost the element of surprise, his combat ability was nothing to belittle. The two random workers were not its match, although the assassin also suffered some injuries. A few minutes later, everything was concluded. Lex watched with interest as the assassin ate the glowing vine excitedly. If eating the vine had any effects, they were not apparent, besides the glow disappearing, resulting in the assassin once again turning invisible. Lex noticed nothing significant. However, that quickly changed when the assassin disabled his invisibility on his own a few moments later. He sat down in a corner, as if to rest, and took out a small device and began speaking into it. "I've infiltrated into the first layer of the castle, but have received injuries. I will need to recover before I can continue to proceed further. Please be advised, I encountered an unknown object that can disable invisibility when exposed to its radiation. Let the others know, in case such means are applied throughout the castle." Lex felt that the assassin was being deceitful in his report, for if the object had really been unknown, he would not have proceeded to eat it, right? At least Lex discovered that the objective of the assassins seemed to be the royal family, quite predictably. Acknowledged. If recovering from your injuries will take too long, retreat instead. Your band of neglect can only allow you to tolerate the dragon's might for so long. Affirmative, the assassin replied, and put the device away. But then he continued to act suspiciously. Instead of focusing on healing, he approached one of the Frygles he killed and stabbed them with a particularly demonic blade. The blade began to absorb the entire body, and, after a few moments, it completely vanished. The assassin, instead, began to morph just a bit, and moments later assumed an appearance identical to the Frygel that had been absorbed. Or at least, Lex felt like he did. With these unusual creatures, it was very difficult for him to distinguish facial features. But the assassin was not done acting suspiciously. He then stabbed himself once as well, though with a different knife, and allowed himself to bleed out a little before cauterizing the wound. Lex and Fenrir exchanged looks before returning their attention to the assassin who was not limping away. Before he left, however, he took out his small communication device and crushed it. Naturally, Lex followed the assassin, considering that he had no idea how to navigate these halls and didn't know where to go. Following this suspicious person may lead to some unexpected rewards. Unlike Lex, the assassin seemed to know exactly where he was going and soon ran into guards. Assassins have infiltrated. They are searching for Her Majesty Saishin. The assassin pleaded, as if the very meaning of his struggle was to send the warning. Quite conveniently, he also collapsed just as he found the guards. They immediately checked on his wounds and discovered something quite serious. Although he seems to have cauterized the wound, he did not manage to stop his internal bleeding. The group of guards split up, and Lex now had the option to either follow the guard to whoever this Saishin was, or continue to follow the assassin. After a moment's deliberation, he felt like the assassin was just diverting attention, and that his motives lay elsewhere. Ultimately, Lex decided to keep following the group with the assassin. Considering the urgency of the situation, the group moved quickly, and Lex found himself entering deeper and deeper into the castle. The temperature had almost risen to above freezing, which was quite a big deal for a planet with no star nearby. Just as they reached the makeshift hospital, which was filled with countless other patients, the castle trembled, and many decorations fell on the floor. Everyone in the room froze, as fear suddenly gripped them. Something had attacked the castle. Was the lore dragon going to be disturbed? The castle trembled again, and this time it was much worse. Chapter 758 discovered. Chapter 758 discovered neither Lex nor Fenrir were disturbed by the quaking, but all the Frygals in the room seemed to lose their souls. Cabinets shook, the walls creaked, and dust fell from the ceiling, but fortunately there was no destruction. The tremors from the explosion eventually vanished, but nobody in the room dared to move. It seemed like even the dying patients stopped dying for this duration, but in actuality, they were just too frightened to release their pain-filled moans. But nothing seemed to happen. The dragon's might did not waver, and there were no massive repercussions, at least as far as Lex could tell. Slowly, the doctors began to move once again, as if testing if there would be a reaction. When nothing happened, they quickly started to tend to their patients again. In that short, momentary pause, however, everyone was too occupied to notice that the assassin had left the stretcher he had been placed on and moved through the crowd, somehow changing his attire as he did. Everyone other than the two specifically paying attention to him. From the hospital, the assassin continued, moving at a much faster pace. Lex did not know why he no longer used his invisibility, but considering that Lex had not encountered any other assassin this deep in the castle, perhaps it was not possible. The longer he followed, the faster the assassin became, as if he was feeling anxious about something and running out of time. After nearly an hour passed, they once again crossed into a new layer of the castle, and suddenly the nouveau riche grandeur that filled every corner of the castle suddenly changed. From the finest marble floors and walls lined with statues, the castle changed to look like it was a natural cave. There was no even flooring, no decoration, and no signs that this was a part of the castle. The cave was also quite warm by the planet's standards. As he had completely run out of time, the assassin broke into a run without caring about alerting anyone with his actions. His destination, as it turned out, wasn't far. In a small, branching cave, a small group seemed to be waiting for the assassin. There were a few corpses tucked neatly atop one another, so as to be out of the way. One of the awaiting accomplices exclaimed angrily, "It was worth it. I discovered something incredible. Those icy abominations have made their way to the castle." While the forces of the noble families fight against the royal family on the west side, the main members of the royal family have gone to the north to fend off those monsters. The central chambers will be completely unattended. Good job. That's valuable information. If that's the case, we don't need to waste time sneaking around. We'll recover the time lost, and then some. What about the king? Based on this information, we can alter our plans a little. Disable all unnecessary treasures and conserve as much energy as possible. From here on out, our top priority should be resisting the dragon's might. Everyone in the group nodded, and each of them seemed to disable an active technique. To Lex's great surprise, the previous group of Frygals began to change. What replaced them were 12 stocky dwarfs. Once all of them were ready, the leader of the group brought them to a formation he had drawn using the blood and organs taken from the nearby corpses. Completely unaffected by the scene, everyone got in the formation, Lex and Fenrir included. If it were anything else, Lex might have hesitated, but he had seen enough teleportation formations to recognize one, even if it was made from blood and guts. The leader tried to activate the formation, but for some reason it wouldn't activate. He frowned, but did not waste too much time and took out a few more items from a bag and adjusted the formation a bit. He muttered to himself, but did not ponder over it. They didn't have long to begin with. The teleportation formation activated, and they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were inside what looked like a massive cavern that was actually quite hot, but Lex did not have the time or energy to focus on that. The intensity of Dragon's might had increased so drastically that Lex felt like he had been punched in the gut. Even with all of Lex's incredible defenses, at this point he felt the influence of the aura as a physical force pressing him down and squishing him like a bug. Fenrir, too, was unable to escape the sudden change, and for a few moments his abilities were interrupted. As soon as he readjusted to the pressure, the pup reactivated its abilities and turned to look at the dwarves. Fortunately for them, it seemed like the dwarves were taking the pressure much worse than both of them. The dwarves were all in the Golden Core realm, with only the leader in the Nascent realm, so it made sense that they were not able to immediately recover. They noticed something amiss, but by the time they recovered enough to check, Lex and Fenrir had once again disappeared. Lex used Harden and other defensive techniques, but nothing seemed to reduce the effects of the aura on him or Fenrir. The dwarves, who had some kind of treasure that reduced the effects of Dragon's might, did not seem much better off than them either. One of the dwarves asked, wiping some blood off from the corner of his mouth. "Normal Frygals cannot," the leader explained, as he looked suspiciously in Lex and Fenrir's direction. "Only the royal family can tolerate this pressure. Why else do you think there is a royal family to begin with? Are they really royal? No, they're just glorified servants to the dragon. No one else can tolerate being this close to the dragon and still maintaining normal body function." The dwarves followed their leader as he proceeded down one of the paths, seeming certain of his direction. For once, though, Lex and Fenrir did not follow them immediately. With so much pressure on them, it was hard for Fenrir to maintain his stealth, so they would need to resort to regular means, following them in the dark from a distance. But while Lex was still capable of doing that, upon closer observation, it did not seem like Fenrir was in the condition to do so. It was not the pressure itself that was getting to Fenrir, but now that the strength of the might had increased, so had Fenrir's aggressiveness. His thoughts were getting clouded by the desire to lash out at anyone and everyone nearby as his blood rebelled against the overbearing might. Ultimately, Lex had no choice but to send Fenrir back to the inn. But, since the pup still felt reluctant to leave, Lex promised to summon him as soon as there was a fight. After all, there was no problem with him being aggressive if there were actual enemies to target. Even without Fenrir, Lex was wearing his stealth suit made from Orion scales, so he was sure as long as he kept his distance, he would not be discovered. Unfortunately, Lex was not too familiar with the Dwarven race, so he overlooked the fact that they had a unique racial trait that gave them an incredibly strong affinity with stones, ores, gems, and minerals. Although he was undetectable from this distance, the short while he and Fenrir lost their invisibility left detectable traces on the floor. The leader had picked them up, and though he did not let it show, he began preparing for the worst. Once the group was far enough down their path that they were almost out of sight, Lex began following them. Even though his vision was restricted due to the darkness, Lex could still see a little. Silently, he followed the group, quite pleased with his decision to follow the assassin, when he felt a strange tremor. With a warning from his instincts, Lex quickly leaped back, just in time to avoid a cave-in in the tunnel he was walking through. He frowned. The cave-in happening right above him was too coincidental, so it was safe to say that he had been detected. He was not too surprised, though he wished that the group had fought him instead of running away. Then he could have interrogated them at least. With his guides separated from him, Lex had no choice but to once again rely on his instincts as he began randomly walking down another tunnel. Simultaneously, he began to think about the dragon. The dwarves didn't seem worried about it at all. So were they the foreigners claiming the dragon was dead? If so, how could one explain the dragon's might? Chapter 759, Lost in Thought. Unlike his first impression of the castle, which was grand and majestic if a little overdone, the cavern he was in now seemed like a long-forgotten corner of the world filled with naught but darkness. There was no sign of anyone having ever crossed the various tunnels, nor that they had been used for any purpose. If Lex had not followed the dwarves here, and clearly felt the increasing dragon's might, he may have assumed that he had teleported to a tunnel in the middle of the planet that had never been discovered. Even the increasing temperature felt like to him that he was moving closer to the layer of molten lava deep under the surface of the planet. As he made his way through, following not but his instincts to guide him, Lex felt something he hadn't in a long time. He used his thumb to wipe his brow and discovered sweat. It had been a long time since he sweat naturally. Considering his cultivation, there must be something extremely unusual about the temperature. Lex continued to explore, his thoughts often getting lost in random and seemingly unrelated topics, despite his best effort to focus. The situation was so strange that it took a couple of minutes before Lex realized that, while walking, he had encountered what should be an extremely large vein of rare ores. They were emitting spiritual energy as if they had an unlimited amount stored within, and were sizzling to touch. Intrigued, he put on his fancy contact lenses and was startled by the result. This was not an ore, but frozen dragon blood. What felt sizzling to Lex was actually well below the freezing point of the dragon's blood. Why was there so much of it seemingly mixed in with the tunnel walls? Although he didn't have an answer, Lex broke off a few large chunks before adding them to his spatial bangle. Even if he didn't know that this would be extremely valuable, it might come in handy for Xion, who was attempting to become a dragon. He considered grabbing more, but he didn't want to waste all his time here. He had a strong feeling that he could find even more valuable things, so long as he kept looking. He had only just begun to move forward when he detected faint tremors in the walls. He touched the tunnel wall to be sure, and indeed felt faint vibrations. They were not constant, and were sometimes stronger or weaker. Someone was fighting nearby, most likely the dwarves. Having finally found a trace, he quickly began to traverse the tunnels once again. Every time he was presented with various choices as two or more paths appeared, he always selected the ones heading towards the signs of fighting. More than once, he came across dead ends, so he would just turn back and keep on trying. Once long ago, he read that if he ever got lost in a maze, he should either pick a direction, right or left, and always turn the same way. He would eventually find a way out of the maze. Although Lex did not yet start feeling like he was trapped in a maze, if he kept roaming around randomly like this, he might just have to try it. Lex sniffed as he picked up a strange scent, and a few moments later, he saw something unusual. A corpse lay on the floor, though its death had not been recent. Lex could smell the rot and decay that had gripped the corpse. When he approached, he discovered that its situation was even worse than he imagined. There was little other than bone left on the corpse, meaning it had to have been here for months at the very least. Unwilling to touch the rotting corpse, Lex used his spirit sense to investigate it, but could not determine the cause of death, which was not too shocking considering its state. He looked down the tunnel, and in the distance detected another such corpse. One need not be an expert to know that something was amiss with the situation, but Lex could not guess what happened at all. It seemed more and more likely that the dragon was dead, or critically injured at the very least. But how had such a powerful being died so simply? How had the royal family survived when the dragon had died? Not to mention these old corpses that he was encountering. Most importantly, did any of this have to do with the treasure that he was supposed to be looking for? While I tried to reconstruct what exactly happened, he never stopped moving. At some point, the tremors stopped, but Lex did not even notice. His mind was completely focused on trying to reconstruct what had happened here based on the few clues that he had. At some point, he had gone from walking through a natural tunnel to what seemed like it had been carved out of solid rock by hand. Torches hung on the sides, but Lex no longer noticed as he was too deeply lost in his thoughts. At some point, he reunited with the dwarves who looked bloodied and battered. Unlike him, they were not completely lost in thought and still retained their awareness thanks to the help of various treasures. But they were still too distracted to pick up on the few signs Lex revealed of himself despite wearing his stealth suit. they walked past more skeletons, and this time, even a few fresh corpses. One of them even belonged to a royal family member. It was easy to distinguish them from common frigals, as they had a long, thick tail, and some of them even had wings. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel network, and by then, the dwarves had completely lost themselves in their thoughts despite their various protective treasures. After all, since they were not being negatively affected in any way, it was very hard for a normal protective treasure to identify their situation as encountering some kind of threat. A massive door hundreds of feet in height lay waiting for them, and it was conveniently slightly ajar, leaving just enough space for them to fit through. Lex was walking towards the opening when a sudden noise woke him from his thoughts. A painful groaning and squealing filled the tunnel, coming from one of the dwarves. He had been already extremely wounded, which combined with the pressure of the dragons might finally got to him. His leg fractured and deformed, causing him to stumble. The pain woke him from his stupor, but other than Lex, no one else noticed his cries. More than concerned about the dwarf, Lex suddenly became alert over how he had reached here. He had no recollection of the path he took, or even of reuniting with the dwarves. Whatever was happening was clearly affecting even his spirit. He employed every defensive technique he knew to protect his mind and spirit, but he felt no change whatsoever. "Barley!" yelled the dwarf to his companions while trying to get up, only for one more of his bones to break. But it was for naught, as his companions soon crossed the massive door, all blissfully unaware of their companion's pain or their own bleak prospects. The dwarf roared as he tried to push his fallen body upright, but was unable to. Before the dwarf could try again, he felt a hand grab him by the back of his collar and lift him up. A human who had been standing beside him this entire time seemed to become visible to him, studying him and his condition. "Unhand me, you dash!" Before the dwarf could complete his sentence, Lex let go, dropping the dwarf back onto the ground. Initially, he was planning on threatening the dwarf, but seeing as how his situation was so dire, Lex did not feel the need to put in any effort at all. All the spirit energy in his body had dried up, and there were multiple hairline fractures across his body, under the strain of the dwarf's heavy armor. It would be a miracle if the dwarf was even able to sit up straight without help at this point. Lex had just begun to wonder what could have happened to the dwarf when he suddenly caught himself again and refocused. "Mary, every few minutes check up on me and make sure I'm not lost in thought. There's something very unusual going on here, and I have no way of defending against it," he told his ever-present holographic companion. "Sure, will do," said Mary, diverting her attention from the inn to observe Lex. Usually, she was not one for gossip or shipping people, as Velma liked to call it. But given the recent developments at the inn, she couldn't help but join Velma as she eyed Dr. Charles and one of the inn's other relatively new employees, Hera. Lex, reassured that he would not get lost in thoughts again, for too long at least, turned his attention back to the dwarf. "It seems like you need some help," Lex said, hoping he didn't have to resort to threats. Those kinds of things really suited Luther more. Chapter 760 Obsession. 2 meters, but his stature did not deprive him of a powerful presence. His body was thick with muscle. That much was clear even under all the hair that covered him, and his braided beard that was nearly as tall as him radiated an impressive aura of its own, as if a hidden power lay within. The dwarf was in the Golden Core realm, and Lex could tell that if he were in his prime condition, he would be a level above normal human Golden Core cultivators. But Lex was not a human cultivator to begin with, let alone the fact that the dwarf was now completely drained of energy as well as thoroughly beaten. The dwarf looked at Lex and grimaced, the dirt and blood on his face only serving to make him look more detestable. Lex, on the other hand, began wondering why he once again found himself in a situation where he felt like a villain. Did he have some kind of affinity with being evil? Should he give it a try? "Me bones are shattered, and if I don't fix them, soon the way to the dragons might just end up killing me directly. If you want anything from me, you're going to have to fix me first," the dwarf finally said before aggressively spitting out some blood. Lex raised an eyebrow. Well, at least it was a start. He quickly thought of how he could help the dwarf. He had learned some very basic healing techniques that could be used on others, but they were just barely enough to save someone's life in a critical situation. They could not be used to actually heal. He had a few boxes full of painkillers in his spatial bangle now, as he had decided he got injured all too often despite his ridiculous defense, and no longer wanted to deal with a lot of pain. He had a few herbs that could serve as a healing agent, but their effects weren't too strong. Shaking his head, Lex decided to keep things simple. He threw a high-quality spirit stone at the dwarf, indicating he should replenish his energy a little so he doesn't immediately die, and simultaneously began to form an array. There's no need to be so grumpy. It's not like we're enemies or anything. I just have a few questions. The array was completed, and was one of the simplest ones he knew for healing purposes. It did not actually heal at all, but just added a bit of vitality to a being, allowing their body to naturally heal itself or to not die so quickly based on the circumstances. The dwarf asked angrily, "Give me proper medicine and dash." Before the dwarf could complete its sentence, he found a foot pressing down on his throat, and Lex's amicable smile had withdrawn. Instead, Lex now wore a look of complete indifference as he looked down on the dwarf. A trace of an oppressive aura leaking from him despite the dragons, might destroying all auras in the area. Do not take my politeness for subservience. His tone was placid and uninterested, as if the dwarf's life or death meant nothing to him. In actuality, Lex was just trying out the evil persona he had been wondering about earlier. Although Lex did not see himself as a villain or an evil person, his recent experiences in the Crystal Realm made him realize that, to a degree, being civil and polite sometimes made him seem like a pushover. When he was in Valesco, no matter what, if he had had enough deterrence, that Crystal Race member would not have attacked him. Similarly, when the Craven attacked his tavern, all of his workers and many of his guests had been injured, but the Earth Immortals he had been meeting with never really bothered to lend him a hand, and the two birds even began negotiating with the Craven right in front of him. Although things had ended well for him eventually, that bitterness and frustration had lingered, if only just a bit. So, while Lex had no real interest in being harsh with others, he also wanted to try and do things differently and see what the results were. After all, he was just 24 years old, and it was all right if he was still figuring himself out. The dwarf was not an easily intimidated person, usually, but looking at Lex's eyes, he really felt like the other would kill him without any hesitation if he tested his limits. Although getting answers might be helpful to him, it was not important enough that he would tolerate the dwarf's misbehavior. The dwarf felt a chill in the back of his spine, and he suddenly stopped resisting. No matter what his identity was normally, right now, he was just an injured dwarf held down by the other person's shoe. He needed to adapt to his new reality quickly. Ask your questions," he said hoarsely, before he finally felt the pressure from the other's foot on his neck decrease. "That's more like it. Let's start with something simple," Lex asked, a hint of a warm expression returning to his face. Terrell Folkinson," the dwarf said, hoping that the other might recognize his name. But alas, Lex knew nothing of dwarfs, and so the name meant nothing to him. Asked Lex as he removed his foot from the dwarf's neck completely. "You look pretty beaten up, Terrell, and your friends didn't look much better either." Terrell clenched his teeth as the recent memory filled his mind, tormenting him. The Frigel royal family was supposed to be gone. This level of the castle was supposed to be clear, as, theoretically, no one else could get this close to the dragon. Unfortunately, we ran into an unexpected problem. The king has a bastard child who inherited the royal family's genes, but he's too weak to go out into the field. He was staying here, which should ONT have been an issue, but the king had assigned him a royal protector for some reason. We ran into the kid, and a fight with the protector erupted. Fortunately, since we were not interested in the kid, we were able to escape. The protector didn't follow us either, since he had to stay with the child. Lex nodded his head. Not only was he studying the dwarf, using his instincts and sixth sense, he also used a fancy contact lens to completely analyze the dwarf's equipment. Despite his relatively low cultivation level, his gear was no joke. If he had been reduced to such a state in spite of all his preparations, that protector must have been quite powerful. Either that kid was very special to deserve such a powerful protector, or the level of the royal family's guards was very high. It seems to me like you guys have made a lot of preparations for your trip, Terrell. It's not so easy to resist the dragon's might, and there's something unusual going on that messes with the spirit and causes one to be completely lost in thought. The dwarf grit his teeth. This was all valuable information, and revealing it might get them in trouble later. But if he died right now, there would be no later to worry about, so he had no voice but to divulge all that he knew. Resisting dragons' might is not all that hard. The dwarves and elves have been enemies for many millennia, but they recently buried their bitter hatred to join hands together to face the domineering and deadly dragons. With dwarven engineering and elven enchantments, we have designed many treasures specifically designed to take on dragons. The chest plate that I'm wearing has an enchantment that will erase or reduce the effects of dragon's might, as long as I have enough spirit energy to feed it. As for the spirit pull, it's a common phenomenon that occurs with any treasure that a dragon obsesses over. The influence of a dragon's attention is far from simple, let alone the effects of its obsession. All dragons are natural-born treasure hunters, and any place they call home is bound to be full of treasure. But although this planet has valuable ores, it is nowhere near valuable enough to attract a dragon. The spirit energy is poor, and it is far from a star, and so is cold. Chapter 761 Dragon's Hoard. Chapter 761 Dragon's Hoard. The dwarf had somewhat regained some spirit energy in his body after absorbing it from the spirit stone, although that only made him more sensitive to the horrible condition his body was in. Since the dwarf no longer dared to cross Lex, he could only change the target of all his hatred and anguish to the dragon itself. The dragon's obsession is much stronger than anything we expected. Speaking of a dragon, aren't you at all worried about aggravating the dragon? Or are you so sure that the dragon is actually dead? No, we weren't the ones who spread the news, but they are working with us, the dwarf said, and he suppressed the urge to moan. The little vitality Lex had provided him was far from enough to heal anything at all, but there was not much he could really do about it. I don't know how or why. Only Barley, the leader of our group, knows the details, but the dragon is for sure dead. Otherwise, we would never agree to go and steal from a living dragon's hoard. Even if we cannot get our hands on the treasure that has been tainted with the dragon's obsession, any random item will be worth the risk. A dragon's hoard. To be honest, I cannot even estimate how much it would be worth. Why did you spread the news of the dragon's death? Wouldn't you end up getting more competition if the knowledge is spread? No, we can't face the strength of the royal family on our own. Spreading the news is dangerous, as it could attract other races as well, but also presented us with an opportunity to infiltrate the palace. The various noble families attack the royal family with the desire to get their hands on dragon blood. With that, they can change their own fate and replace the royal family. Maybe they could even cause a mutation and transform into a real dragon, since they are dragon descendants at the end of the day. Such a conversion is still possible. Only when the royal family is busy fighting the other nobles, and the defenses of the castle are focused on the outside, would we get the chance to sneak inside. We didn't count on a simultaneous invasion by the icy abomination at the same time, which only helped our chances even more. But we still don't have much time, as we have reports that elven ships are already on their way here. What are these abominations? Again, I don't know too many details. What I can say is that their existence is very unusual, and that they did not exist on this planet even just a year ago. All I know is that they seem to be made of ice, and that they naturally hate everything to do with heat. Frygals, as descendants of a dragon, have extremely hot blood and so are frequently targeted by them. But my original impression was that these monsters have no intelligence, yet the act of laying siege to a castle does not fall in line with that belief. Lex pondered for a moment about what to do. All the signs pointed to the fact that the treasure he was looking for was right here and was most likely the one infected with the dragon's obsession. But he was not immune to its spirit pull ability, and had constantly fallen prey to distractions. While such a thing was not inherently dangerous, it did pose some risks. Somehow, the dragon had mysteriously died, But that did not reduce the danger in Lex's eyes. If anything, the danger had only increased, for he could not imagine what could so silently and secretly kill a dragon. Moreover, there were some mysterious enemies targeting the Frygals, and possibly the dragon as well, not to mention the elves on their way to this planet. After some consideration, he concluded that while there was danger, it was not enough to deter him. Having made up his mind, he threw a golden key towards Terrell. If things get desperate and you really need medical attention, crush that key. You'll be fine, he said, already walking away. He wondered what awaited him behind the massive door. Was that the entrance to the dragon's treasures? That would be too easy, right? As it turned out, behind the door is what awaited Lex. Really was the dragon's treasure hoard, or the very beginning of it. Mountains of gold were pilled randomly on the floor, though there seemed to be a walkway between the endless coins, nuggets, raw ore, and massive bricks, leading somewhere deeper. Curious, Lex picked up some of the gold and discovered this was far different from the gold he was used to seeing on Earth. A quick scan from his fancy monocle revealed over 216 different types of gold. In the universe, gold was valuable as well, though not because it could be used to make jewelry. No, the value of gold came from the fact that it was a phenomenal conductor for spirit energy, and each different type of gold before him had a few different traits or uses. Lex looked at the mountain of gold on his right, then at the one on his left, then he scratched his head. He asked, knowing that the system would never give him an easy time, if he had to put everything in his bangle and then teleport to the inn to drop it off every time. He would be here for a while. Chapter 762 Spirit Pull. Chapter 762 Spirit Pull. Well, you can send workers from the inn to the connected planets now. You can send some over and hope they teleport somewhere nearby, after which you can have them come here and collect it. Mary replied sheepishly, knowing that that wasn't the answer Lex was looking for. Lex thought of various answers on his own. The most ideal citation would be if he could connect to the inn like he connects to his spatial treasure, that he could teleport anything he wanted directly to the inn. But that wasn't possible, whether because it was actually impossible or because the system did not want to cooperate with Lex. The next best option was to get the most massive spatial treasure possible. This was actually quite hard, as he already had some of the largest spatial treasures available, whether it was his bangle or the container for Silent Wanderer. He could place an order at the Emporium for an even larger one, but that would surely take a lot of time, not to mention be very expensive on its own as well. Ironically, the liquidity he would need to pay for such a treasure seemed to be right in front of him, but it was out of reach because Lex lacked exactly such a treasure. He shook his head and made a decision. Although he was a greedy capitalist who would never say no to money, especially free money, he was not blind to what was actually precious. Once, just to sate his aching heart, he filled his bangle with gold, teleported to the inn, deposited it, and then returned, but then he did not continue to do so. He had barely taken a drop from the hoard, and transporting all of it would surely take ages. Chances were that the treasures he would encounter deeper and were much more valuable than these mountains of gold right at the start. With one last wistful glance to satisfy himself, Lex walked forward on the winding path through the mountains of gold all around him. After the first couple of mountains, Lex encountered glowing gems buried within the gold, illuminating the hoard. Eventually, Lex started to jog as it was taking too long to navigate around the mountains. He was also concerned about the fact that although the dwarves had entered only a few minutes before him, he could not find any trace of them at all. Every now and then, Lex would once again get lost in thoughts, but with Mary checking up on him constantly, he kept waking up. Finally, the trail reached a descending staircase, and so Lex entered the second layer of the treasure hoard. Contrary to what Lex was expecting, the next layer actually consisted of a large garden. There were hundreds of thousands of fairies flying around, tending to countless flowers and plants. Instantly, Lex was able to tell that these were both very valuable and also very toxic. Holding his breath, Lex rushed through this room as well, completely undisturbed by the fairies. In fact, they seemed to not even sense his existence as they carried on with their tasks in unusual silence. Though admittedly, A reason they might not have detected him was his suit as well. The garden was well lit, showing a new pattern of illuminated chambers contrary to the rest of the planet, which was completely dark. The plants also did not seem to mind the increasing heat, which by now was causing Lex to sweat visibly. He was very grateful that his suit would not suffer from any sweat stains. After finding another staircase, Lex descended to the third level. This level looked more like a museum than a hoard or collection. There were countless stages or pedestals built on both sides of the path, with each containing items or treasures. Although Lex wanted to ignore these as well, since he could not identify most of them even with his lenses, he was forced to stop by an overwhelming attraction his body felt towards a particular vial containing a dark purple liquid. Lex almost lost control of his own body, so strong was the attraction. But ultimately, he managed to control himself. He only placed the vial in his spatial ring and didn't immediately drink it like he wanted. The strangest thing was how each of these treasures were so easily accessible, with no formation or protective glass even. To try it out, he randomly picked up a sword and a shield that was also placed nearby and encountered no obstruction at all. Speaking of which, he wondered what that sword and shield were made of. To be a part of a dragon's collection, they must be valuable. Were they incredibly strong, or did they perhaps only have collector's value? Did dragons care about such things? What if? Mary asked, suddenly waking him from his stupor. Yeah, thanks, I'm fine. He had only begun to say when he realized that he did not recognize his surroundings at all. Although he was still in the horde, as he could tell by the countless spirit stones and fountain of spirit water, he had long passed the stages and podiums. Lex! Lex! Mary's voice suddenly woke Lex from yet another stupor, and he immediately realized his surroundings were different once again. Fear gripped his heart as he suddenly realized he was losing track of time. Maybe he should return to the inn. Speaking of the inn, Lex had had a dragon there as well. Would it have had the same effect if the system hadn't been suppressing the harmful effects of its aura? Despite his best efforts, Lex completely lost himself to the influence of the spirit pull and walked through the massive dragon's horde like a zombie. Mary, who had noticed his strangeness, had been yelling at him for hours, but it stopped working long ago. He did not even notice when he crossed the corpses of a couple of dwarves, nor did he notice when he started walking over a puddle of freshly spilled blood. Chapter 763, Assaulted by a Pervert. Chapter 763, Assaulted by a Pervert, the Horde of a Dragon, was much vaster than anything Lex had imagined, and he would have been extremely surprised by how deep he descended into the planet were his mind not occupied by random thoughts. Besides the usual gold, jewels, treasures, herbs, and spirit stones, there was also art, music, sculptures, and other entities that Lex lacked the senses to even observe. This particular dragon's favorite part of its horde, however, was at the lowest level, and Lex was about to approach it. Currently, the chamber he was walking through was the second to last, and was the part of the horde where the dragon collected members of various races. Throughout the universe, there are countless unique or mystical races who had unparalleled power or unbelievable abilities that made them extremely special as well as valuable. They too were a part of the dragon's collection. Various prisons lined the walls that Lex walked by, most of them made of glass, so that the prisoner, or rather the specimen, was visible. Some, however, for extremely unique or unusual races required special prisons that were made from other more protective materials. Though they were all extremely different, currently many of them shared one thing in common. They were extremely weak. They were deprived of spirit energy inside their prison cell. And since the dragon had died many months ago, no one had fed them either. A few of the prisoners had even died. But one prison cell made out of an unusual gray material, even the fancy contact lenses could not identify, had a broken wall. Lex, however, did not notice any of that as he continued to walk. Lex had been extremely confident in his cultivation technique and even himself, which is why he opted to continue the exploration. He was not wrong to be confident, for his defense and self-protection abilities were truly phenomenal. But ultimately, there was a limit to what they could protect him from. The spirit pull ability, technically, did not harm Lex in any way, which is why his spirit's self-defense failed, although the matter was more complex than just that. In the beginning, his strong mentality allowed him to retain lucidity, but the closer he got to the dragon, the worse it became. Although Lex had numerous times even survived an attack from an Earth immortal, if he were lucid now, he would be able to feel that the aura being radiated from the final chamber was much stronger and deeper than any Earth immortal he had ever met. In fact, it was even greater than Ragnar's, and he was a heaven immortal. So then, how could he, a golden core cultivator, stand a chance? But since spirit pull was just a passive ability brought about by the strength of the dragon's obsession and was not purposefully focused on attracting everyone, there was a chance to break free. For example, the various dwarf corpses that Lex had crossed. In their final moments, right before they died, the threat of death had woken them up. But by then, it was much too late. As Lex crossed the final dwarf corpse, which belonged to the leader of the dwarves, he attracted the attention of a massive creature. It had 8 legs, with 4 on each side of its body, much like a scorpion, but that is where the similarity ended. It had a long protruding neck covered in purple scales, a maw filled with rows of teeth dripping with blood, and 12 reptilian eyes, each one suddenly focused on Lex. The creature did not have arms or claws, but it did have unusually shaped wings protruding from its back, and the joints in the wings could readjust at a whim, making them dangerous weapons as well. It also had a long, thick tail that it could exert perfect control over. The creature was extremely skinny at the moment, as if it had been starved near to the point of death, and feasting on dwarves did not seem to have done much for it. But Lex's body, his body radiated an aura so attractive that the creature dropped the body it was currently feasting on and slowly approached him. Unlike the rest, the creature was immune to the effects of spirit pull. In fact, were it near full strength, it would not have wasted even a glance on such pathetic prey. But the dragon had starved this particular creature for years, and so it was at its weakest. It would not die so easily, but at the same time it could not exert all its strength either. Otherwise, it would not have hid from the king every time he crossed, and would have preyed on him instead. But it did not matter. Slowly and steadily, the creature would regain its strength. After studying Lex thoroughly, and concluding that he was only in the Golden Core realm, the creature pounced. Like the dwarves, it expected the threat of death to wake him from the effects of spirit pull in the last moment. But oddly enough, that did not happen. The creature did not ponder over what that was, and furiously bit at his neck. Its teeth digging in, something odd happened. There was no gush of delicious blood in its mouth, or the taste of flesh. The confusion had barely registered when it felt an otherworldly grip around its neck, nearly causing a fracture in its current frail bones. Its face was forcefully pulled back, and what awaited it was a gaze filled with raging fury. Lex asked between gritted teeth as he struggled to understand what happened. He felt like was just assaulted by a pervert, and the sticky sensation of the creature's saliva on his neck grossed him out so much he finally woke from the effects of a spirit pull. Before the creature could respond, or more likely retaliate, Lex could no longer hold on to his revolution. Still holding onto the creature from its neck, he picked it up and slammed it onto the ground. Chapter 764 Beatdown. Chapter 764 Beatdown. So strong was the disgust that Lex felt that there was no indication of spirit pull affecting him at all. Lex was completely focused on completely killing the perverted creature that had. Just thinking about it pissed Lex off even more. He summoned the sword he had recently taken from the dragon's hoard and swung it without hesitation at the creature's necks. Unexpectedly, the sword completely shattered and an unusual aura latched onto Lex before disappearing. Lex was momentarily disappointed, but he did not want to waste too much time on useless things. Much in a way he had quickly improved in hand-to-hand combat. New and inventive ideas came to Lex for how he could possibly kill the perverted creature. Yet before he attacked, Lex quickly changed out of his stealth suit and into his defensive suit. If he had been wearing this from the start, the creature would never have had the opportunity to lick his neck. The creature also recovered from the shock it had received and had retreated from Lex. Fortunately for it, when Lex tried to slash its neck, he had to let go. Otherwise, the creature would forever be stuck in Lex's vice grip. Lex's physical strength was abnormal from the very start, let alone now that his cultivation technique had changed. Yet, oddly enough, he had not been able to crush that creature's neck with only one hand. Maybe using two hands would get the job done, but just surviving even one hand was a testament to how strong it was. The creature had barely recovered its strength after devouring the blood and soul of a few dwarves. So instead of attacking Lex directly, it used its innate ability and targeted his spirit. It hissed threateningly while it extended its wings, releasing a sonic attack that would disorient Lex. Or that's what it had thought. With the weapon failing him, Lex relied on nothing but his good old fist and smashed it into the creature's face. Unexpectedly, the creature didn't lose any teeth in that clash. Lex was surprised by the sturdiness of the creature's body, while the creature was surprised by how ridiculous Lex's strength was. The creature's body was easily multiple times bigger than Lex, yet it was being thrown around like a plaything. A similar scene repeated itself a few more times while the creature tried to retaliate and Lex tried to pummel it. Neither made much progress, though admittedly Lex was venting a little by beating the creature up. Finally, the creature became fed up and used one more of its racial traits, though the cost of this was quite heavy. The creature, who had gained a momentary respite from Lex's beatings, began to turn illusory, as if it was fading from existence. Lex did not want to give it the opportunity to escape, so he attacked again, but his fists went right through the creature, as if it were just a mirage. Despite the situation, the creature could not resist showing Lex a smug look, though of course Lex could not decipher its facial features. The creature had an unusual affinity for spirituality, and so could convert its physical form into one akin to spirituality. In simple words, it could literally turn itself into a thought. But the smug look on its face froze when Lex tried to grab onto it, and this time succeeded. The effects of impervious hands were truly many-fold, and beyond what Lex even knew. He had no idea that he was physically holding onto an idea at the moment, nor did he care. He just wished to slap the creature. So he did. The creature, still with fresh blood tainting its teeth, began to cry. "We're not enemies." The creature tried to plead with Lex, but he adhered to a strict no association with perverts rule, so he was not interested in talking to it, and smashed his knee into its face. But no matter how Lex beat it up, the creature did not even bleed. The creature could also, similarly, not even get past the defense of his clothes, let alone once again try to bite his flesh. The fight, thus, seemed to be going nowhere. The creature pleaded, "I know the dragon's secrets." Lex finally spoke and kicked again. No matter what, he did not let go of the creature, for he had a strong feeling that if it disappeared, he would not get his hands on it again. If physical attacks didn't work, he would try soul attacks. "No, that's not. I know how the dragon died. I have its secrets." Although Lex was not hurting it, his attacks still caused its current weak body pain. Moreover, as he got ready to use evisceration, a subtle premonition of danger filled the creature's mind, making it even more desperate. Luckily for it, it finally said something Lex was interested in. "How would you know how the dragon died?" I have a very special ability. I can tap into the energy released by others' thoughts around me. Although I was trapped in the prison cell, I could still read some of the dragon's passive thoughts from time to time. Lex narrowed his eyes as he wondered whether to give the creature a chance. It was most likely lying, but on the off chance that it wasn't. "How did the dragon die?" It all started a few months ago. A strange golden light filled the entire planet, even inside my cell. Later, I learned from the dragon that the same light seemed to have appeared around the entire realm, and that it was filled with mysterious laws it had never felt before. Unfortunately for it, that light was a lot more mysterious than even the dragon realized. Chapter 765, Screaming. Chapter 765, Screaming. Although Lex had been preoccupied by his own cultivation at the time, he had long since learned of the phenomena that had taken place during his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. He was informed of the golden hue within the inn by Mary, and later on he had heard various guests talk about the hue in their respective planets as well. It was also the subject of many conspiracy theories on the Henali portal, which is why Lex found it hard to forget the golden hue caused by his breakthrough. He could not fathom why his breakthrough had caused the hue, nor why its effects were so grand and widespread. The hue had even caused countless new religions to sprout across the entire realm, as races with limited scope of knowledge or understanding took it to be a sign from a deity that had somehow sped up the collection of divine energy for his wish by the system, but it was still below 10% filled to grant him his wish, so Lex never thought of it. Now, once again, he was brought face to face with yet another repercussion of the phenomena of his breakthrough. Studying the strange light allowed the dragon to have a few breakthroughs, so it went into closed-door cultivation. For immortals, the chance for a breakthrough may come only once a million years, so once it comes they can forsake everything to pursue it. The creature trembled as it recalled the being it had seen. As it was able to read some of the thoughts of any being close to it, the creature had glimpsed into the mind of that thing. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but I was able to read some of the being's thoughts while it was waking up. It had been trapped inside a crystal that the dragon had in its treasure. Outwardly, the crystal looked no different from any other spirit crystal, but contained within was an entity perhaps as old as this realm itself. It took a few months for the entity to wake up, but once it did, the creature trembled once again. I don't know what happened exactly, but the creature did something to the dragon, and I felt its thoughts completely die, yet for some reason the body is still alive. Then the creature disappeared, and I haven't felt its thoughts since. It probably left a long time ago. With the dragon dead, I could finally try to escape. I have no other intentions. The creature was clearly lying about its purpose, but as far as Lex could tell using his sixth sense, it seemed to be telling the truth about the dragon and the thing that killed it. Of course, there was no way of knowing for sure. While Lex was still lucid, he looked around and saw the various corpses on the ground. The creature had not eaten their bodies. It had merely bit into their flesh before eating something else. Lex had a strong feeling that the creature had fed on their spirituality. Just as Lex was evaluating what the creature had told it, he felt something strange, and the creature disappeared, even from within his grip. Lex was genuinely surprised, for this was the first time something had managed to escape the grip of his impervious hands, but it did not seem to have gone away. This was because a feeling of extreme danger surrounded Lex, even causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He immediately extended his spirit and soul sense, but to no avail. Lex could not help but scream as he fell to the ground on his knees as a mind-rending pain filled his head. He felt like something had attacked his very consciousness, as if it was a physical entity to be touched. Normally, that would just be a metaphor, but in Lex's case, due to his strange physique, that was an actual fact. Gritting his teeth, Lex entered the berserk state and pushed this unusual ability to the limit of what he could endure. In essence, the berserk state was a state that drove his emotions to extremes beyond normal while simultaneously strengthening Lex's physical strength. It did this by feeding on the extreme emotions. Normally, this was an excellent ability to wreak havoc when a lot of brute force was required and little brain power for. The extreme emotions made it difficult to think too deeply. At the moment, however, Lex was using it to strengthen his body and thereby his spirituality, while at the same time making his mind chaotic with extreme emotions. A shrill scream filled the hall they were in, and the creature fell to the ground, appearing in front of Lex, as if it had emerged from his body. Lex roared and lost all notion of holding back and gathering any information. This creature was too strange, not to mention dangerous. Swinging his fist like a divine hammer, Lex smashed the creature with all his strength, giving it little time to respond. At the same time, Lex launched evisceration, tearing into the creature's soul. The creature screamed and disappeared again. The reason Lex had not held on to this time was because he had clearly learned that the creature had entered his mind somehow, because he was in contact with it. If they weren't touching, maybe it would be harder for it to enter his mind, but that did not seem to be the case. Lex suffered another rip in his thoughts, although the pain seemed to only elevate his extreme emotions. Since this creature was sensitive to his thoughts, he wondered if it would be affected by them too. Immediately, he thought of the deep aura he had felt when he tried to sit in on a meeting of Tao Lords. As the memory flashed through his mind, Lex suddenly became dizzy and weak. The creature, however, screamed much louder than before. Chapter 766 Mind Meld. Chapter 766 Mind Meld. The creature's scream reverberated across, just as it fell out of Lex's body once again. But this time, that was not all. The creature started writhing on the ground like a poisoned insect. It used its own wings to beat its own body while its 8 legs curled up and dug into its own flesh. Lex was not able to take advantage of the situation immediately, as he himself was recovering from his sudden weakness and fatigue. Fortunately, he had only recalled that meeting for a moment instead of dwelling on it, or he might have once again succumbed to just the memory of it. When he came to, he saw that the creature he had been unable to harm at all lay on the ground covered in its own blood, though it wasn't dead yet. Lex had been forcibly brought out of his berserk state by the mere memory of that meeting, which is why he retained the sense to not rush over and attack immediately. But that did not mean he gave up. Physical attacks weren't working, and though evisceration hurt the creature, it wasn't doing significant damage. It was at this moment he was really regretting not having a strong attack that used his spirit sense, for he had a feeling that such attacks would be most effective. But instead of lamenting what he lacked, Lex focused on what he had. Lex entered his flow state and focused on his spatial affinity. Although he was not a master of it yet, he had teleported enough to learn tidbits about his affinity since he got it. Moreover, his increased analytical skills made it so that Lex could learn new skills much faster than before. The easiest thing to do would be to manipulate space to somehow cut the creature into pieces, and that's exactly what Lex tried to do. Unfortunately, creating a blade out of morph space was not exactly easy, let alone anything else. Lex did, however, manage to warp space a little exactly where the creature was, causing it to suffer immense pain, waking it from its stupor finally. All of its eyes focused on Lex with a newfound viscousness, as the creature tried to disappear once again. But that was easier said than done. Lex kept manipulating space within the creature's body, trying to tear space open, or use space to tear the creature open. Either one would do, though all he effectively managed to do was torture it. "Wait, I'm sorry. I know the dragon's secrets," the creature pleaded, but Lex was no longer going to fall for such basic tricks. Although he longed for the satisfaction of beating the creature up with his own hands, he had to rely on spatial affinity. He could also come up with a raise to harm the creature, but somehow he felt like he couldn't make a raise strong enough to do that. Theoretically, a raise could achieve the strongest power level the universe could support, since the universe itself powered arrays. Practically speaking, Lex had hit a bottleneck when it came to his arrays. Maybe his way of making them was obsolete or faulty, or maybe he didn't know enough significantly strong characters. Either way, his arrays seemed to be limited to the nascent level in terms of power for the moment. The creature roared as it tried to get up, but its efforts were in vain as its legs were too weak at the moment. The creature had clearly read through some of Lex's memories, which chilled Lex's heart. He absolutely could not afford to let the creature live now. Since keeping a distance clearly didn't help, Lex leaped forward and immediately put its head in a lock and placed his right hand on the creature's forehead. His intention was to scramble the thing's brain. As if sensing Lex's intention, the creature roared angrily and resisted Lex, but in terms of physical strength, it was clearly below Lex. At the same time, it tried to use its ability to disappear once again, but clearly it was too hurt to do so. It seemed the memory of that meeting had hurt it a lot more than Lex expected. They struggled for a few dozen minutes before Lex suddenly succeeded in causing a tiny tear in space within the creature's skull. The creature died instantly, and Lex actually tripped because it had stopped resisting his strength so suddenly. Lex groaned, feeling exhausted, but did not delay at all. He immediately stored the creature's body within his spatial ring and began teleporting back to the inn. He could not risk becoming a victim to spirit pull again. Yet the next moment, the sound of a notification distracted him. New notification. System feature, murderer, activated. Immediately, he felt the change, as he was reminded of the feature he had unlocked so long ago, yet for some reason never triggered. Murderer. Every time the host kills someone stronger than them outside of system grounds, the host can learn one of the victim's abilities/techniques. The ability had finally been triggered, and Lex could tell that the system was transferring some information directly into his brain. He had not suddenly unlocked a new ability, but the method to replicate the effects of the creature's ability using spiritual energy was fed into Lex's memories. The ability was one of the most bizarre abilities Lex had ever encountered. It allowed Lex to turn his body into a thought and enter someone's spirituality. What did that entail, and what he could do once he achieved those details he was not given, but clearly this was far from a simple technique. The next moment, Lex teleported to the inn, finally leaving the horde. The effects of the spirit pull on him disappeared, but Lex had not given up on the horde yet. Since the dwarves had a way to protect themselves from it, the Emporium surely did as well. He put aside thoughts of his newly gained ability, which he aptly named Mind Meld, and teleported over to X-14. He had some shopping to do. Chapter 767 Secrets. Chapter 767 Secrets. William, if this lead is real, we won't need to worry about accumulating credit to help you heal at all. To be honest, even I am surprised by this outcome. Back then, I acted out on a whim, but who knew it would pay off, said William with a clear look of disbelief on his face. Their three brothers, Batu, Henry, and Nissar, also accompanied them. For them all to gather like this, outside of the Midnight Inn, where they could all teleport to, was a rare occasion and showed how significant this event was. If all went well, they could also gain a few benefits this time. But, more importantly, they had important matters to handle afterwards. The Jotun Empire had decided to move out of the Pendal Galaxy for various reasons, and, as the heads of the Empire, they had to ensure that the most important and sensitive secrets of the Empire were either removed or erased before their departure. It's about time one of our descendants did something worthwhile, said Batu. He was the head of the Togolder noble family who managed the Empire's military. Although he and the others had many descendants, and many of them were very powerful and had made many contributions, it was clear that Batu was not satisfied with the results. Their gains and victories were small-scale, relatively speaking, and hardly ever influenced the entire empire. Although such a request might be too much to put on a few descendants, weren't the 5 of them handling the entire empire? They were human too, and in fact had much worse conditions when they were starting out. Yet none of their descendants were qualified to be their equals yet. If being great was so easy, everybody would do it, Nissar said softly. As the head of the Butt family, and in charge of the Empire's finances, one would expect him to be more mild-tempered than his brother. In fact, that was far from the truth. Although he looked of mild and tepid nature, Nissar had more blood on his hands than any of the other brothers. He cannot be blamed either. After all, wealth begets greed, and he had the wealth of several galaxies under his control. Before their conversation could continue, they finally reached their destination and entered a room covered in isolation formations. Inside, a beast seemed to be waiting for them. Upon their arrival, the beast confirmed their identities before crushing a small trinket and disappearing. None of the brothers found this odd and waited patiently. A few moments later, another person teleported into the room. Belle looked extremely pale and weak, in spite of the fact that she had been getting treatment for the past few weeks. Her eyes, however, burned with the same ever-present ferocity that she normally exuded. She looked at the 5 men in the room and recognized them all. Her direct ancestor, William, was the one she was supposed to meet, but she did not mind that he had brought along a few extra people. After all, they were the big shots of the Empire. She looked at William, already used to the fact that he looked identical to her brother. She had never commented on it nor mentioned it, because it was completely irrelevant. Looking like your ancestors was quite a common occurrence, actually, especially among cultivators who could live long enough to actually meet their prior generations. Hiding in Ventura to erase all your traces, a remarkable plan, William said, feeling extremely pleased with Belle. "I only hope your efforts were worth it. As soon as we can confirm the veracity of your information, we can hand it over to the relevant people." "You can confirm it however you like," she said without any hint of deference. "Nor am I worried about anyone stealing my rewards. After all, without me, no one will be able to follow the lead. I had to use my bloodline ability to mark Jeffrey's ship before it escaped into a wormhole." William was already used to Belle's attitude, and the others didn't care too much either. "Let me speed up your recovery," Jotun said as he reached out to her, but the moment he placed a hand on her shoulder, he frowned and withdrew his hand. His brothers all turned to look and saw a single drop of blood escape his index finger before the pinprick on his finger disappeared. Surprise and shock filled their eyes as a storm brewed in their hearts. Jotun was the strongest human in the realm, and in the highest realm that the Origin realm would normally allow, the Celestial realm. It was not an exaggeration to state that 1,000,000 galaxies would not be able to produce a single expert on the same level as Jotun. So powerful was he. Yet now, he had actually bled. "There are unusual inscriptions in your body," Jotun said, his voice filled with confusion. "Yeah, my old man placed them there," Belle responded evenly. "Your father? How is that possible?" This time, the most shocked was not Jotun, but William. His descendant was so powerful. So why had he never heard of him? "My old man has too many secrets. My mother, she has even more. Last I saw my father, he was merely in the nascent realm, but even I dared not mess with him. His sword intent, no, his sword Tao, is too powerful." She took a deep breath, and before anyone could ask anything, spoke again. "Don't bother asking any questions. The answer will most likely be that I don't know, and besides, I'm not here to talk about my family. Contact whoever you need to contact, and let's get this show on the road." "In no need," spoke a deafening voice in all their minds, and a figure appeared in the room alongside them. "Hiding in Ventura to erase your traces was smart, but the moment you returned, so did your karma." Before Jotun, or anyone else, could do anything, the figure disappeared alongside Belle. Jotun paled and immediately contacted the Henali. He could only hope that the figure that appeared was working for them, or else they might not only have lost the lead to Jeffrey. The mystery surrounding the mysterious swordsman would also remain unsolved. While he did that, William once again retrieved the files in his family related to Belle and her immediate family. Perhaps it was time to pay closer attention to this group. Chapter 768 Tax Refund. Chapter 768 Tax Refund. On a remote planet, devoid of all life, a swordsman was sitting cross-legged with a normal-looking double-sided sword on his lap. The area where the man sat was completely black, as if the surface of the planet had been charred by a strong flame. Yet the char did not rub off on his clothes. The sound of thunder rumbled in the sky above him, causing the cultivator to open up his eyes and look up. His lightning tribulation was finally coming, though that did not seem to elicit any emotion from the man. All the oracles, fortune tellers, and prophets in the market seemed to have disappeared, said a woman, reading from a file. Though she was quite a distance away from him, her voice carried as if she was right beside him. "I told you, we should stop relying on them," the man calmly replied as he stood up. "Well, excuse me for trying. One of my daughters and my son have disappeared, and I have no other way to look for them." "Put your shoes on, it's almost time," the man said, looking up. The woman grumbled, but she listened to the man and quickly put on her shoes that she had taken off while she rested. The man seemed cavalier and uninterested in the fate of his children, but it was only because he could sense that they were still all alive. While the two were chatting, the man's lightning tribulation began, yet the lightning did not have time to fall. As soon as it formed, a sword slash filled with incredibly sharp sword intent cut the skies open, revealing an unknown space. The man and the woman quickly jumped through the opening, leaving the planet for some unknown destination. Silence filled the room as Lex and Powell stood face to face. They were staring each other in the eyes, neither willing to back off. A silent tension began to build as the seconds passed by, as neither said anything. Though they both knew the value of each second surpassed that of an entire spirit stone mine. Tick. 1 spirit stone mine. Talk. Another spirit stone mine. Tick-tock. 2 more mines, and each second that passed by like this, they were losing out on mines like this. Finally, Powell could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth, but the door behind him swung open and another Powell walked out. For some reason, Lex knew that he was once again face to face with the original Powell. Are you serious? Yes, but I cannot say for how long. Are you willing to sign a soul contract? The only stipulation will be that inside the Horde you will look for a very specific treasure for me and do your best to get it without having to suffer mortal danger. If there's too much danger, you can stop, or if you don't find it, then it's my loss. But if you do find it, you have to hand it over. In exchange, I'll give you the best protection we have against spirit pull and the largest spatial treasure we have available. Lex raised an eyebrow, but did not give his emotions away in any other way. Let me see the contract. You should also tell me what the treasure is and where it might be. It's called Peronian Jade. I'll give you a compass that looks for it and a special container for it as well. The jade has no harmful qualities, so you don't need to worry about anything, but you have to give every bit of it you find. He pondered for a moment, but had no recollection of the item. Although it was no doubt going to be extremely valuable, Lex would be getting sufficient gains in exchange. He examined the soul contract, but found no tampering or any other conditions besides the one Powell stated. He didn't like having to sign a soul contract, but considering he would be getting 2 extremely valuable treasures in exchange, Lex suppressed his discomfort. Fine, I'll sign it, he said. Powell nodded and brought out 2 items. One was a large drum that could be worn on one's back. It was not exactly inconspicuous, but contained 1 mile square of area inside it. Unfortunately, that was still too small compared to the Dragon Horde, but it was big enough for now. The second item was a crown that looked quite flimsy. In fact, Lex was slightly concerned he might break it by just picking it up, but Powell assured him that that was the best tool they had to protect him from spirit pull. Not wanting to waste any time, Lex signed the contract using his finger as the pen and spirit energy as the ink. As soon as he signed it, he felt an uncomfortable sensation in his body. It was something he could ignore, but at the same time it was mildly suffocating, as if he wore a tie too tightly. Powell also handed him a thin, black piece of jade, which was the compass that would point him towards Peronian Jade. With everything in order, Lex promptly left the shop, and then teleported to the inn, then back to the Horde. Barely a couple of minutes had passed, but Lex's situation was completely different, hopefully. He put on a flimsy crown and tested to see if his thoughts still drifted. Nearly 30 seconds later, Lex finally concluded that he was safe, as he was able to retain his lucidity throughout. The capitalist in Lex was finally set free, and he grinned like a madman as he descended to the bottom-most floor of the Horde. Getting free money and treasure felt even better than collecting tax refunds. Chapter 769 Disbelief. Chapter 769 Disbelief before rushing down to the last floor, where he strongly suspected he would be faced with the dragon, or what remained of it. Lex took out the black jade piece that Powell had given him. If the Peronian Jade existed, the compass would find it. In all honesty, Lex did not mind doing the man this favor. He only wished that he could have kept a small piece of jade, so as to study what was so special about it. There was a strong possibility that the jade was just an item he needed to sell to another client, but regardless, the overwhelmingly favorable deal that Lex had gotten made him curious. As soon as he summoned the jade, it vibrated, and an arrow appeared pointing down. There indeed was Peronian Jade, and it was at the lowest level of the Horde. Lex subtly nodded, as if such a thing only made sense. He put the jade away, but before he could depart, his ever-present, ever-reliable holographic assistant spoke up. She asked, her voice tinged with shyness and awkwardness. It was apparent that she was feeling very uncomfortable about the request she wanted to make. Lex asked, though he suspected he knew what was coming, "Would it be possible for you to find me a very special item present in the Horde?" Lex repeated, genuinely surprised, although he anticipated a request might be coming his way. "Yes, technically that is the proper way of doing things. But you are well aware of loopholes in the system rules, and this is one of them. If I make my own body, Instead of getting one from the system, I'll have much fewer restrictions on me than usual. In case the dragon down below has a child, or is about to have a child, he may have prepared a special blood altar in its private chamber to nourish the egg. If that's the case, there will be a scale inside the altar. I'll keep an eye out, Lex said, before continuing down. He did not question Mary at the moment about why she knew what a dragon might do to nurture its child, or about her desire to get a body. He felt like he wouldn't get a proper answer, and even if he did, he was currently on a time crunch, so now was not the time. He had taken a look at the floor he was in for anything valuable he might find, but this floor seemed to have nothing besides prisons holding various races and the dwarves' corpses. Neither interested Lex at the moment, so he decisively left. A few minutes after Lex left, one of the dwarf corpses moved and picked itself up. The leader, Barley, seemed to be recovering from death itself, though he did not seem concerned with that. Instead, his gaze seemed fixed on the staircase leading down below. He murmured to himself as his strength slowly recovered. He seemed to have heard the name when the creature had yelled it out earlier. Lex, who was descending the stairs, paused for a moment and turned around. His senses were extremely sharp and detected some kind of sound, although he was not sure what it was. A sense of urgency filled his heart. The first dwarf that Lex had seen, Terrell, had mentioned that elves were on their way, for news of the dragon's demise had already spread. Others could also be arriving even as he waited descended. No longer holding back, Lex began to rush to the bottom of the stairs, though he did not drop his guard. If there was one strange creature here, there could be more. Moreover, the king was supposed to be here somewhere, though the fact that the sounds of Lex's fight had not attracted him was unusual. Lex wiped sweat off his brow one more time as he neared the entrance to the final chamber. By now, not only were the effects of dragons might causing Lex minor problems, but the heat was also causing him to sweat nonstop. If he failed to wipe his brow, whether by hand or spirit sense, the sweat would get into his eyes, making it hard for him to see. When he finally reached the last step, he had already entered the final chamber. There was no door or barrier, and the entrance appeared instantly even if it could not be seen earlier. The moment Lex entered, his knees buckled and he crashed into the ground with full force, causing the ground to tremble. He had not been dropped just to his knees, but his chest had also been pushed down to the ground, his face smacking the floor. He had not been attacked by anyone. Instead, the moment he entered the chamber, he was hit by the full force of the dragon's might. Irrespective of his unwavering pride and the immense strength packed within his body, when he finally came face to face with the dragon outside of the inn, Lex had been forced into nearly a prostrating state. "What the hell?" he said with gritted teeth as he slowly brought his arms beside himself and pushed himself up. When he was finally able to lift his face off the floor, he looked forward and suddenly went blank. The sight of the dragon before him was like a clap of thunder in his mind, making him blank and causing him to fall onto the ground once more. When he finally recovered, Lex was struck by endless disbelief. He could not even look at the dragon without suffering, since its aura was completely unrestrained. It was only now that he was beginning to understand how massive a role the inn played in neutralizing the effects of Cultivator's natural aura. If it were any other Golden Core cultivator instead of him, they may have already been seriously injured or even died. Chapter 770 in his bones. Chapter 770 in his bones. A small pool of sweat formed on the ground around Lex, though it did not last long as it began boiling shortly after. The scorching heat of the stone floor did not bother Lex nearly as much as the shock of what he was suffering. He knew there was a difference. There had to be one. But for him, who cultivated the most mysterious and powerful technique in the universe, to not be able to even stand in the presence of a dead dragon was astounding. Well, to be fair, Lex was merely in the Golden Core realm, while the dragon was definitely stronger than the Earth Immortal realm. That meant that it was at least a Heaven Immortal, if not a Celestial Immortal. That was a difference of at least 3 or 4 major realms. Lex closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, calming himself down. He had to collect himself and figure out a way to resist the dragon's might. He somewhat understood why he was taken by surprise by the sudden increase in the power of the might. The deepest chamber must have special barriers to prevent the aura from going out, or else Lex expected the entire planet might suffer due to it. But none of that mattered right now. He had to overcome this, and not just because all his looting depended on it. Lex's ego, or more accurately, his new sense of self, would not allow him to just let things go the way they were. He firmly believed that while he had much of his success because of his system and his technique, he considered himself and his persistence and skill the defining factor for his success. He did not mind the fact that he was pushed down, although that wasn't pleasant either. But he absolutely could not allow himself to remain groveling on the ground. When Lex reopened, his eyes of fire seemed to be lit within them. And once again he picked himself up. This time, he kept his gaze focused on the ground as he lifted himself, feeling each muscle and nerve aching as he pushed himself to the limit. Neither hardened nor impervious hand or any other technique seemed to help at this moment, as the force pushing him down could not be so simply blocked. It was a result of the natural hierarchy of beings. It was the appropriate reaction shown by a being at the bottom of the cosmic ascendant spectrum towards a being at the top. Lex circulated his spiritual energy as fast as he could, fueling his aching body, but that did not lessen the trembling in his hands. Suddenly, Lex understood what it must have felt like for the dwarf when its bones broke under the weight of the dragon's might. Is because he could hear the bones in his hands cracking. But nothing, not the immeasurable weight pushing him down, not the failure of his techniques to help, not the pain that seemed to transcend his physical body and pierce his very soul, and not the voice screaming inside his heart to just give up and teleport back to the inn could stop Lex. After an excruciatingly long time, Lex managed to pick himself up into a crawling position. On his hands and knees, Lex gasped for air as if he had done the most intense exercise of his life. There were aches in his body in places he didn't even know existed or could hurt. Compared to the mighty beings of the universe, he was truly not but a pitiful ant, if that. As countless negative thoughts assaulted his mind, making his confidence waver and weakening his resolve, he could not help but remember one of his earlier musings. He wondered what aura was and where it came from. Lex believed his own state of mind affected it, but so did his actions. He had developed a powerful aura without even realizing it, influenced by his time as the innkeeper. He wondered if, now that almost every advantage his system and his technique had given him seemed to be stripped away, he continued to perform incredible feats, how that would affect his aura. After all, previously he only believed he would have been incredible even without his advantages. Now he had the opportunity to prove it. Gritting his teeth and strengthening his resolve, Lex lifted his neck and looked forward. There, dominating his vision, was a massive golden-brown beast that seemed larger than life. All measurements seemed to fail, as in his eyes, the dragon seemed the largest thing he had ever seen. No mountain, no planet, no star could compare to the enormity that was this beast before him. The dragon was resting on all four of its legs, its wings neatly folded over its back. Its tail seemed to coil neatly on the floor beside it, as if it was resting. If one paid attention, they could see its chest rise and fall, indicating that it was breathing softly as if asleep. Yet contradictory to that very observation, the dragon's massive yellow eyes seemed to be open, and for some reason seemed to be focusing solely on Lex. He could not use his spirit or soul sense, and his instincts seemed to be failing right now as well. Still, somehow, he knew that the dragon's body was alive, but its soul was already dead. What sat in front of him was a living corpse, in a way. Thunder rumbled in Lex's might, and his consciousness itself seemed under attack, for the sight itself of the dragon was too noble for him, let alone the fact that they were making eye contact. Tears of blood began to leak out of Lex's nose, giving the world a red tinge, yet Lex did not blink. Instead, he focused on a soft, elevated groove on the dragon's forehead. There seemed to be something there, though Lex could not see it properly from this distance. But he didn't care exactly what it was. He saw that spot, and something deep inside of him seemed to wake up. An urge to resist, to rebel, to bite and claw against whatever crap List told him his place was below the dragon seemed to swell in his heart. At first, that voice was small and barely audible against the cacophony of voices in his heart telling him to retreat to the inn and take it easy. But the longer he stared at the dragon, the stronger the voice grew. His tears of blood dripped off his face and mixed with the pool of boiling sweat below him, only to sizzle as well and fill the air with an acrid smell. But that unpleasant smell seemed to reinvigorate Lex. It was the smell of pain, of fighting, of resistance. The voice in his heart, the smell in the air, the ache in his bones, the unwillingness in his soul, all joined together to form an unstoppable force that slowly filled every fiber of Lex's being. His gaze still locked on the dragon's forehead, Lex continued his effort to stand up straight. His stupid back had bent down, but he would not leave it like that. Chapter 771, One Step. Chapter 771, One Step outside the Castle Mountain Range. The war was still ongoing, although a few minor details had changed. Instead of the many nobles working together to fight against the forces of the royal family, they were now all fighting together as brothers in arms and members of the same race, all against the icy abominations that had so suddenly appeared. They were surrounded, and though the situation had not become dire yet, anything could happen at any time. No one understood where these abominations came from, but they understood well what their obsession with the castle was. These things hated heat and hated the Frygals who had immense heat inside their bodies. But the greatest source of heat on the entire planet was on the last floor of the dragon's hoard in the castle behind them, and that was attracting the abominations from across the planet. Of course, none of them felt for even a second that the creatures could succeed in extinguishing the heat source, but even if they wanted to passively let them go by, the creatures would not permit it. After all, even if their bodies had less heat compared to their main target, they could not be ignored. Just as the battle was reaching its pinnacle, the sound of hundreds of rockets seemed to fill the air. Though Frygals could not see, they used other senses to detect that the sounds were not rockets, but countless ships entering the planet's atmosphere from orbit. They were all aiming for the castle, but they made one miscalculation in their plans to bypass the battle on the ground and directly enter the castle. The abominations were called as such because they had no fixed shape or identity. The only thing that was fixed was that they seemed to have bodies made of ice. That meant that all they needed to do was alter their bodies to take flight. With hundreds of new massive heat sources appearing to aggravate them, the abominations let out howls of fury before they took flight. There were two battlefields now, one in the air and one on the ground. Although motivation, passion, and dedication all burned within his heart, standing up was easier said than done. Willpower was one thing, but accomplishing something seemingly impossible required more than something as ethereal as thoughts and prayers. He needed something more. He hesitated for only a mere second before he made a decision. He could either rely on arrays, a few of which could somewhat help him, or he could use his current situation to run his cultivation technique. Unfortunately, he could not run his cultivation technique and use his spirit energy for other tasks at the same time, so he had to choose. Ultimately, the choice was simple. Arrays could provide him immediate but limited relief. The technique, however, had the potential to use his current situation and adapt to it to give him greater benefits. Maybe he could even develop a resistance to dragon's might. There was only one way to find out. With his decision made, he began cultivating while he continued to lift himself up. Lex could not help but release a guttural cry as he pushed himself upright. He felt like he was deadlifting a planet. His cultivation technique was not hampered at all by his movement or the pressure around him, and in fact ran even smoother in these harsh conditions. Slowly, he could tell that it was already bringing about some changes in him, but he could not spare the thought to observe these changes. He had to use every ounce of willpower and actual power to move even a few inches. Despite the hardship, the ultimate winner was Lex, if one could consider standing up a victory at all. Unfortunately for him, standing up did not give him any release, nor did it make it easier for him. He looked forward and estimated how far the dragon was. Normally, this was not an issue, but at the moment the dragon seemed to occupy his entire mind, so it was difficult for him to pay attention to the gap between them. In the end, he gave up. What did it matter anyway? How far could it really be? He tried to drag his foot forward so as to avoid lifting it, but the friction with the ground was too great. It was not possible. Taking in a deep yet painful breath, he lifted his left foot up and stepped forward. Lex cursed as he fell down and lost nearly all his progress. How had walking turned into an impossible task? He had put his foot down incorrectly, causing him to stumble. Moreover, the immense pressure and the horrible angle caused something in his left knee to crack. As someone who generally avoided cursing, not at all due to childhood trauma of getting his rear whooped for doing so, the fact that he cursed so loud spoke of his frustration. It was not the bone-crushing pain that caused Lex the frustration as much as knowing that with an injured knee, another hurdle on his already impossible task was added. With clenched fists, he tolerated the pain as he pushed himself back up again. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he was not subject to the same weaknesses he was back when he was a pure mortal. Although his knee was injured, he could use the various muscles in his leg to accommodate his weight, as well as forcefully divert the pressure on his knee. Finally, when he pushed himself back up, with unsurpassed focus, Lex once again lifted his leg and took a step. This time he did not mess up, so he was able to divert his weight onto his other leg and ready himself for his next step. He looked up at the dragon one more time, which was only a few miles away from him, and realized he needed to speed up. If he took 10 minutes on each step, he'd never make it before the others arrived. Suddenly, he felt like cursing again. Chapter 772 Dominance. Chapter 772 Dominance. Teacher was like. The only thing he had to compare it with was when his dad would put on a tracksuit, grab a whistle, and make him and his sisters do odd, random exercises. Sometimes they would run laps around a random park, and other times they'd go swimming. Sometimes his parents would get creative after watching a martial arts movie, like The Karate Kid or something, and then make them do the same things as in the movie. All in all, it was not too bad except for the fact that they would not be allowed to stop till they were thoroughly exhausted and drained. In hindsight, maybe it was just a way for parents to exhaust extremely energetic kids to get some rest themselves. If his parents were normal, that would have made sense. That, however, was irrelevant. What truly mattered was the fact that Lex was having flashbacks to those days of utter exhaustion as he pushed his body beyond its limit to approach the dragon. Each movement, whether it was his hands moving back and forth to maintain balance, or each excruciating part of taking a step, had to be done with the utmost care. It was only under so much extreme pressure that Lex realized how complicated walking actually was. He had to simultaneously cultivate, and though it had not helped him in any way yet, he was confident it would pay off. After all, with each step he took, he was closer to the dragon. That also meant that each step he took increased the might of, well, dragon's might. There was a whimpering sound beside him, and Lex could not help but smile. After he had stood up and regained a dignified stance, he summoned Fenrir. The poor pup was also helpless under the weight of the dragon's oppression, but the aggression buried deep in its bloodline did not allow it to kneel before the dragon. Although it did not have as specific a purpose as Lex, Fenrir, too, had stood up, though it was extremely reluctant to get any closer. Its pride, however, would not allow it to stay back as Lex moved forward. The reason Lex had summoned it was not because Lex did not want to suffer alone. No, it was to temper the pup's will. He had noticed that the more it would hunt, the more it was starting to grow uncontrollably aggressive. It was fine for now, as it always behaved in front of Lex so far, but he thought overcoming a little hardship and realizing that he was not all-powerful might be good for the pup's growth. Also, he needed someone to watch as he overcame this hurdle. What was the point of a performance without an audience? Well, there were plenty of reasons for it, actually, but who cared? It had been 30 minutes since Lex began walking, but he had not even covered 500 feet, 150 meters. This was not good, because he could sense mild vibrations coming from the castle above. Something was going on, and the longer he took, the greater chances that someone else would show up soon. His brain was filled with countless ideas for how he could make this task easier. He could use his spatial affinity to get closer. He could summon the Silent Wanderer. Heck, he was certain if he threw a golden key at the dragon hard enough, it would be crushed and send the dragon to the inn. There, he could conduct this trial in as much time as he needed, and that would also save him enough time to loot the rest of the horde. He couldn't help it. Lek had been too focused on searching for loopholes, so all these ideas kept coming to him. But he rejected them all. Some things had to be achieved in the moment without the thought of retreat or giving up. Sure, he could attempt the same task inside the inn without external pressures hurrying him along, but that would defeat the point. He had to do this to prove he was not relying on the system. Most of all, he had to conquer the dragon that made him taste the floor. Lex did not even allow himself to enter his flow state or any other state. This had to be done purely by him. Lex was so focused on the task that he did not notice at all when he started exuding his own aura. It only made sense. He was giving it everything he had, so subconsciously he included his aura in that as well. But while his aura was previously completely suppressed all the way to his skin, under the pressure of Dragon's might and driven by the monumental achievement that was each step, it began to change. The direction it was changing was not overwhelmingly oppressive, similar to that of Dragon's might, as hospitality was deeply ingrained in him now, and oppressing his guests was never the sign of a good host. But it was gaining authority nonetheless. It was not the authority of a boss over his subordinates. No, it was more like the authority wielded as a result of one's own person. It was like the respect of a warrior. It was the same in a garden just as much as it was on a battlefield. It was like the confidence of a king. They did not need to prove their worth. It was like a celebrity in front of a massive crowd of fans. They did not need to introduce themselves. It was all of that and more, and with each passing second, it was being refined further. It was filled with an aura of dominance. Yet how could something that was filled with the air of dominance be suppressed? His aura extended out 1 centimeter from his skin, and for a moment Lex felt the illusion that his step had become easier, even if only a minute amount. Chapter 773 Recording. Chapter 773 Recording. After Lex took another 100 steps, he developed somewhat of a rhythm. The rhythm helped reduce the strain on his mind, which was focused on even the subtlest movements he made with his body during this time. The hyper-focused state he was in was also one of the reasons he had failed to notice his growing and evolving aura. What he did notice, however, was that while he had expected each progressive step to grow harder, sometimes it would get easier instead. He could not understand why the strain would reduce, and he didn't have the mental capacity to spare to analyze such a thing. Now that the strain on his mind had eased up a little, he could focus on the next thing, which was to speed up. He had to be especially careful with this, as he did not want a recurrence of him tripping and injuring himself. His task was already hard enough without accumulating more injured joints. One, almost completely irrelevant, benefit that Lex got from this was that he refined his posture a lot. After all, walking and maintaining balance was a lot easier with proper posture. With his efforts now refocused, his speed began to increase at a steady pace. But so focused was he, not just with his mind and body, but even with his instincts and everything else that he had at his disposal, that Lex began to miss out on other things he would have normally noticed. For example, his cultivation technique finally started producing results. Amazingly, cultivation under such immense pressure sped up his cultivation by over 100-fold. His golden core started to shrink in size, but that was not a bad thing. It was becoming more compressed, and therefore only allowed purer and higher quality energy to enter. His body also started to undergo a subtle refinement. It was not that he was gaining more strength, but the elasticity of his muscles was increasing. Moreover, the way his muscles connected to one another and his bones were also subtly changing. This would allow him finer control over his strength and allow his body to tolerate more stress with greater ease. Alongside his sweat, fine black grains of impurities also started to be pushed out of Lex's body. Although Lex had previously undergone cleansings, as he grew in cultivation level and strength, what was considered essential and waste material inside his body also changed. For example, There were certain minerals and nutrients that his body required to strengthen and hold his body together while he built his foundation. But once in the Golden Core realm, his strength and level had increased so much that those same materials that once held things together now became sources of instability. Of course, that was only relatively speaking, as the body could easily tolerate their negative effects, as they were common in all cultivators. But now, due to the immense pressure his body was cultivating under, they were being pushed out, cleansing his body as it grew stronger. Another thing that Lex failed to notice was a figure that appeared in the same hall. It was the dwarf, Barley, and much like Lex, he slammed into the ground. But while Lex recovered and moved on, Barley was already in such a poor state that he could barely tolerate the force. Quickly, or as quickly as he could manage, he dragged himself back out of the hall. But as he sat on the steps, panting and heaving, his sight fell onto Lex. With his back held up straight, he walked at a steady pace with all the seeming ease in the world, despite being under the immense pressure of the dragon. In front of him, the monstrosity that was a dragon stood calmly, his eyes seemingly focused on the approaching figure. Although Barley knew that the dragon was dead, or at least it should be, that is not what it seemed like. From where he sat, it seemed like the dragon was crouching down on the ground, his posture docile and his tail safely curled up, and he dared not move as the tiny figure approached him. It was crazy. It did not make sense. Such a thing was impossible. But the confident gait that Lex had walking forward, his head held, up high looking directly at the dragon, his broad, strong shoulders that did not seem like they were weighed down by the dragon's might at all combined together to make an image that looked like he had the dragon cowed. Feeling weak, bitter, and unwilling, Barley pulled out a recording device. This was not just a video recorder, as this device would record everything from the scents, the sounds, the temperature, and even the pressure of the dragon's might inside of it. This way, when someone reviewed the content later, it would be as if they were there in person. He began recording and even whispered an introduction. "My name is Barley Holdenson, and I am on the planet Phrygra. My team and I snuck into the Great Dragon's horde, but this is what we found." The video lacked a full explanation. For example, the fact that the dragon in the recording was already dead. But he left it that way on purpose. If he couldn't get the dragon's treasure, at least he'd leave here with a video that will make him an overnight sensation on the Henali portal. He would set a very high price for viewing this recording, and thus set himself up for a lifetime. As for what this Lex might think of his actions, well, with the whole realm knowing that Lex looted a dragon's hoard, he would not live for long. Who cared what he thought? Barley was not being malicious on purpose. He just never even considered things from any other point of view at all. Chapter 774 Obsession. Chapter 774 Obsession. Lex's sweat and blood had long since evaporated, leaving no trace behind. His suit was phenomenal, so it would not show sweat stains either. Moreover, Lex's entire back was covered, so nothing of his miserable state was actually shown in Barley's recording. By now, he didn't even need to waste any energy wiping the sweat off his face, for it would evaporate right on his skin. The dark impurities exiting his body evaporated as well. Oddly enough, however, since they were only considered impurities now that Lex had grown much stronger, after evaporating they didn't release a putrid or horrid smell, but actually smelled fresh and relaxing. After all, his body had been refined by the lotus many times, so even the dirt in his body was valuable now. All of this combined to create the ultimate scene for Barley's recording, so much so that even the dwarf had not realized it yet. Time seemed to lose meaning as Lex marched. At some point, without Lex realizing it, the difficulty of his task went from absolutely impossible to only almost completely impossible. The drastic reduction in difficulty was due to various factors, but when they combined together, they allowed Lex to finally gather up the energy, and he began to jog. Every inch of his entire being was aching, but Lex had a smile on his face because his increased speed finally allowed him to feel a bit of wind on his face. Although the wind itself was searing hot, like air coming out of a burning stove, it was still an improvement for Lex. The pleasant sensation further fueled Lex's motivation, and soon he broke into a run. To be clear, it was not that it had become easier to traverse the area, so he was running, but that he was forcing more out of himself. After all, he knew that if he wanted to achieve what he had in mind, the difficulty was going to get much worse. Although it seemed an eternity, especially to Lex, eventually he reached the dragon. He slowed down, panting and heaving, as he approached the dragon's face. By now, he could no longer rely on his eyes to look at the dragon. Even his left eye, for the strain was so great he felt he would go blind if he did. He had to use his spirit sense, and even that suffered from mild burns as it came in contact with the dragon's scales. He had to lift his face to look up at the dragon properly. Just to reach its lower lip, Lex would have to climb dozens of feet. It was hard to determine the exact size of the dragon, for the dragon's might was messing with his perception. Even this close, he could not tell just how big it was. He did not spend any time admiring it, for the hardest task was still in front of him. What he had done so far was only the warm-up. He reached forward and touched the dragon's scale, his skin sizzling due to the scale's heat, but he didn't withdraw it. There was also the sound of a mighty roar inside his mind that nearly made him fall unconscious, but fortunately it did not last. He raised his hand till it met the groove of one scale ending and another beginning. There was barely enough space for his fingertips to grip it, but that would have to do. It was at this moment he cursed himself for weighing more than 700 pounds. He knew he would regret that sooner or later, but he had no time to lament, for the longer he took, the more of his skin burned, literally. He lifted himself up and fell back to the floor. What's 700 pounds? Right now, it felt as if Lex weighed 70,000 pounds. What's more, it was not easy to leverage the entire weight only on his burning fingertips. Lex blew out air from his nose, dissatisfied with the situation. Then he licked each of his fingertips, moistening them a bit, and began again. This time, he did not fall, and he began to climb slowly and steadily. Just as he was making steady progress, and he was about to reach the lower lip of the dragon, the crown on his head cracked, and spirit pull began influencing him again, if only a little. But Lex was a single-minded beast now, so did not stop climbing, nor did he stop cultivating, even if his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. The only redeeming factor in this situation was that the treasure that was tainted with the dragon's obsession was a little far from the dragon, and so he was not facing spirit pull at its worst. The lotus on Lex's back was stimulated just a bit by the dragon's aura, but it was too exhausted from healing that strange poison for Lex's system, so it did not wake up. The castle above, Lex trembled, and dust fell from the roof, but he did not notice. He just kept climbing, crossing the lower lip and then the top. Only a little more, and he would reach the snout, which would make his remaining journey easy, at least by comparison. But then, the crown on his head suffered another crack, and Lex got lost even deeper in his thoughts. The strange thing was, the deeper Lex got lost in his thoughts, the faster he would climb, as if he was instinctively ignoring the copious amounts of pain in his body. Unbelievably, Lex managed to reach the snout and stood up on it, his posture perfectly refined. His cultivation technique began circulating even faster, and the effects on his body were noticeable by now. Lex did not pause for long, and continued to walk, the crown suffering even more cracks. What was strange was that he should have diverted his path as he was influenced by the spirit pull and gone towards the treasure, but instead, Lex never changed his path. Lex had formed an obsession of his own while fighting against the dragon's aura, and now his obsession was competing directly against the dragon's. Finally, he reached the forehead. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 775 Ultimate Fertilizer. Chapter 775 Ultimate Fertilizer. Although nothing in particular was happening at the lowest level, and Lex was the only one moving about, a strange stillness enveloped the hall the moment he reached the forehead. The pressure of Dragon's might on Lex did not reduce, but at the same time felt as if it had lost its edge. Barley, the dwarf in the distance, held his breath as he tried to come to terms with what he was seeing. This was beyond anything he had expected. He thought Lex was going to go steal treasure, not blaspheme the dragon like this. The value of his recording just skyrocketed. Lex slowed down only a bit as an instinctive hesitation filled him, but he overcame it momentarily as he approached the spot he had seen from a distance. In the center of the dragon's forehead, there was a single scale that was elevated above the rest. Unlike the rest of the scales, this one had unusual jagged edges, as if something was once attached to this scale but had been ripped out. All that remained now was a single scale higher than the rest. Lex stepped on to the dragon, and he, who was supposed to have lost lucidity under the effects of the treasure's spirit pull, spoke softly. Even without a soul, the dragon seemed to have been stimulated by Lex's words, and its dragon's might erupted like a volcano. The inherent pride of a dragon could not be besmirched even in death. Lex coughed out some blood and immediately shut his eyes, for he felt they were about to pop out of his skull. Tiny rips tore in his skin all over, and he began to bleed profusely. A roar that could destroy planets rang inside Lex's mind and shook his very soul. Yet Lex's expression did not change at all. The matter of fact was that Lex really was affected by spirit pull, but his own indomitable will and pride clashed against the dragon's. Right now, Lex was not acting consciously, but rather completely according to his subconscious thoughts and feelings. He really did believe that dragons were not fit to show their might in front of him, at least dead ones. As if nothing had happened at all, Lex sat cross-legged on the elevated scale and closed his eyes. It was as if he was finding a comfortable position within the gut-wrenching, soul-crushing pressure bearing down on him. A moment later, he began to cultivate once again. A whirlwind of heated spirit energy formed around Lex and began to be absorbed by his body. His aura, which had previously been undergoing a steady growth, exploded with a powerful hunger and began to devour the dragon's might. His cultivation technique was revolving at unprecedented speeds and began to immediately change Lex as he was nourished by the special spirit energy within this hall, as well as the unique spirit energy flooding into his body, the scale beneath him. Everything about Lex at that moment began to undergo an evolution. His cultivation, which had barely moved from the beginning of the Golden Core realm, began to slowly inch upwards. His very position on the cosmic ascended spectrum began to elevate. His mind, body, and soul were beginning to grow stronger rapidly, as if he was being nourished by the dragon itself. The impurities in his body started to leak out of his body, no longer as fine black grains, but in the form of steam. His hair started to take on a brownish tint similar to the dragon's scales underneath him. His skin, which had ripped all over, healed almost immediately, and then began to shed as if he was molting. Even the lotus tattoo on his back started to warm up, as if it too was absorbing some of the dragon's energy. Barley, who was still recording, began to tremble as fear started to creep into his heart. His incredibly sharp senses had picked up on the fact that the dragon's might affecting him had reduced almost imperceptibly. Yet such a thing was not a cause for celebration. For another, more intimidating aura took its place by the same measure that the dragon's might reduced. No matter what he thought of Lex earlier, right now his body was telling him to flee. If the man who dared to absorb a dragon's essence discovered that Barley had been recording him with sinister intentions, he would not be long for this world, especially in his weakened state. After all, this was not something that had never been done before, albeit never in the method that Lex was using. It had to be known that the aura of a dragon would taint any who dared absorb their essence, and would become a permanent enemy of the dragons. This was no laughing matter, and no longer something the dwarf dared to be a part of. He ended the recording and began to retreat while Lex was still busy. He had to leave this planet immediately. While this was happening, the strain on Lex was slowly and steadily decreasing. This was a result of the decreasing dragon's might, his increasing aura, as well as his own increasing strength. In a few minutes, he already reached the middle of the Golden Core realm. He also finally woke up and gained full lucidity, as well as all the memories of everything he did recently. He would have shuddered and considered himself lucky that he had not succumbed to the dragon's obsession, but at the moment he was feeling too euphoric to worry. Although he had endless motivation and dedication when he started out on his endeavor, planning to do something and actually achieving it were two entirely different concepts. He had actually crossed the barrier between so many realms and managed to conquer this trial in his path. Given that the dragon was already dead, but even so the challenge had been difficult enough. He felt an unprecedented thrill and excitement course through his veins. He felt like he was truly alive at this moment and had achieved something legendary. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming urge to go and complete other impossible tasks and test what his limits truly were. A massive, genuine grin painted his face, but even that was not enough to contain his joy. He began laughing freely and loudly, without caring to hold back at all. He was sitting atop a mighty dragon, something he would have not even dared to imagine before. Although he always had faith in his own ability and preferred to get things himself over just being handed amazing gifts by the system, it was a good feeling to finally prove it. Once he was done laughing, he quickly resumed his focus on cultivating. He could feel that he had improved too much too quickly, and that he was about to reach his limit. But until that happened, he wanted to get the most out of this chance. He finally had time to inspect the changes taking place in his body and evaluate his growth. He noticed for the first time how his aura was directly competing with Dragon's might, and even slowly absorbing it. It was transcending the realm where it could only be felt and entering the realm where he could directly influence the world itself with his aura. He could feel that his aura would suppress, subdue, and overwhelm his foes, while at the same time it would protect, reassure, and to a certain degree, reinvigorate his allies. His aura could also protect him from various negative influences, such as minor curses, divination, fate manipulation, mind attacks, as well as soul attacks. But these last few aspects were still weak and would require further strengthening of his aura to be effective in case of stronger opponents. His eyes flashed open, and the world itself seemed to feel the pressure of his gaze. It was as if, through his gaze, Lex could employ something similar to Dragon's might. After a moment's consideration, he decided to name this ability domination. His cultivation finally slowed down, and his aura stopped growing. The dragon's might in the hall could still oppress him greatly, but it was no longer to the point where Lex would collapse at the simplest carelessness. Lex was not sure what treasure the mystery man referred to when he told Lex to come here, but he was more than satisfied with this opportunity. After all, now that he had cultivated on top of a dragon, he did not plan on cultivating anywhere else. There was a flash of emotion in Lex's eyes as he summoned a single golden key and stared at it. It was time to bring the ultimate fertilizer to the inn. He used the dragon's scale to break the key, teleporting the living carcass of the dragon to the inn, before he himself teleported away as well. Although he had to loot, yes, he also had to make sure no one stole his fertilizer from him. Chapter 776, No Time. Chapter 776, No Time. Inside the inn, the activity levels seemed to have dropped drastically. Many of the guests who were here were actually in hiding, while the rest were on vacation. That was because the entire realm seemed to be heading towards war. If the higher-ups were stressed about it, the ones lower down on the chain of command would clearly be even more worried. They were also much busier. Although the Midnight Inn was an excellent place, without sufficient money, one could not spend enough time there. As such, it was not really a long-term solution to avoiding the conflicts. This caused most of the inn's usual tenants to be busy working or cultivating, leaving behind only a small percentage of guests. Even so, dozens if not hundreds of guests came and went at any given time. This was a sight that had become all too common and no longer aroused any attention among those who frequented the inn. Only those who were coming to the inn for the first time were likely to stop and admire the beautiful scenery. Naturally, as with every norm, there were exceptions. In the clearing where new guests arrived, a single massive guest suddenly appeared. At first, it was only the size of a new guest that attracted attention of all the guests, for at its height point, which was on its back where its wings were folded, the guest was nearly 4,000 feet, 12-20 meters tall. The length of its body, even with its tail folded up, was also around 4,000 feet as well. It went without saying that the arrival of such a figure would attract the eye of all nearby guests. But that was only just an instinctive reaction that anyone would have. A moment later, once they overcame the enormity of the size of this new guest and processed who it actually was, they were startled. It was a dragon, and a massive one at that. This was even larger than the previous dragon that had appeared at the inn before as a guard. Moreover, there was one very significant difference between this dragon and the previous one. This dragon was very active within the Swear Galaxy, and thus was considered a very high-level VIP among many forces. Various amounts of information were also available to multiple forces and organizations, depending on their power and authority levels. Thus, a few guests, especially among the devils, immediately recognized it. It would not be inaccurate to say that this dragon was one of the most well-known celebrities or prominent figures to appear at the inn. Just as some guests were basking in the glory of appearing so near a dragon, all without being crushed by its ferocious dragon's might, that the dragon disappeared. This did not arouse too much surprise, as no one expected a dragon to ride a golf cart to its destination. The fact that it had appeared in the same location as them when it arrived was already humbling enough for it. The appearance and subsequent disappearance of the dragon did not arouse too much attention, besides the usual excitement of witnessing one of the overlords of not only this realm, but the entire universe. But certain figures who recognized the dragon made a mental note of its appearance. Lex, who had also teleported to the inn, would naturally not come over personally to teleport the dragon over. Instead, as soon as he appeared, he used his authority to expand his private meditation room until it was large enough to fit the dragon and teleported it over. Now, inside the inn, Lex could finally observe the dragon without the interference of its natural aura, and its massive size was finally revealed to him. Somehow, with all the mystique removed, the dragon looked even more impressive than when he could not even perceive the size of its existence. Each of its scales was more beautiful than the most exquisite piece of jade, each curve and groove pleasing to the eye. Its mighty stature and dominating figure produced an ethereal aura of their own, and was independent of its spot on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. That aura belonged solely to itself, and was ingrained deep within its bones. Although Lex did not know its history, standing before it, he was sure that it had raised many storms in its lifetime. Yet, oddly enough, its death was extremely mysterious. Lex did not know how much he would believe the words of the creature that had told him how the dragon had died, but even if he believed everything, it left too many questions. But now was not the time for that. Lex was still on a time crunch, and wanted to explore the depths of the dragon's hoard. But before that, he just had to make sure that nothing would happen to the dragon if he left it here. So he scanned it. Name: Pelvalen UR, Bahatna, Gorgon Age, 670,809,524 sex. Male cultivation details. Species: Dragon Midnight in prestige level. 1 bloodline. Condition: an empty vessel, a body without a soul. Unless the soul revives, or a new, suitable soul enters, the body will eventually die. Remarks: the most valuable item inside a dragon's treasure chest is always the dragon itself. Lex's eyes gleamed as various ideas crossed his mind. Since this was a living dragon, if Lex could harvest its benefits besides just absorbing its might and cultivation, then he could raise the power of the Midnight Inn by a massive amount. Although he had not read in detail, even he had come across the random articles on the Henali portal about how some lucky cultivator found a drop of dragon blood or a random dragon bone, and then used it to become an unrivaled powerhouse in their respective region. The possibilities were endless. Lex had trouble suppressing his grin, and even had the urge to utter the forbidden words, "my precious," as he looked at the dragon. But ultimately, he tore away his feverish gaze from the dragon. Now it was time to loot. He teleported back to the hall, and found himself free falling from a height. It made sense. When he teleported away, he was up in the air above a dragon. But such a fall barely had any effect on him at all. Now, free of the oppressive aura of dragon's might, he could move freely. Moreover, He had built a mental resistance to spirit pull, so he had no trouble retaining his lucidity. The moment his body crashed onto the ground, he burst forward at full speed. The sudden absence of dragons would not go unnoticed, and it was only a matter of time before others came to investigate. He was determined to get as much as possible done before he ran into that search party. First order of business was the treasure that reeked of the dragon's obsession. It was not at all hard to find, as Lex could clearly feel its pull, not to mention the massive pedestal that had been built for it. 1 meter. A cross was placed on a red pillow that looked like it was made from the feathers of some mystical being. Even beside the obsession that had gripped the jewel, Lex could feel an ancient and ominous aura leaking from it. Faintly, deep within, he could see the outline of a figure seemingly trapped within. Soft, silver characters shimmered in the air around it, as if the jewel itself was causing characters to be formed. Lex could also feel the jewel absorbing an unusual aura from the planet, nourishing itself. Around the pedestal, there were various rows of seats, as if a crowd regularly gathered around it to worship the jewel. In fact, faint traces of divinity could be sensed in the vicinity as well. It was as if Lex could not be bothered to continue observing the jewel for now. The moment he was sure that it was safe, he put the jewel as well as the pillow inside the massive spatial drum on his back. In fact, using nothing but brute strength, Lex ripped the pedestal out of the ground as well, and placed it in there as well. He was sure it was worth a lot. He immediately took out the black jade that would guide him to the Peronian jade and made a beeline for the direction it pointed him in. As he ran, he also stored every chair, table, ornament, and decoration he came across because they were all leaking thick, heated spirit energy, and he was certain they were valuable. Soon, he found a small sealed room upon following the jade's directions. The seal was not to prevent intruders, but to lock in the aura of its contents, so Lex had no problem entering. Inside was a black tree that was, supposedly, made of Peronian jade. It looked identical to the compass Lex had, and once again gave off an unusual aura that spoke of extreme vicissitudes. Upon making sure it was safe, Lex put it in his drum as well. He had no time to admire ancient treasures. He only had time to loot. Chapter 777 Pool. Chapter 777 Pool. While Lex was busy with his looting, within the Milky Way a number of small drones explored the vacuum of space. Telescopes, formations, and other means to observe the universe at large could only provide the most basic information about space within a galaxy, as many various kinds of spiritual energies and other anomalies hid endless secrets. Once they arrived on Earth, were conducting a survey of nearby space for exactly this reason. I did not care if the Earth was inside a dead zone. The concentration of spiritual energy mattered little to them. After all, they only cared about valuable materials, and even dead zones could give birth to those. Could create unique bodies for themselves. It was while conducting this routine survey, the drone discovered a rogue planet that hadn't been detected on any of its previous scans. Following protocol, it went closer to investigate. As soon as it was in range, it scanned the planet and, to its great surprise, discovered that the readings from the planet already existed in its database. This was a known planet, but its location was not where it was supposed to be. After all, Pol Bitvi was in another galaxy altogether, but at this moment it was right in front of it, disturbingly close to Earth. Immediately, it sent back this information, for it could be extremely valuable. Lex did not need his instincts to tell him that there was more than meets the eye regarding the Peronian jade, but he had already signed a contract to give it away, so there was no use pondering over it. He would study it a bit more when he had the chance, but for now he stopped thinking about it and exited once more. The final hall that constituted the dragon's hoard was large and elaborately decorated with immaculate stonework and masonry, with endless jewels, valuable metals, and various stones. Although the decorations were many, they all had one thing in common, which was that they gave off an unusual, heated spirit energy. Lex already knew that there were different kinds of spirit energies and that they served different purposes, but for now Lex was too low-leveled, so to him, it was all the same. What was more important to him was that each and every one of those items were valuable, and to a degree, could also act as fertilizers. But instead of immediately rushing to them, Lex first calmly surveyed the entire hall. Just because Lex was in a rush did not mean he lost his professionalism. All things had to be done efficiently and in the correct order. He would first loot the actual treasures in this hall before turning his attention to other, lesser valuables. The vast majority of the hall was an open space, which made sense considering the dragon's size. But there were 12 smaller halls and rooms, similar to the one which contained the Peronian jade. This also made sense. After all, there was limited space, and not every hall could be massive. Moreover, if even Fenrir could change its size, how would the dragon not be able to? Speaking of Fenrir, the pup had struggled a lot under the dragon's might, but it had been too stubborn to retreat as well. Once the pressure from the dragon disappeared, it collapsed. But by the time Lex returned, he was nowhere in sight. Yet, through his connection to the pup, Lex knew exactly where it was. It was doing the same thing as Lex. It was looting. Lex chuckled, and then swiftly entered the nearest hall. This room was, surprisingly, a small study containing endless books and crystals containing information. Lex swiped them all. The next room was a kitchen, and had a massive storage treasure filled to the brim with frozen carcasses, all radiating a powerful aura. The kitchen also had endless other fresh ingredients. After storing them in his own spatial equipment, Lex had to waste some time returning to the inn. After all, he could not place one spatial equipment in another's, so what Lex referred to as the spatial freezer had to manually be dropped off. He took the opportunity to empty his equipment as well, before returning to the hoard. The third room Lex entered had been ransacked already by Fenrir, leaving not a single speck of dust. Lex did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, so he quickly moved to the next room. This room was a little special in that its design seemed to fulfill some purpose. Shaped like a dome, the room had a massive pit inside of it filled to the brim with blood. Lex was immediately reminded of what Mary had requested and scanned the blood with his spirit sense for the scale, but encountered an unusual problem. The blood was incredibly thick and resisted the penetration of Lex's spirit sense. If he wanted to look for the scale she had requested, he would have to get inside. Or, he put his hand atop the blood and began sucking it inside his spatial drum. Lex had no interest in taking a literal bloodbath, so this was an excellent alternative. As the blood slowly drained, the immense size of the pit was revealed as even 10 feet down, it had not reached the bottom. Lex was waiting for the pool to end, while at the same time making a mental note to look into what this blood could possibly be used for when he noticed something in the pool. There was a figure swimming within. Could it be the baby dragon that Mary had mentioned earlier? Lex wondered warily. It had to be known that even a newborn dragon was in the earth immortal realm, and was not something he could fight off. But a moment later, his expression froze. A blood-covered wolf was revealed, and looked around wondering where the pool was disappearing to. It was having such a good time swimming. Chapter 778 Ring. Chapter 778 Ring. You're going to stink of blood, Lex said with a frown, though Fenrir didn't care about that. In fact, he was distressed that Lex was taking away his pool. Fine, I'll leave the blood alone. The pup immediate, why plunged deep inside the pool, anxious to find the scale, lest Lex continues to drain the blood. A gleam flashed through Lex's eyes. Although Fenrir was sometimes silly, he was actually very intelligent. If it was so attached to the blood, it must be benefiting it greatly somehow. Lex naturally would not covet an opportunity gained by Fenrir, but that did not stop him from contemplating if the blood would be helpful to the other beasts inside the inn. He did not think the galactic sovereign turtle needed any help, but Little Blue had been a part of the inn for a long time. Although Lex did not have too much of a personal connection with it, that did not mean that Lex did not care about it. A moment later, Fenrir came out of the pool with a remorseful look on its face. The pup said, there was a scale at the bottom, but it was too heavy for the pup to move. The pup was scared that Lex would drain the pool to get to the scale, so it mentioned that the blood was actually nice and warm and didn't feel bad. Lex sighed and then jumped in. The warmth Fenrir mentioned was actually scalding hot, to the extent that even Lex's freshly upgraded body turned red with subtle signs of a mild burn. The pool was much deeper than Lex expected, and he sank for about 300 feet, 91 meters, before he reached the boot. He naturally could not use his eyes to look around, and his spirit sense wasn't working either, so he could only feel around to look for the scale. It was easier to find than expected, for it covered nearly the entire bottom of the pit. He did not experiment with the weight, despite his curiosity for how much it weighed, and simply placed it within his drum. Nothing unexpected happened, so Lex swam back to the top and exited the pool safely. He was half expecting his body to absorb the blood, or something along those lines, considering that Fenrir was so excited about it, but it had no effect on him. Lex asked with hesitation when he couldn't figure out the benefit of the blood, but Fenrir was adamant. He only nodded and left the pup up to his devices. He quickly began going through the remaining halls. He encountered a greenhouse filled with various potted plants. Lex could not put them in his spatial equipment, so he had to consider whether it was worth it to waste time teleporting to and back to the inn every time. After all, for him to return to the inn was not instantaneous and would take a while. Ultimately, he decided it was worth it. Anything at this level would be unbelievably valuable. He grabbed as many pots as he could manage and teleported to the inn, instantly dropped the pots in the greenhouse near the turtle. Before the turtle could even realize what was happening, Lex had already disappeared. By the time the turtle analyzed the first pot, a dozen more appeared. A tinge of excitement was born in the turtle's eyes as he began to salivate and looked from one plant to another. From time to time, more pots appeared, stimulating the turtle's heart. Each and every potted plant he saw was supposed to have gone extinct. That was the information on plants it was inheriting from within its bloodline. So the fact that he saw even a single sample was unbelievable, let alone multiple different extinct plants. He could possibly bring these plants back from extinction if only the circumstances were right. Ambition suddenly took hold of the young turtle's heart, and the horn on its forehead began to glow without its knowledge. All of this was unknown to Lex, who took an entire 10 minutes to transport all the plants to the inn. Without wasting a single breath, he dashed to the next hall, and the one after that, and the one after that. Despite the amazing auras each of them had, Lex did not pause to study them. He had been hoping that any one of them might turn out to be a system, but unfortunately, he was disappointed. Like that, he made his way to the last hall. But upon entering, Lex paused, for the hall was empty. He frowned. He was sure Fenrir had not been here. So where could the contents of the hall have gone? He used his spirit sense, and even tried to listen to his instincts, but was not able to discover anything, despite the obvious pedestal that had been prepared for an individual item. Whatever it was gone. Lex turned around and left. Although he was curious, he could not waste time to sate his curiosity. What he failed to notice was that as soon as he left, a ring made of wood reappeared on the pedestal, as if it had always been there. With all the rooms and halls explored, there was only one item remaining here that Lex felt was incalculably valuable. It was the massive chandelier hanging far up above. It was not made of glass or crystal, and bore no elaborate stone or metalwork. Instead, it seemed to be made entirely of molten rock, held together through some mysterious means. Moreover, it was the primary source for the heated spiritual energy within the hall. Lex did not need to understand what this spiritual energy was to know it would obviously be valuable, so bent down and jumped up, causing his body to go soaring up into the air as if he could actually fly. He grabbed the chandelier and pulled it free from the ceiling. That's when things went horribly wrong. Chapter 779 Hunt. Chapter 779 Hunt. From the moment Lex came to this planet, he had been suffering from various extreme temperatures. As if that was not enough, the temperatures had an element of spirituality to them, so that even Lex could not avoid being affected. From the extreme cold on the surface to the boiling heat within the dragon's hall, he had weathered it all without much complaint. After all, what was there to complain about being too hot or cold? He spent his entire life as a mortal regulating temperatures. But there were some extremes that even he could not tolerate. The moment he pulled out the chandelier, as if he pulled out a plug, stopping a drain, molten lava started to fall from the hole left behind. Hovering in the air, with nothing to hold on to, Lex could not avoid getting splashed by the unusual gray-colored lava. Lex didn't immediately suffer burns, but he could tell that if he were exposed to it too long, it was only a matter of time before he was cooked. Remarkably, his suit seemed to be tolerating the lava better than him. Lex crashed onto the floor, but he didn't remain covered in lava the whole time. He put the lava that had splashed onto him into his spatial drum alongside the chandelier, and quickly jumped to the side as soon as he landed. Although this trick had worked once, he could tell that the lava was putting a strain on his drum. If he added any more, he would cause the drum to collapse. In the center of the hall, a stream of lava was falling down, forming an expanding puddle. Unless the lava stopped falling in, it was only a matter of time before this hall was filled entirely. "I'm going up. Don't stay here too long," Lex told Fenrir through his spirit sense before rushing up the stairs. Although the first encounter with lava had disturbed him a bit, the situation had not deteriorated fortunately. How was he supposed to know that what he unplugged was actually the switch for the dragon's regular lava shower? It did not like the cold temperature of the planet, and so regularly washed itself in those flames. Moreover, since that lava was used to bathe the dragon, it could absolutely not be normal. Perhaps many of the treasures in the hoard might not be as valuable as a drop of that lava, for a dragon would not allow its scales to be tainted with anything impure. The skin on Lex's face, which had suffered the splash of that lava, also soon recovered from its blushing state and looked fresher and more vibrant than ever before. He quickly climbed up to the floor with various prisons and then froze. Although Lex had not paid attention to many of the details, even his lack of specific attention resulted in a state where he could recall most things in his environment. He immediately noticed that a single dwarf was missing. His eyes swayed to the various prisons and discovered nothing amiss, but the disappearance of a body was not normal at all. Upon being unable to discover anything, Lex skipped over the bodies and went to the next floor. This floor only had prisoners, and Lex was not interested in collecting slaves, so all he could do was move on to the next floor. Although he had no recollection of having passed through the subsequent floors, that did not slow down Lex at all. He was able to hone in on the most valuable treasures on each floor and took them, leaving the rest behind. He only managed to cover 3 floors like this before he encountered others. Countless Frygals in heavy armor were fighting against elves, dwarves, and other races. Normally, the Frygals would not be able to come this low due to the dragon's might, but as the dragon itself had disappeared, so had that deterrence. All the Frygals in the vicinity were gripped with fear even greater than that of the impending abomination invasion at the thought of their lord dying, and so they rushed in to investigate. That's when they found that their castle had already been infiltrated. The battle was chaotic and bloody, with body parts flying everywhere and screaming echoing in the halls. A mad fervor had gripped everyone, as the Frygals were in a rush too. Confirm their lord status while the others wanted to loot. Amidst all of this, Lex never actually slowed down his looting. He directly ignored the combat and continued to pick out anything and everything he thought was valuable. His actions were noticed by more than just a few, and they all took an opportunity to attack him, but the attacks could not even cause his clothes to crease, let alone injure him. Lex did not even bother to acknowledge the attacks coming his way, except to speed up all his actions. After a few minutes, he already got everything he wanted and hurried to the next floor, leaving many who saw him bewildered. One of the elves noticed and rushed down during the distraction Lex had caused, like a domino falling. As soon as the first went down, everyone else began to follow. There were a few, however, who instead chased after Lex. He definitely got the best stuff, already seeing as how he came from down below. As soon as Lex entered the next floor, he froze. Of all the things he was expecting to find inside a dragon's hoard, he was not expecting a spaceship collection. Moreover, all of these ships were much larger than his Silent Wanderer and seemed better equipped as well. How the hell was he going to plunder these? Just as he was admiring one up close, a frozen spike came out from the distance and hit the ship, causing it to tremble. Although the ship did not suffer too much damage, if such a thing continued, it would only be a matter of time before it broke. Lex frowned. Not a single one of these came with a spatial equipment in which they could be stored, and Lex could not fit any of them inside his spatial equipment either. In the end, there was only one solution. He would break off the bits that looked the most expensive and have Xeon study them later. Maybe he should also invest in getting a few spaceship engineers. Lex bolted and entered the spaceship. He knew that the two most valuable things inside a ship were its ammunition and its energy source. He planned on getting plenty of them, and anything else he could get his hands on. Once again, a similar scene reappeared where Lex was being attacked from all angles, but he was ignoring all of it. He did not know the reason, but for now, only Golden Core cultivators had made it down so far. With that being the case, did Lex even need to fight back? In fact, fighting back would waste more time than just ignoring them, so that's what he did. More or less, his blatant dismissal of all incoming attacks intimidated those around him, and they even began to hesitate. That was until a mournful scream was heard throughout the castle, rocking the mountain range itself. Even Lex paused, for he felt in that scream for the first time the power of an immortal. A human has desecrated the Lord Dragon, the voice roared, shattering every mirror and glass within the entire mountain range. Lex's expression changed, but instead of running, he just sped up his looting. He didn't know how his actions had been detected, but he could tell that whoever yelled was far away from him, for now at least. But the reason for his exposure was simple. The two remaining dwarves from the first party were trying to escape, but were too injured to do so with so many guards in their way. Although they had already prepared an escape plan to make sure things were as chaotic as possible, thus making their escape easier, Barley threw out multiple crystals containing the recording of Lex atop the dragon. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. When they were finally discovered, all the Frygles went mad in search of Lex, making it easier for the dwarves to escape. After all, once they saw that the two dwarves were not their targets, they would ignore them. Normally, there would have been a fight, but right now, they only cared about hunting down Lex. Terrell asked, as he limped along with Barley. I couldn't loot the bottom floor, but rest assured, I left traces of altered dust there. As for what happens next, that's none of our concern. Terrell asked, thinking of his former companions. Each of them came prepared. Chapter 780 Warzone. Chapter 780 Warzone, a part of Lex wondered why he was even bothering to steal so many spaceship-related things when he had no real need for spaceships at all. Was it just because they looked so cool? No, he was just preparing in advance to avoid issues in the future. After all, who knew when he would need a very cool-looking spaceship? Such justifications were going through Lex's mind as he continued his looting. He was spending longer on the level with the spaceship, but that was only because harvesting the energy sources and ammunition took longer than just grabbing it. Even reaching it required going through special procedures, lest they become tainted or compromised in some way. During this time, Lex was continuously attacked, which he was ignoring. But there was one fundamental difference now compared to before. Due to the sensitive nature of what he was harvesting, he would create a barrier around himself, so the attacks would not accidentally hit the energy sources or volatile ammunition instead. Oh, and considering the fact that everyone was now hunting for a human, he also used notorious anonymity to hide his identity. After all, with various races attacking the castle altogether, he could easily just be some other race that was not well known. Or at least that was the hope. For what it was worth, his idea seemed to work. No one was targeting him because he was a human. Instead, his complete disregard for any attack targeting him made him the biggest target. Lex almost considered re-evaluating his tactics, but watching the frustration build up in his attackers, Lex felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. He really had to give it up to Jeeves. His idea to frustrate his enemies was not bad at all, but there was one very important factor he had to keep in mind. To return to the inn, he needed some time to teleport, and he could not be disturbed during that time frame. If he were attacked, his teleportation would be canceled. As such, he needed to have an escape plan in mind, which included getting away from the crowd long enough to teleport away. Once he had been through most of the ships, Lex reluctantly went up to the next floor. He was unable to actually take away most of the energy sources, as he recognized them to be too unstable to handle the environment inside a spatial treasure. The next floor, unbelievably, looked more like an antique bottle collection than a dragon's hoard. Hundreds of thousands of glass, jade, plastic, or even metallic bottles were lined up in countless counters. But it was this mundane, unusual even, floor in which the fighting was most brutal and chaotic. A single moment to study the situation revealed why the situation was so different. Each of those bottles contained medicine. If that were all, perhaps Lex would not have paid any extra attention and would have randomly grabbed some of the pills. After all, his medical knowledge was fairly limited, so he would not know if they were anything special. But due to the intensity of the fighting, many bottles broke and freed the pills or syrups from their airtight containers. Lex's instincts were immediately attracted to some of the pills, as if they could provide endless benefits, though only for the few brief moments before they were destroyed in the chaos. At the same time, it was strongly repulsed by others, as if they were extremely hazardous, even to him. In fact, due to the fighting and the constant destruction of medicinal bottles, all the ingredients were falling onto the floor and mixing with one another haphazardly. This should not have mattered much beyond the fact that each of these medicines was rare beyond measure in any galaxy and could not be easily replicated regardless of wealth and power. But in this instance, the more important reason it mattered was because all the broken pills and syrups and ingredients were mixing and slowly combining to form a very lethal poison. With treasures in front of him and a countdown timer in his mind motivating him, Lex burst forward at his full speed, grabbing bottles and entire shelves, randomly and putting them in his drum. Perhaps Charles would be able to identify what these pills were used for. Despite feeling greatly attracted to various pills, Lex did not try eating any at the moment. He had already cultivated as much as his body could tolerate for now, and if these pills were still being targeted by his instincts, then they were absolutely phenomenal, and eating them now would only be a waste. Lex was gathering a lot of loot, while also attracting a lot of hate, as seemed the norm by now, when something new finally happened. The entrance to the next floor burst open, and an army of abominations came pouring in. Lex finally laid eyes on one, and immediately understood why they were being called as such. With bodies that made no sense, these creatures made of ice attacked anyone near with absolute savagery. The creatures' bodies looked like blobs of clay, dough mushed together by children, for the most part. They had tentacles coming out of odd places and hands and legs in inconvenient locations. All of this should have made them weak, but they were anything but. Their freezing bodies emitted a piercing chill that not only froze the body, but it froze spiritual energy as well. Those were just the common rabble among the abominations. Some of them seemed to perfectly imitate other Frygals, dwarves, or beasts, and could even change shape as they wished or needed. The greatest threat of all, however, was not their unusual chill or their odd strength, but it was their numbers. Hundreds of them were pouring in from the door, and in fact many of them were trying to enlarge the opening by breaking the door apart so more of them could come in. Of course, neither their strength nor their chill had any significant effect on Lex, so he originally planned to break through them, but his plans quickly changed. A sense of foreboding filled him all of a sudden, and he retreated quickly. These creatures were not simple at all. In fact, considering the fact that they did not previously exist on the planet and only appeared recently, they may have something to do with the odd creature that killed the dragon. Once he had that thought, Lex immediately decided to end his little looting session. As much as he enjoyed it, he was not in dire need of any of it, and it was best to know when to rein in one's greed. But the situation kept getting worse. The sounds of devastating explosions rocked the castle, accompanied by earth-shattering tremors. Lex could not know the situation outside, but it seemed to be deteriorating quickly. He needed to retreat to somewhere he was no longer under attack, so he could teleport out. Unfortunately, everyone else also had thoughts of retreating from the approaching army, so a stampede formed, crowding the tunnels. As if that was not enough, Lex felt a few incredibly strong spirit senses sweep the area. The Earth Immortal who had shouted earlier had arrived, and he was not alone. Crap, Lex muttered under his breath and pushed through the crowd, no longer bothering about who blocked his way. The repercussions of trying to be extremely efficient were revealing themselves now, as many of those who had attacked him previously without much success now tried to slow him down. Whether it was out of pettiness or simply because Lex just frustrated them too much, he would never find out. That is because the next moment Lex's instincts suddenly screamed danger, and unable to do much else, he wrapped himself in endless layers of barriers. Something ripped through the ceiling above him and went smashing through the crowd, digging in deeper through the castle floors. Lex had not been directly under whatever tore through the ceiling, but even still all his barriers broke and he was thrown away to the side. At least he remained unhurt, but the same could not be said for the crowd that had been running with him. Feeling somewhat shell-shocked, Lex looked up through the hole in the castle. The sky outside was no longer dark, as countless ships could be seen flying in the air, bombarding not just the castle but anyone near it. Lex exclaimed. It was a literal war zone outside, much more so than even when he came. Without hesitation, Lex jumped into the hole in front of him. No sane person would follow him, and he could the time he needed to teleport away. Unfortunately for him, the icy abominations were not sane by any measure, and they were more than just a few of them. Pretty soon, an army of abominations could be seen jumping down the hole following Lex. Chapter 781 Anger. Chapter 781 Anger. Even as Lex fell through the levels, a frown didn't leave his face. Something extremely unusual was happening on this planet, and he was caught in the middle. To a certain degree, he could understand things getting out of hand. After all, a dragon had mysteriously died here, so there was one mystery entity to account for. Then there was the group of foreigners who, through some unidentified means, discovered the dragon was dead and even spread the news. As unlikely as this was, it still remained within the realm of possibilities. The several groups that Lex fought while looting also made sense, since the news of a dead dragon would surely bring about an endless tide of looters, pirates, and cultivators hoping to find a lucky encounter. What did not make sense, however, was that whoever was up on those ships was shooting directly at the castle. Even if the looters got caught in an unwanted fight, they should have tried their best to prevent anyone from entering the castle, lest their loot be stolen first. But whoever that was up there in the ships up in the air, they did not care about the dragon's horde at all. Lex couldn't be sure if they were targeting the looters, the abominations, or just everyone, but they were out for blood. More importantly, they were actually a threat to Lex, because while he could face an individual head-on, even he had to watch out for weapons for mass destruction for now. If he could help it, none of that would be his problem. But based on the sounds of the pursuing abominations, he would have to bear with it for a bit longer. Or not. The moment he reached the end of the hole, he used Imperial Shield to put up barriers right above him, blocking the tunnel and preventing the abominations from reaching him. Their unusual ability to freeze spirit energy made them particularly potent against his shields. But if Lex put enough of them up, he would be able to delay them till he returned. With his plan decided, he did exactly that and began the process for his return. But just as he started, he sensed danger once again. The end of the hole did not connect to any of the floors of the dragon's horde, so Lex had nowhere to dodge to. He could only take the attack head-on. As fast as he could, he erected countless shields right before him and held out his hands to block the incoming attack, using impervious hands to actually protect himself for once. He had been using the technique for its various other uses for so long that it seemed like he had forgotten its original use, which was to block overwhelming attacks. After all, when using impervious hands, his hands were literally 10 times more durable than his own body. Now, taking into consideration how tough his body was to begin with, it made sense that he had barely been able to survive an immortal's casual attack while using it. He did not see the attack coming, for the only thing in his view in the tunnel was a mountain of icy abominations, pressed up against one another as they tried to break his shields. The next second, even with his keen senses, he barely saw a black figure tear through the abominations, rip through his shields like they were nothing, and smash into the ground next to him. He had managed to avoid a direct impact, but that did not mean he did not suffer. A shockwave of energy crashed into him, nearly shattering his impervious hands, but somehow he held on by a hair's breadth. Yet even so, Lex felt his hands aching, and all the bones in his arms felt like they had been put on an anvil and hammered. His chest felt tight, and some of his muscles were sore, but remarkably he had managed to survive without any visible wounds. The shockwave had, however, thrown and embedded him into the wall, while the tunnel now reached deeper, but still did not connect to any other floor. Lex groaned. Suffering artillery strikes was not nearly as fun as it sounded. Fortunately, all the abominations had been killed, so there was nothing more to attract anyone's attention within the tunnel. He finally had an opportunity to leave. But what Lex did not realize was how advanced the tracking systems of the ships in the air were. Besides the simple visual and heat signatures, the ship could also track spiritual energy signatures. At that moment, one of the crew members of the ship that had previously shot near Lex twice was looking at a screen that was clearly outlining Lex's figure in the wall. "That's 2 shots he survived, Elquin," the man said to his colleague sitting beside him. The colleague named Elquin said with gritted teeth. As was his habit, he spent all his money before going into battle in case he dies, so he did not have the 200 spirit stones to pay. "Hell nah. You think I'm an idiot? I know what you're going to use next." Elquin glared at Lex's figure on screen with pure hatred in his heart, as if Lex had been the one trying to kill him instead of the other way around. "Let's see if you can survive this tough guy," he said, and activated the ship's laser weapon. According to the spiritual energy readings, he could tell the figure was in the golden core realm, so he wasn't worried about accidentally antagonizing an immortal. As for a nascent soul cultivator, although they were strong, they still couldn't fight against a warship alone. Lex, who had just begun the return process once more, suddenly felt danger one more time. Due to the angle, he was not clearly visible from the top of the tunnel, but he could see a thin, red laser pointing at the ground right in front of him. The attack came too fast. Lex had only just perceived the danger and seen the laser, and not even had a moment to put up any shields or use any techniques, when his entire world became red. He could not see the tunnel, he could not see the walls around him, or even his own body. All he could see was the color red, and over every inch of his body Lex felt a raging heat. It felt as if he had entered a seething inferno, melting his very being. Pain could no longer describe the sudden feeling that enveloped him, as he felt in an instant his entire body cooking. Time seemed to dilate, and though he knew not even a millionth of a second had passed, he felt like he had been tortured for an eternity. Not even the dragons might have tortured him like this. Then the world seemed to take on an entirely different shade of red. This time it was not because of the laser that was still cooking him, or the walls that were melting around him. No, this time Lex was seeing red because he was infuriated. He roared, not from pain but from anger. Alongside his outburst, his aura burst out as well, and for the first time Lex employed domination, although he did not realize it. His wrath, his oppression, his might all twisted the world itself around him, and the laser that was shooting straight seemed to bend away from him. Or maybe he was using his spatial affinity alongside domination. At that moment, Lex himself did not know what he was doing, as his mind was completely occupied by the smoldering rage that seemed fit for a dragon almost. In his right eye, the image of a broken sword was reflected, eerily similar to the sword he had broken inside the horde earlier. He looked up and immediately knew which ship was the one that had been targeting him. "I was just trying to leave you, fucker," he roared. Surprisingly, despite the devastating attack he suffered, not only was he not hurt, his clothes and his equipment remained unharmed as well. Lex leaped out of the tunnel, which was literally melting all around him, and summoned one of the artillery shells he looted from the ships earlier. He had no idea how to actually use this thing, so he used it as a canvas for a self-exploding array and threw it at the ship with full force. Since he had been jumping in the air when he threw it, he could not use all his might. Even so, there was a sonic boom as the shell flew out. The ship seemed to have a barrier around it, which blocked the initial crash. Then Lex's arrays blew up. Next, Lex's anger was suddenly quenched, and the image of the sword in his eye vanished as a new threat of death gripped his mind. After having suffered from the laser attack, His mind seemed to have already developed a mechanism to react to extreme threats in an instant. Without even realizing what he was doing, Lex used the in-law effect and teleported away. The next moment, the artillery shell, which was special enough to be collected by a dragon that was at the very least a heavenly immortal, detonated. Chapter 782 Skin. Chapter 782 Skin teleporting randomly was not a good idea, especially considering how dangerous the situation was already. As such, when Lex detected the incoming danger, he immediately locked onto the only familiar point, Fenrir's location. Due to their connection, Lex could always feel where the pup was and summon it to himself, but usually he could not do that in reverse. This time, using the in-law effect, he managed to do just that. The moment he reappeared, he found himself, not in the pool of blood, but in one of the empty halls. That was all he had time to do before he felt the change. All sound was muted. It was as if the air itself had vanished and the world itself stopped vibrating. Feeling his sense of dread rising, Lex immediately dismissed Fenrir and let it return to the inn. The world suddenly turned black, and Lex could see absolutely nothing, even with his left eye. He closed his eyes so as to not dwell on what was happening and immediately used hardened, impervious hands and began wrapping himself in imperial shields. The next thing that happened was the loss of sensation. First, the world had become mute. Then all light had disappeared, and now his body could feel nothing. Even the sense of impending doom vanished. But he knew that the crisis was far from over. Since Lex could not tell what was happening, he had no idea that his body had begun to slowly float upwards, alongside everything else. The walls around him had crumbled, and all the debris was mixing together. The blood that had been in the pool in the adjacent room floated across the air, and it seemed like it almost wanted to splash on Lex, but all it could do was cover his barriers. The lava, which had been falling down in the main hall, was now falling upwards, and it too seemed to approach Lex, yet was once again blocked by his shields, and all it could do was slowly envelope them. An invisible wood ring suddenly became visible, stuck inside Lex's shields. It vibrated, almost as if out of frustration, as it tried to reach the blood and lava, but it had no strength. A small crack appeared in the ring, and it stopped vibrating, as if it had lost all its energy. Lex remained oblivious to all of this, since he could not feel anything. In fact, the only thing he had left were his thoughts. Time was unusual when there was no stimulus at all. Lex had stopped trying to create more barriers once he lost all sensation, because he could not be sure if he was using the technique correctly. If, due to his loss of all awareness, he channeled his spirit energy incorrectly, he could suffer severe damage, which was something he could not handle right now. But unbeknownst to him, barriers were forming around him, still as more and more lava surrounded him, trying to get to the wooden ring that was hovering around him. This continued until he formed a massive, floating ball of lava approximately 20 feet, 6 meters, in diameter. As the ball kept rising, it eventually emerged from the debris that the mountain range had turned into and began to rapidly cool down, solidifying into a shape suspiciously similar to an egg. The planet around the egg was absolutely devastated. The detonation of the artillery shell did not result in an actual explosion, but had instead unleashed a devastating curse. If Lex could see the situation around him, he would discover the destruction caused by the curse was eerie and unnerving. Everything, from the planet, to the ships, to the Frigals, icy abominations, and all the foreigners who had been exposed to the curse seemed to have come undone. They were not disintegrating into finer, smaller particles. Instead, everything that they were composed of was coming undone. The ships, for example, had been perfectly deconstructed down to the last nut and bolt in such a fashion that a knowledgeable engineer could rebuild it perfectly. The Frigals were coming apart as if they were not living beings, but constructed robots. Their skins were separate from the muscles, which had been separated from their blood vessels, which had been separated from the blood itself. Each tooth, each fingernail, each scale, and every other part of their body had been perfectly removed without causing any harm during the removal process. The dwarves, elves and the abominations have been deconstructed in a similar fashion. Even the planet, under the influence of the curse, was slowly and systematically being separated. Each mineral in the soil was being separated, each or perfectly purified, so that each metal it contained was separated. Slowly and steadily, the effects of the curse were spreading deeper and deeper into the planet. But for some odd reason, when the curse tried to penetrate the egg Lex was in, it was being greatly resisted. Meanwhile, Lex, who had no idea what was happening, tried to initiate his return to the inn. If something happened, it would disrupt the teleportation, but there was no harm in trying. A few seconds later, the egg disappeared. The planet, on the other hand, continued to suffer the curse's effects. Everyone in the immediate vicinity of the detonation was already dead, but those some distance away were still alive for the moment. Deep within the castle, deeper even in the supposed last level that Lex had found the dragon on, the king of the Frigals was accompanying his son. As it turned out, it was not a bodyguard protecting the child, but the king himself. The reason why this previously unfavored child of the king was suddenly getting so much attention was simple. The royal family had long since known that the dragon had died, because the moment of the dragon's death, he had transmitted unto this child secret information. The royal family's job now was to aid the child until it could complete the mission given to it by the dragon. This is the opportunity we have been waiting for. Spreading the news of the dragon's death really was a good idea. Look at all the chaos those foreigners have caused. That thing's attention is finally diverted towards preventing the destruction of the planet. It will not notice at all if we leave, said the child, his voice a lot more confident than would have been expected from one of his age. You are wise, the king responded, showing no emotion on his face. No one could decipher his thoughts. As if on cue, an unusual power filled with an icy chill rose from the opposite end of the planet and attacked the curse, preventing its spread, but not really eliminating it directly either. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the egg had reappeared in Lex's meditation room right in front of the dragon. The return of all his senses was not immediate, but it happened fairly quickly. First came the feeling of extreme weakness, as if he had not eaten food in years. Although it was not much consolation, at least he was not in agonizing pain. Then came the feeling of suffocation. He had used up all the oxygen within the small area around him. Then came a strange feeling that Lex couldn't really describe. If he had to put it to words, then all he could say was it felt like he was leaking. He moved, and the lack of pain he had just been grateful for vanished. It was not in any one area that he was hurting, it was the surface of his entire body. Suffocated, irritated, and in pain, Lex stretched out and his hands hit a cold, hard surface. For a moment it resisted against Lex, but he ultimately broke it apart, and an unusual situation unfolded. In front of the dragon's eyes, an egg seemed to be breaking open, and from within it a skinny, bloody creature emerged. Lex would have used his spirit sense to investigate his situation, but he was too drained to use even that. So, when he finally broke open his confines and light finally entered, Lex realized why he was feeling so many peculiar sensations. The skin on his entire body had detached itself from him. Lex was left there, standing in his suit completely with all his muscles, guts, and flesh exposed. If he were not a cultivator, and if his body were not resilient enough to keep itself together despite the harsh condition, Lex may have just died right there. In front of him, on the ground, his skin lay on the ground like an old shirt he threw on the floor. Even his hair was still attached to it, making it seem like an extremely creepy yet realistic costume. Lex trembled, for the sight was just too nerve-wracking before teleporting to the ORR. It could reconstruct any organ, and his skin definitely counted, all the while he was wondering what the hell actually happened. Chapter 783 Ring. Chapter 783 Ring laying inside the organic reconstruction room, ORR. As the skin was slowly being regrown atop his body, Lex's mind was furiously working. It was not just the matter of having his entire skin removed that unnerved him. It was the absurd scale of the fury he felt back on Frygra that astounded him. No matter what had happened, regardless of how angry Lex ever got, he never lost himself completely in anger. That was not his way of doing things. And with the number of mistakes he made back when he had a tumor, he was very particular about at least trying to anticipate the repercussions of his actions. Slowly, he recalled everything that happened from the very first moment he arrived on Frygra. He thought about every action he took and every subsequent reaction. Given that he already knew of spirit pull now, all his actions until he arrived at the dragon's hoard seemed logical and natural. He thought about how his greed was stoked upon arriving and seeing all the treasure, especially the mountains of gold. He was not sure if that was a normal, logical reaction anyone would have upon seeing so much gold, or if he had been affected by something else. After thinking about it, Lex could not be certain. But he eventually concluded that his actions then were the result of the influence of his life as a mortal on him. After all, he lived most of his life as a normal person unaware of the cultivation world. In that case, gold was one of the most valuable items available, and though that was not the case anymore, it still had a significant impact on him. He moved on, and slowly and steadily continued to sift through his memories till he finally recalled the instance of the sword breaking. It happened when he was fighting the strange creature which could enter his mind. At the time, due to the immense pressure on him of the fight, as well as Dragon's might, he could not spare any thought of the strange aura that enveloped him when the sword broke, but now he had the time. The fact that a sword from within the dragon's collection was so fragile that it would break upon use was strange and suspicious to begin with. The aura it released enveloping him was an even greater flag that something was amiss. He noted that down as the most significant thing, and then continued to go through his memories for any other anomalies. Thinking about it now, he was way too weak to be interfering with immortal level items, for there was just too much he did not know. Even though he did not find any other significant issues while he went through his memories, there could be countless threats he was not even able to detect. His instincts, to a certain degree, warned him of threats up until the Earth immortal realm, but if it was anything greater, his instincts would either not detect them or only do so moments before disaster. He needed to be even more careful in the future. He had to investigate his body to see if the aura was still lingering within him in some form or if it had dissipated. Using his spirit and soul sense, Lex began to thoroughly scan every nook and cranny of his body. As for his instincts, once again they had not warned him of any anomaly. It seemed like just solely relying on his instincts was no longer feasible as he reached a higher level. There had to be some body techniques that focused on fostering and growing them, though. It did not take him long to discover an image of a sword hidden within his soul. It was radiating a sharp, piercing aura that would cut Lex's soul sense if he even got close to it, so there was no way of interacting with it, for now at least. Lex frowned, then sighed. Why did he keep on collecting things inside his body? Those weird inscriptions, the system, the lotus, and now this sword. It was feeling a little crowded. He tried a few more ways of interacting with the sword, but was unable to influence it in any way. Without other choice for now, he turned his mind to other things. There was his skin, which had come off on its own. He had no idea how that could have possibly happened, but then, considering the fact that he had lost all sensation when it happened, he could not say for sure. It was most likely a result of whatever danger he detected, but it could also be other reasons. With a serious and focused expression, Lex first investigated his removed skin. He used his control over the system to inspect it, and immediately found something amiss. A cracked, wooden ring was weakly rolling towards his skin, as if it had some agenda. He scanned it and discovered something completely unexpected. Name: Pelvalen, you are Bahatna, Gorgon age. 0 sex. Male cultivation details, sealed. Species: Dragon/Soul Spirit Midnight in Prestige level. 1 condition: a severely wounded soul on the verge of death, fused with a newly born treasure spirit to form a new entity. Without a sufficiently strong body to support it, the soul will continuously destroy its carriers until it eventually dies. Remarks: others get grandpas and rings, and you got a newborn baby. The name was extremely familiar to Lex because that was what the dragon's body was called. The dragon's soul was inside the ring. Not to mention, the ring was very close to the body. Lex almost cursed when he realized how disastrous this could be. If the dragon's soul returned to its body and learned how brazenly Lex had looted it, not to mention how he had cultivated atop its body, he would be a goner. The only redeeming factor for him right now was that the soul's cultivation was sealed, not bothering about the fact that his skin had not regenerated yet. Lex teleported back out and picked up the ring and studied it. The ring itself was not more than a simple band, though the wood itself looked spectacular and even had a fresh scent wafting from it. The workmanship was spectacular as the ring was extremely smooth. "I know you're in there," Lex said, transmitting his words with his spirit sense. Chapter 784 Bond. Chapter 784 Bond. There was a heavy silence in the meditation room as a body without any skin, dripping blood all over the floor, gazed at a cracked wooden ring. Without eyelids to blink, and without any skin to add any expression, his gaze was devastatingly haunting. Lex was already planning on how he would deal with this dragon. Based on what he knew, the dragon would be extremely prideful. That in itself was not an issue, but what he needed to know was if the dragon could unseal its cultivation when it wanted, or if there was some kind of restriction. The longer the silence continued, the heavier the atmosphere became. Lex did not repeat himself even upon noticing a lack of any reaction, for he was well versed in how to create a psychological advantage. Given that he was facing a being as remarkable as a dragon, even if it was only in soul form, he would need every advantage he could get. Finally, after ages, the wooden ring vibrated weakly and transmitted a message to Lex. "My apologies, Senior." The voice was very faint and squeaky, as if a newborn was trying to speak for the first time. Lex was startled, but he immediately came to a conclusion that nearly made him swoon. The system's description stated that within the ring was a new being born from the fusion of the dragon's soul. Did that possibly mean the dragon was dead, and this newborn entity had merely inherited the dragon's name? But he did not want to jump to conclusions yet. Anything was possible. Lex asked, his voice still stern. Nothing of his thoughts could be determined from his tone. "Senior, I don't know. According to my memories, in my past life my name was Pelvalen Uar Bahat Nagorjan, and I was a mighty dragon. But I don't feel like a dragon. So in this life, have I been born as something new? But no, according to my memories from my previous life, that is not how the afterlife or reincarnation work. Senior, I don't know who I am, but I can tell you what I want. I can feel my body about to break. According to my memories of my past life, I could determine that my body is too weak to support me." Lex did not immediately reply, because the conclusion he was coming to was too good to be true. Could this ring have been the treasure that Mystery Man wanted Lex to find? If so, that would be remarkable. If Lex's theory was correct, the dragon's injured soul had fused with the spirit born in this ring. Whatever the ring's original purpose was, it no longer mattered, for the ring was too weak to support the new spirit and so could not operate properly. But the most important thing was that the spirit had inherited all of the dragon's memories, or at least some of them, and had them available for use. That meant that a vast store of knowledge about the realm, the universe, and the higher cultivation levels that Lex was lacking was now available to him, literally on his fingertips. Since Pelvalen was the name you used in your last life, there's no harm in sticking to it now. By bonding with it, Lex meant he would try to bond with the treasure. Spirit tech, weapons, and treasures of a higher category could be bonded to a specific user. This way, the user had greater and finer control over the treasure's applications, and it could prevent others from stealing or using the item. After all, unless the previous user's bond is removed, someone new cannot bond with it. Pelvalen responded chipperly. It retained none of the pride and arrogance that it had in its previous life, which greatly relieved Lex. After all, if it was influenced by its memories, it could harbor ulterior motives that would be detrimental to Lex. In fact, he had still not dropped his guard against the ring. Anything could still happen. He did not need to pierce his skin to get blood on the ring, one of the perks of being skinless. So he directly enveloped the ring in his spirit sense and began channeling his spirit energy into it. He would have to leave a mark on the ring, and once the mark was complete, his bond would be formed. The mystery man, who was watching everything from within his library, shook his head in an amused fashion. Not only had Lex not gotten the treasure he was talking about, Lex had not even reached the correct belt, but the blame for that, to a degree, probably went on him for not clarifying the location of the treasure. He turned his head to look in the place the actual treasure he meant for Lex was located. Around a pedestal made of bones was a pool of fresh blood. All the others he had sent to get that treasure were already dead, unable to even lay eyes on it. That was also fine, for the bones in their bodies would only be absorbed by the pedestal, making it stronger. The mystery man did not have any evil intentions in sending them there. He did not want to send them to their deaths. He was just a little curious about what that pedestal was there for, as even he could not see through it for now. Oh well, there's always next time, the man murmured and turned his attention elsewhere. Chapter 785 Dragon Tamer. Chapter 785 Dragon Tamer. If someone were to see the situation inside Lex's meditation room, they would think they stumbled onto a scene from a horror movie. A dragon was sitting prone, its reptilian eyes seemingly focused on what looked like a meat man who was standing in a growing pool of his own blood, while the man's gaze was ever fixed on a wooden ring in his palm. If one observed the spirit energy in the room, they would see that a torrent of spiritual energy was rushing from the man into the ring nonstop. The amount of energy had already long surpassed what a normal human golden core cultivator should have possessed, but the man did not slow down, nor did the ring show any sign of being full. After a few more minutes went by like this, Lex frowned as he realized this was harder than he realized. Whatever this ring was, its level was far beyond his. Bonding a treasure usually relied on a certain amount of spirit energy to create the bond, and that amount depended on the power of the treasure. It went without saying that the higher the level of the treasure, the more energy it required. But if the quality of energy was sufficient, it could also reduce the amount of energy required. Lex had thought that, given how unique his affinity was, it might reduce the amount required. But it was clear now that even if the amount required had been reduced, it was way beyond his current capacity. To be fair, any treasure kept by the dragon should not be underestimated, let alone one capable of absorbing a dragon's broken soul. But he was not ready to give up just yet. Without interrupting the process, Lex teleported above the dragon and sat down on his spot on the forehead. He began cultivating while channeling the gained spirit energy straight into the ring. The speed of the transmission had slowed down, but like this he could go on much longer. A few minutes went by, and then a dozen. As Lex did not want to interrupt the process, he kept going as even hours passed by. Eventually, Lex entered a bit of a trance as he focused solely on the ring and noticed that a tiny, almost imperceptible, had formed on it. That was a piece of his mark that would establish his bond. Unwilling to give up on this opportunity, he continued as hours turned into days, and then into weeks. Although it was not his skin, his body had reacted to his skinless state by forming a sort of scab over most of his body, so at least he was not leaking blood anymore. At some point, the imprint of a lotus became visible on the scab on his back, but neither Lex nor the lotus paid any mind to the whole process. Lex had lost track of time, but eventually the process was completed. Halfway through his bond-forming process, Lex realized that his mark was forming in the shape of a key. That only made sense considering how significant the golden key was to the inn, but Lex was not satisfied with that. Although he ran things at the inn, it was given to him by the system and not something he developed on his own. He did not want his dependence on it to be too strong. As such, he consciously changed the shape of the mark. It now looked like the outline of a person sitting cross-legged atop a dragon. The moment the bond was finally formed, he felt a connection established to the ring, and he became aware of it much in the way he was aware of the inn while wearing the host attire. In fact, the connection was actually completely identical. He stared at the wooden ring and wondered what its original purpose was. Had it been a system at one point? Regardless of whether it was a system or not no longer mattered, for it definitely was not one now. All it could do at the moment was function, barely, as a container for the treasure spirit residing inside. As the spirit was much stronger than the treasure itself, the strain on the ring prevented it from actually performing any function. Fortunately, Little Pelvalen could automatically absorb things to strengthen the ring, as long as they were suitable. Over the past however long it took to bond the ring, little Pell would constantly speak to Lex and motivate him and keep him entertained. As such, Lex felt a little closer to the spirit, though he retained an appropriate amount of caution in dealing with it. Even now, he did not trust it completely. The squeaky voice replied, "That's good, that's good. Little Pell, I've spent a lot of time on bonding the ring, so now I have a few other things to do. But first I want to ask you about a couple of things." No, I barely remember anything. All those memories will be too much for me right now. But if I see something, it will trigger the associated memory, and it will be like I have known about it this entire time. All right then. In that case, I'm going to project an image to you. Tell me if you recognize it. Without further ado, Lex sent a picture of the shattered sword to the ring, hoping that it would recognize it, and he was in luck. The ring responded immediately. Oh yes, the Sword of Azel. It's a part of a sword and shield set. That was a normal, iron sword that, in my previous life, I dipped in the blood of a living deity. I wanted to see what happened. The sword and shield both became holy artifacts of the deity's religion, gaining great power. But then later, after I ate the deity, they both lost much of their power. Lex resisted the urge to twitch his lips. The dragon casually ate a deity after using its blood? Or were there other steps involved? Either case, he was glad he didn't need to deal with a living dragon. After all, he was sure of Pelvalin's personality now, and it was extremely timid and submissive. He could not imagine what would have happened if the ring had retained the full soul of the dragon. He projected an image of the sword hiding within his soul, and did his best to convey the feeling it gave off at the same time. Do you know of any way to get rid of it? Oh, it would make sense if there was some influence by its aura on you. After all, it was dipped in the blood of the deity of tribal warfare. He was a very angry and aggressive fellow, but not too smart. Getting rid of it should be pretty easy. All you need to do is master a sword intent and have it absorb that sword aura. Be careful not to feed the aura with your sword intent instead, as that will only make the aura grow more powerful. If you get a chance, absorb the shield aura as well. That was dipped in the blood of the deity of indomitability. Likewise, all you'll need to do is develop a shield intent and have it absorb the aura. Yeah, sounds easy, said Lex, though Pelvalin was too young to comprehend the sarcasm in his voice. How easy was it really to develop an intent that could rival that of a deity? While Lex was worrying about how to resolve this situation, he remained unaware that he had become an overnight sensation not in just a single galaxy, but throughout the known realm. In the history of the Origin Realm, Lex became the first being to climb atop a living dragon and cultivate on its forehead, and there was a recording to prove it. The recording had spread throughout the realm, and over 100 dragons realm-wide had put out a bounty on Lex William. Though, oddly enough, the bounty would only be honored if Lex was brought in alive. Fortunately enough, the dragons had not targeted the human race in their anger, though no one understood their motives at all, nor did they care. Everyone's focus was on Lex the Dragon Tamer and finding out his origins. Chapter 786 Reactions I. Chapter 786 Reactions I. William Sephor, the founder of the Williams family, was sitting with his legs folded behind him in the middle of a complicated formation. Incense sticks slowly wafted out smoke as the glowing ember on the tip slowly traveled down, leaving a trail of ash. Items containing immense power were placed on the borders of the formation at a fixed interval, waiting to be utilized. 999 Earth Immortals were softly chanting in the distance, feeding their focused energy into a single white rose that was planted in an urn full of soil. The ground beneath them rumbled, as if the planet itself was coordinating with the ritual about to take place. Yet instead of mentally preparing himself to be finally rid of that which was sealed within him, William was looking at a recording of a young human sitting atop a dragon. William had long known about Lex, not in the least because of his friend Larry, who had confused William for Lex once. He then looked into the family and had long known that there was definitely something off about this group of descendants of his. But up until recently, it was not worth more than a moment's thought for him. The elder sister, Belle, had a very bad attitude and wanted to become the family head, but at least she was extremely competent. In fact, The very ritual he was about to partake in was a result of her actions. Then there was her mysterious father, who put inscriptions inside her body that could literally draw blood from a celestial-level cultivator. Just that act alone meant that he had the strength to kill William. It was no joke. How could someone achieve such a level of strength so silently? How had he remained undetected for so long? But now, topping all of them, was this Lex who climbed the face of a living dragon? Asked Bada Togolder, looking at his brother weirdly. William asked, annoyed. But you cannot tell through divination or anything else. In fact, his name on the family book was also erased. Someone has gone through a lot of effort to hide Lex. Asked Badu, completely ignoring everything else he said. William asked, his voice sounding a little forced. That's Pelvalen, you are Bahatna Gorgon, the patriarch of the Bahatna Gorgon line of dragons. Whatever is going on in that video, I doubt Lex had any hand in forcing it still. It's not cool to be jealous of your own descendant, William. That's not what I dash, Jotun asked, disregarding William's complaints. Jotun, you're related to him. Your daughter cannot marry him. They're over 1,000 generations apart. I think by now the blood relation hardly counts, Jotun said as he looked at Lex sitting atop the dragon. On second thought, I doubt someone like that is single. The brothers continued to bicker amongst themselves, but the one thing that remained constant was that their focus remained on Lex. In fact, they had even summoned Damien, Lex's grandfather. Once the ritual was over, they were going to start looking into Lex and his family a little more thoroughly. Elsewhere in the Origin realm, a devastatingly beautiful, yet mature-looking woman studied Lex's reflection. She was Zuri Adissa, the clover that had evolved into one of the strongest beings in the realm. Since she had a clone inside the inn, she recognized Lex immediately. A flash of interest passed through her cleaning eyes. Somewhere else, Loretta, the daughter of Balaam, was reading up on Lex. A number of her subordinates had seen him at the Midnight Inn. He was a good candidate to involve in their plans. Giselle, who was boarding a plane off of X-142 after teleporting there from the inn, could not help but think of Lex. She had not revealed any information about him to anyone, and honestly never thought she would ever even see him again. Who even knew if he had even made it off Pol Bitvi in time? But no matter what, she did not expect to see him so soon, and in such a spectacular fashion. It was good to know he was alive, but she was not enamored by his achievement. Her thoughts always focused on the trials before her. They were not few, and they were not easy. For the briefest of moments, she wondered if her task would be somewhat easier if Lex was there to help her. But the thought came and went like a leaf in the wind. Belle, Lex's dominating older sister, watched his recording for the 100th time in silence. She had been rewarded heavily by the Tao Lord, since in forcefully having her use her bloodline power, he injured her greatly. She had felt a small bit of pride at that, though her character would not allow her to dwell on such a thing for too long. But when she saw Lex's recording, a part of her brain froze. Did someone like that even need protection from the William family? Or were the ones he was being hidden from the William family to begin with? What part of Lex looked like he needed protection? Her little brother had grown up in a castle situated on the tip of a white cliff, surrounded by a flowing river that eventually turned into a waterfall. A noble figure was lazing in her royal chamber. While randomly scrolling through the portal, she suddenly saw a figure she recognized and was startled. With genuine surprise and shock, Moon watched her brother's video. She hadn't seen anyone from her family in many years now. Chapter 787 Reactions 2. Chapter 787 Reactions 2 On another planet. In another galaxy, Liz watched in frustration as her brother climbed the dragon's head. She was supposed to be the beast tamer, so why was she stuck with nothing but sloths while Lex conquered dragons? This was too annoying. It was also supremely cool. Inside the inheritance tower that had been discovered in a minor realm within the Midnight Inn, Alexander fell to his knees after finally defeating his enemy. He had just crossed the 50th floor, and his body was beaten and bruised. His spirit energy was running low, the fatigue was making his reactions slow, and he felt a little dizzy. But eventually he stood back up and ate a recovery pill. He would not quit here. He would rest and recover right here, and then he would keep climbing. No matter how high up he climbed, the recording of Lex flashed in his mind, making him feel like he was not trying hard enough. He was not used to being second to anyone, and he was not about to get used to the feeling either. Marlowe, who was laying on a medical bed, burst into laughter when he watched the video, startling his attendants and family members. I ended. Originally, that should have been a good thing. But the reason why they were depressed is because the war ended not because of them, but because of the discovery of some unknown planets outside the orbit of Pluto. Some powerful entities had intervened and ended the war, as well as evicted all the Earthlings. They were forcefully being relocated, although they were assured that their new planet would be a good one and they would be given many allowances to restart their lives. Many were wondering what all their previous efforts were for. After all, in the end, they still lost their home. Even Marlowe had been affected by the situation. When they rushed in, they found Marlowe watching Lex's recording. Look at that. You know who that little pipsqueak is? He's my student. While I was losing a war, he was conquering the stars. Damn it if I'm going to be left behind. In the Midnight Inn, Larry was sitting with Irene, his Nico girlfriend, and a few other girls. I'm telling you, Lex is an old friend of mine. He's a solid guy, very reliable. I'll introduce you ladies to him sometime. Another group, also inside the inn, was also discussing Lex. I tell you, no matter how much I try to divine his destiny, I just can't do it. The man complaining was a noble diviner, and the head apprentice of the Neom Empire's Grand Diviner. The Neom Empire spanned an entire realm that, although not as big as the Origin Realm, had already completely matured. That meant the realm could give birth to Tao Lords, and anyone who held the title of Grand Diviner of such an empire was surely a Tao Lord as well. As such an entity's apprentice, the man's competency and capability could not be questioned. He was just one of many who had come to the inn to participate in the upcoming event specifically targeting oracles, diviners, prophets, and the like. The man just became enemies with every dragon in the realm, asked Vera, who was sitting nearby. Even if I can't divine him, I should be able to look into the dragon, right? But I can't. The man smirked as if he was proud of the fact that he was caught, not ashamed of his intentions being detected. Ragnar, who was taking a break for his meditations, looked on with approval as he saw Lex as a symbol for the rise of the human race. Once Ragnar solved the mystery of the curse plaguing him and prevented himself from turning into a demon, he would keep an eye out for this kid. He was worthy of nurturing. Somewhere deep inside of the cosmic cloud, the Midnight Battalion was being sent even deeper than before to even more unstable planets. Their relocation this time was taking longer than usual, which allowed them to relax and scroll through the local network. Although they were not connected to the main Henali portal, someone had shared Lex's recording here as well. After all, it was the hottest topic in the entire realm. Hey, I've seen that guy at the inn, someone said, and showed the video to Z. For some unknown reason, Z felt like Lex looked very distasteful, as if he was an unreliable boss who would leave all the work to his manager and go off on vacation. Z was surprised at the completely random thought before he began paying attention to the video some more. Regardless of how Lex looked, the video was still interesting. Somewhere, far, far away from the known realm, a golden dragon stared at the recording of Lex climbing Pelvalen. It was unknown how the recording reached so far from outside the portal's reach. The golden dragon growled, his beautiful golden scales glowing very briefly, but then the dragon closed his eyes. It was not time yet, but when it left, he would look for this Lex William personally. Chapter 788 Intent. Chapter 788 Intent. Lex spent a little more time talking to Little Pell to familiarize himself with the ring and establish a deeper bond. The more he talked to him, the more he realized that Pell wasn't really capable of complicated thoughts at the moment. Although he had access to a number of the dragon's memories, his inability to form complex thoughts was most likely what protected him from being influenced by the dragon's past. For now, his entire world was simple. Since he liked, and somewhat feared, Lexi would try his best to flatter him. At the same time, Pell would do his best to absorb materials to strengthen himself. But he was not greedy for materials, and he would not get upset when he was deprived of them either, as was evident from the fact that Lex did not let Pell have his skin. Speaking of which, Lex tried to destroy his skin, but it was easier said than done. It retained his incredible defense even in its removed state. He put it away and made a mental note to destroy it later on, lest any complications arise. He also planned a little how to overcome the sword aura inside his soul. He could more or less determine that his overly aggressive behavior was influenced by that aura directly. He was already familiar with intents, such as sword and shield intent, as he had covered the topic while studying at the academy. Just to be sure that the information he had was correct, however, he asked Pell to elaborate on what intents were, as if he were testing Pell's knowledge instead of learning from him. According to my memories from my past life, intent can be explained from two different points of view, a basic one and an advanced one. A basic point of view was that intent of any kind was a manifestation of his mastery over anything brought about by spiritual energy. To manifest it, one would first need to achieve a certain level of competency in the respective field, after which one's state of mind and comprehension in the respective field would cause a resonance with the internal and ambient spiritual energy, giving birth to intent. The internal spiritual energy can be used to store that intent within one's body, while the ambient spiritual energy can be used to give birth to intent when the respective field is being applied. The most powerful form of intent is when internal and external are combined together. An example of this can be something mundane, such as art or music. One would need to first reach a level in which they can be considered a master to even reach the threshold to begin to manifest intent. That does not mean that, for example, the art or music needs to be good, but rather its effects have to be in line with the intention of the master. For example, if the intention of the master artist is to arouse disgust, he can purposefully create a horrendous piece of work. Similarly, a musician can use music to either enlighten, invigorate, or even agitate the listener. As long as the work reflects the intention of the master, good or bad does not matter. Once such a level is reached, they have reached the minimum threshold to manifest intent. Since intent is formed using spiritual energy and can be formed from internal or external energy, the higher the cultivation level, the easier it is to manifest a basic level of intent. This is because internal intent is always easier to form. For example, someone at the Qi training level will not have enough spiritual energy to manifest intent, so they will have to rely solely on external spiritual energy to manifest it. As such, if someone at the Qi training manages to do so, they can be considered a genius in that field regardless of where they are. But the reverse is also true. If someone only manages to manifest basic intent at the golden core level, where their internal spiritual energy is extremely concentrated, then they will be considered the epitome of trash in that field. After all, in the golden core level, even a bit of effort will result in the manifestation of basic intent. But at that point, the effects and benefits brought about by a basic intent are negligible to their existing power level. They would need a higher level of intent for the benefits to be applicable on their power scale. An example of this is how a basic, normal arrow can easily kill a mortal animal in a single blow, but is actually worse than useless when the opponent is a dragon. Little Pell paused in its explanation, as if it felt like it had said something inappropriate, but could not realize why. As such, it continued with its explanation. The more advanced explanation for intents comes into effect from a point of view from a nascent cultivator and onwards. This is because the nature of intent and even cultivation changes from that level. Ultimately, it has to do with laws. All intents are actually manifestations of laws, formed by a resonance in a user's intention and comprehension in a certain field with that of the actual laws associated with that field. In fact, on a higher level, it changes even from just being resonance and enters a new level, which is called Tao. That's more than enough, said Lex, who was very satisfied with the answer. In summary, he would have to learn sword intent and then level it up to the point where he could absorb the aura within his body. Fortunately, He already had a perfect teacher in mind to help him get started on this journey. Moreover, with his enhanced comprehension and observation due to his new cultivation technique, he did not fear that he would fail. If anything, he was already considering what kind of sword he would choose to master. But all of that could wait. There were a few things that were more important at the moment. One, for example, was healing and recovering his skin. He did not want to start practicing sword work while looking like a diagram from a medical book. The second important thing that required his attention first was to finally explore his loot. The best part was, with Pell as his guide, he would not need to go around guessing what each and every item was. He could get a detailed explanation for each item right from the source. But his meditation room was not a suitable place for such a thing. In his apartment, Lex had long established a kind of storeroom where he placed all the numerous items he collected or earned through various adventures. It was time now to turn it from a mere storeroom to a vault. Or, better yet, since he did not expect anyone to really rob from him within the inn, he would create a museum of all his hard-collected loot, and no, not loot, he meant his hard-earned rewards. Feeling quite grand at the moment, he decided to style his museum after the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He entered the design interface and added a heavily decorated wooden double door in his apartment, which opened up to a massive space where a building that looked identical to the Met stood. Considering the amount of space he was adding, it would be very inappropriate to continue calling his place within the inn as his apartment. Henceforth, owing to his recent upgrade, he would refer to it as his penthouse. After all, it was not ridiculous for a penthouse to have a little something in the back, right? 2 million square feet total did not mean it couldn't qualify. Putting these minor details aside, he teleported his already existing stock inside, but found that a majority of the building remained empty. How embarrassing. 1 meter's rainbow jewel alongside the pillow and pedestal it was placed on, and admired it. He could still feel the dragon's obsession that plagued this jewel, but owing to the fact that he was inside the inn, was completely immune to it. The obsession on it was now no more than an accessory, enhancing the worth of the jewel from an artistic point of view. Chapter 789 Questions. Chapter 789 Questions. Lex had heard the term primordial before. In fact, let alone a corpse, he had even met a living primordial, technically. The lotus on his back was actually called a world seed lotus, and its species was called the primordial origin lotus series. Lex did not know much about this species, but based on the name, he could easily guess that the lotus on his back was just one of many primordial lotus. Moreover, the lotus required extremely special spiritual energy called primordial spirit energy, which would be present in the inn unless he raised the star level of the inn to 8. That was the original reason why he had to carry the lotus on his back, as it could only absorb that energy from the universe at large outside the inn. He did not know how abundant that energy was in the universe, but at least it surpassed what was present in the inn. He had also heard the term elsewhere as well. To be specific, the realm which one would ascend to after achieving heavenly immortal from inside the crystal realm was called the primordial garden. He did not know much about it, except that the crystal race maintained a presence there, but could not be considered as a dominant race there. The most recent mention of the term primordial was by the strange creature that could enter Lex's mind. Although its words were not too reliable, it had claimed that whatever had killed the dragon was a sleeping primordial being. The chances of a sleeping primordial being waking up so close to a primordial being's corpse were uncanny, so Lex scanned the jewel and corpse, but the system did not detect any living being inside which could be a guest. That relieved him. All in all, it was not a term he had not come in contact with before. He was able to surmise that it represented something significantly powerful, as was evident from the level of the primordial garden as well as the lotus on his back, but should not be so rare, right? If that was the case, he could not understand the level of excitement in Pell's voice, nor why such a thing would be deserving of a dragon's obsession. Lex had conveniently forgotten that the lotus came from a seed that could be considered rare not just in the origin realm, but in the entire universe. Lex asked, with Pell, even though he mostly maintained a state where it looked like he was testing Pell instead of asking him, he was not too worried about his act being detected. For one, Pell was too simple-minded at the moment. Secondly, he did not meet Pell with the identity of the innkeeper, so he did not have an overwhelming need to maintain any kind of reputation. After all, it was perfectly normal if Lex, as a golden core cultivator, did not know all the secrets of the universe. My memories about primordials are blurry again, just as they were about matters of the Tao. But what I can recall is that primordials were the first beings to be born in the universe. To be clear, I am not talking about mythical beings who were the first to be born in a newborn realm. I am directly referring to the first ever beings born in the entire universe. As for how many there are, how powerful they are, what is the relevance of finding such a corpse? I cannot recall. Pell sounded incredibly anxious, as if to prove to Lex that it was trying its best, but was limited by its breaking vessel. It continued, as for what the corpse can be used for, the list is endless. Let alone, the corpse, just the jewel it is trapped in, is endlessly valuable. According to my memories, in my previous life, I should have hypothesized that this jewel was actually extremely ancient amber that had been converted into this form due to its exposure to the primordial. This amber is endlessly valuable, as even a single grain of it can immensely help immortals solidify their tenets and help them study laws. It can also be used to create miraculous medicine, be used in forging weapons, be used to aid in spiritual and body cultivation, be used to cure poison, and many more uses. All in all, just the jewel itself is endlessly valuable. In my previous life, I attached a great deal of hope for a breakthrough to my next realm on this jewel, although I cannot remember how. As for the corpse, that is too terrifying a thing to easily deal with. Even in my previous life, I did not dare easily conduct tests on it, and only studied it from afar. The corpse has essentially fossilized, so there's no hope to possess it. But I recall theorizing that the fossil is an incredibly potent source of chaos energy, so much so that even in my previous life, I did not dare remove it from the jewel. However, I also suspected that the fossil can be used to further refine my own bloodline and possibly elevate my bloodline purity to the level of a mythical being. There were many other theories as well, but due to the associated danger, I never got around to testing them. The only thing I can confirm is that the corpse or fossil is extremely valuable, but to actually derive any value from it, one must first be sufficiently powerful. Considering that the dragon had died under the most unusual of circumstances, Lex did not take Pell's warning lightly. Despite having the inn and all the benefits the system afforded him, he decided to leave the corpse within the jewel for now. Lex asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. I was in the heavenly immortal realm, Pell said simply, without any hint of pride or achievement. Oh, responded Lex, as if he had heard about something as common and mundane as the weather. More and more, Lex was feeling incredibly lucky that he ended up getting Pell, as it might be his greatest gain yet. So far, he had been more or less stumbling his way through the cultivation world, trying to get answers where he could. Now he finally had someone he could ask questions to without fear of getting judged or any repercussions. Lex decided to continue bringing his loot out and fill up his museum. The next thing was naturally the Peronian jade. The black jade tree looked both insidiously haunting and spectacularly beautiful at the same time. Although this edition was destined to be short, he wanted to acknowledge it. Moreover, he was also curious about its purpose. He replied fanatically, "In my previous life, this was my greatest treasure until I found the primordial corpse. This kind of jade is filled with a very powerful destructive force. I can't remember what I used it for, but I vaguely recall it had something to do with cultivation. The destructive force inside this jade was unique and cannot be replicated by any other being. The answer was simple and not mired in secrecy and history as the corpse, but at the same time, it could not be underestimated. Any item that could be used by a heavenly immortal for cultivation, especially a dragon, was not ordinary at all. This was especially since Pell had even considered it his most valuable treasure at one point. What can I find more of it? Peronian jade is very rare and can only be found on planets that are at least 5 stars in rating. But not every 5-star planet will have some, and even if it is found, it is not easy to harvest. The jade in my old collection has already been wiped of all life, but any fresh jade you might find in the wild will most likely contain its own spirit. Fighting it off is a perilous task, even for dragons. In the entire Origin realm, there is not a single existing Peronian jade harvesting facility, as all known sources of the jade have already been exhausted. Well, Lex had already done the latter, but he was not in any particular need of it anytime soon, so this matter could be put on hold. The next thing he removed was the pool of blood he had collected, as well as the scale. "What about these?" he asked, his voice imperceptibly more solemn than before. Chapter 790 Fear. Chapter 790 Fear. This is heart's blood. To be more specific, this is some blood that should have been refined using a single drop of blood from my heart, while the rest is ordinary blood from my body. This kind of blood is used to nurture the body of a newborn dragon and help it quickly overcome its initial period of weakness. It's strange. Even though I recognize this pool, I have no memories of it at all, or why I would have had one in my previous life. Lex asked, his voice extremely level. He wanted to understand why Mary was so interested in it. Although he believed her when she said that it was for building herself a new body, he also wanted to better understand what was so special about this scale. After all, she said that the body she arranged for herself would be different from the one the system arranged for her, but could not elaborate on why. Every time a dragon breaks through a major realm, all their scales molt before they regrow new scales. This particular scale is the so-called reverse scale that covers the heart of a dragon. It is the strongest, most durable scale on a dragon's body and can be used for a multitude of things. Lex thought about it for a moment, but did not discover anything too special or unexpected about the scale. It made sense that the hardest scale on a dragon would be excellent material for crafting. Lex had many more questions for Pell, but he only had 2 questions that were most urgent. The remaining questions could wait. As he continued to take out his loot, such as the entire small library that the dragon maintained, or his kitchen and its materials, Lex asked Pell a rather important question. "Pell, how urgently do you need materials to strengthen your body? Is it on the verge of breaking?" He had quite a few materials on hand, which could be used to help the ring, and if even something as low-leveled as his own skin could help the ring, then he did not doubt that these other materials could help as well. But if possible, Lex wanted to keep Pell in a wounded state as long as possible. He did not want to risk Pell gaining higher intelligence as his body recovered, as he was still too useful to Lex. "Now that you have bonded the ring, the pressure on me has reduced drastically, so I can survive much longer. But my body is still extremely weak. Try and see if any of these will help you restore your body," Lex said, and brought out a number of different ores he collected from Pell's own previous collection. The ring softly vibrated and absorbed each of the ores without any problem, but the small crack on the ring was not reduced. "They're useful a little bit, but I'll need a lot of them if I want to heal completely. Pell, can you hide your aura completely? Until the crack is fixed, it's impossible to completely hide my aura, as some of it will continuously leak. But I can easily disguise myself as an ordinary spirit treasure." Pell laughed mischievously, as if he were a little kid who thought of something naughty. Lex smiled a little, but did not dwell on it for long. There were both risks and benefits to keeping the ring damaged. But the crux of the matter was that he himself was weak. If he grew his cultivation level, then he would not fear the ring healing completely. Yet at the same time, he understood that it was not so easy to continue to break through. Lex did not doubt for even a moment his ability to enter the higher levels, but just realized that his progress so far had been stupendously quick and could not expect such a speed to continue. He would have to take things one step at a time. That same thought also caused him to have a few new ideas on how to run the inn in the future, but that would happen after he established his own realm. For now, things would continue as normal. Besides, in a couple more months the inn would stop accepting new guests anyway, so he did not have to be worried about it. Finally, he moved on to his last question with Pell, one that was incredibly important. Considering the treasure spirit's chippy attitude, Lex almost expected an equally chippy and quick response, but for once he was answered with silence. In a special room designed to contain spirit energy, Lex had been removing all the items, including the chandelier, that gave off the heated spiritual energy when he paused and looked at the ring. He asked once again. "I don't remember," Pell finally answered, his voice incredibly low, almost like a whisper. "The only thing I recall is fear, a lot of fear. There was also pain, more pain than I ever felt before. Then nothing. All right, forget I ever asked." "Don't think about it," said Lex abruptly. He was no longer a novice in the cultivation world, and knew that some mysteries were better left untouched. Chapter 791, Newfound Fame. Chapter 791, Newfound Fame. Lex spent a decent amount of time taking out his loot and setting it up in his new museum. He would then use his room creation feature to alter each room according to the needs of each specific item. For example, he needed a room which would not allow energy to leak for all the items emitting the heated spiritual energy. For the energy sources of all the ships, he needed a room that would block radiation as well as maintain a sterile environment. More than the energy sources, Lex was particularly careful when setting down the various artillery shells he had picked up, as he no longer even had skin to lose. At the same time, he questioned Pell thoroughly over their use, and discovered that most of these were extremely useful against Earth Immortals, and he had even picked up one that could be used against Heaven Immortals. The power and rarity of these weapons were the reason that Pell had decided to collect them in his previous life. But while they were potent weapons, Lex could not use them easily, for he did not even have the means to leave the blast radius once used. He decided the best use for these would be if a spaceship was equipped with them, but these weapons were not compatible with the Silent Wanderer, and he didn't want to take the massive flying daycare outside of the inn. The only alternative was to get more ships, or find engineers, and start building his own ships. No matter what, this was a project Lex was determined to work on, because it would be a waste to have such powerful weapons, but be unable to use them. At the same time, Pell informed him of various other uses for many of the treasures he already had, but did not know what to do with. The knowledge of someone who had lived for millions of years was invaluable, even if Pell could only access a very small percentage of it. Since Lex had no other urgent tasks coming up in the foreseeable future, he decided to spend the next few months cultivating and refining his plans for the future while strengthening his workers with the knowledge that Pell gave him. For now, though, Lex had to address a minor issue that he had been hoping to avoid. His soul pact that he had made with the Infinity Emporium began to weigh on him. He could feel a subtle compulsion to deliver the Peronian jade to them now that he had already collected it, and was not urgently in trouble. There was no real reason to delay delivering it, but he had hoped to at least regrow his skin before he went out again. For a second, he considered re-wearing his skin, like a costume, before he discarded the extremely creepy thought. Instead, he just put on his defensive suit, put on a pair of gloves as well as a mask that covered his entire face. He teleported out to X-142 before promptly entering the Emporium. He had been expecting to see Powell waiting for him, and even considered that the Real Powell might be there as well, slightly annoyed over the delay. What he had not been expecting was the nearly worshipping gaze the usual Powell he met gave him, and the amazed look the real Powell, who was also there, gave him. "I must say, Mr. Lex, when you told me you were raiding a dragon's horde, I did not expect you to be doing it with the dragon there. I thought you had come across the forgotten cave of a long-deceased dragon, or something along those lines at least." Powell actually clapped, but Lex was taken aback by his words. Could he have been spying on Lex? Was there some surveillance mechanism in one of the treasures he had gotten from the Emporium? Asked Lex, the accusation heavily evident in his voice. But his question caught them by surprise. "Could it be that you do not know? Mr. Lex, a recording of you climbing the dragon has been spread all over the Henali portal." As if to support his words, Powell pulled up the recording that showed Lex struggling under the weight of dragon's might as he approached Pelvalin's corpse. Without waiting for Lex to ask further questions, Powell elaborated further. Although for a short time, the recorder managed to hide his identity, he did not have the level of protection you have applied against divination. His identity was eventually discovered, and has become an open secret amongst the upper level of the portal. It's a dwarf called Barley Holdenson. Powell handed Lex a small black device that he had clearly already prepared. Once connected to the portal, the device would reveal all the information stored onto it, similar to a USB. Lex grabbed the device, but he was struggling to determine how he felt about the situation. He could not accurately conceive what it meant to be the most popular human in the realm. Though he guessed the reason his details were hidden was because of the protection of the inn. Now that he was out, he might once again become susceptible to divination that could potentially put him in danger. "I was a little busy recovering from the events," Lex said, as he removed his glove to show Powell his hand. "I did not have time to check the portal or talk to anyone, so I am not sure what happened." Powell nodded understandingly. No matter what, it must not have been easy to escape from that situation. The most mysterious thing was that the dragon, who had been identified, had disappeared. Only a very few people knew that Pelvalen had also been spotted inside the Midnight Inn before promptly disappearing again. Although Powell happened to be one of those people, he did not plan on mentioning it. There were certain things even he did not want to get involved in, but he did not mind sharing the rest with Lex. Chapter 792, Fan Club. Chapter 792, Fan Club. Lex was no longer in the front entrance of the Emporium. Instead, he had followed Powell to the back and was now sitting comfortably in what looked like a small guest room. There were very few furnishings, but it was decorated very tastefully. Lex could feel his mind calm down as in his chair, taking a sip of some tea, another Powell, a butler Powell if you will, serve him and Powell. Between the two of them was a projection playing a video, but this time the recording was not of him in the Dragon's Hall. No, this time the recording was from the point of view of the ship that had been repeatedly targeting him back at Frygra. It went right up until the artillery explosion. The worst part of it was that at each second of the video there were annotations made thoroughly analyzing Lex, his reaction to the events unfolding, and his strengths and weaknesses. This was just one of many such videos that Powell had managed to get his hands on. His strengths and weaknesses had been thoroughly analyzed, and though many mistakes had been made in the analysis, many of them were also correct. Once the video ended, another one began playing immediately. This one was a very short video taken by a public security camera on Pol Bitvi. Lex only appeared in the video for a moment. Even so, someone had found the video and made annotations on it as well. Mainly, it noted down the time and place of this video and commented on and questioned how Lex was able to travel all the way from Pol Bitvi to Frygra in such a short period of time. No recordings of him from any other planets, such as X, 142, Vegas Minima, or Earth had been discovered yet, but he believed that unless the attention on him dropped significantly, it was only a matter of time before someone realized. From there, it would not take long until someone associated him with the Midnight Inn. Of course, Lex doubted that even the craziest conspiracy theorist would conclude that Lex was the owner of the inn, but connections could be made nonetheless. In fact, now that he was thinking about it, he was sure that a number of irregulars would have already recognized him. If that were the case, the connection would have already been made. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance and already linked his identity as Lex to the inn worker Leo. The connection would not be easily discovered and only be found if someone were trying to purposefully unveil his secrets. That would cause them to believe that the information they unveiled was legitimate and not a ruse he had purposefully put in place to hide his actual identity. His identity as the innkeeper was safe for now. For now, he had two immediate concerns. The first was the massive number of bounties on his head. He was officially a wanted man. It felt both intimidating and very cool at the same time, especially when considering that all the bounties that had been placed on his head were from various dragons. The second thing he had to worry about was the Lex Williams fan club. Powell had only mentioned it briefly, but it had over 31 billion members already, and those were just the ones who signed up on the portal. Moreover, many of the fans were from various races, and especially a few races who had strong contention against dragons. Alongside details of Barley Holdenson, the device I gave you also records detailed information on all the dragons who have put bounties on you, as well as all the dragons associated with Pelvalen UR Bahatna Gorgon. Powell made no mention of any remuneration for his efforts, and Lex did not bother mentioning it either. The man was clearly giving him a favor, and Lex needed all the allies he could get at the moment. Thank you. That is quite helpful. What you have to look out for most are people interested in collecting the bounty on your head, or those who want to rob your gains from the dragon's hoard. These are your greatest threats. The chances of you running into a dragon are minimal at best. True dragons are very rare, and they disdain doing things secretly. If a dragon is coming towards you, it will do so openly and publicly. Lex nodded and collected all the information Powell gave him before taking out the Peronian jade and handing it over. By the way, I will need the best protection you have against divination, he said, hoping to get his hands on some treasures. This was something he would have to pay close attention to. On Nibiru, the young Tiffany, who had once been saved/kidnapped by Lex, was watching a recording. In it, she saw a very familiar face belonging to the man she had always thought had died protecting her. She could still remember how he ran away while pulling all the attention of the wolves towards himself, while leaving her to hide in a tree. It was his heroic sacrifice that had given her courage throughout her life and allowed her to pursue the goal of freedom for humans on Nibiru. But suddenly, she discovered that the man was alive. Not only that, he was a mighty dragon tamer. He was the hero that the humans on Nibiru needed. She clenched her fists and decided to immediately go to the Midnight Inn and put up a task to contact him. But before that, she turned her attention to the problem at hand. Surrounding her hideout was a small colony of vermilion bats coming to assassinate her. They thought she could not sense them, but they did not know that what awaited them was not their target, but death. Chapter 793 New Plan. Chapter 793 New Plan. While Lex waited for Powell to bring all the items he had requested, he watched the initial recording of him in front of the dragon. He had to admit that while he himself knew of how much he had suffered, from the back it seemed like Lex was casually strolling. At most, it seemed like Lex was savoring the dragon's might instead of resisting it. Some parts of the recording seemed like they were edited. For example, the video started off with barley mid-sentence. Moreover, while the recording showed Lex climbing the dragon, it cut off right before Lex was about to begin cultivating. Lex narrowed his eyes. At the time, his condition was too bad, so he really did not have the awareness or even the ability to check if someone was spying on him. However, he could clearly tell by the timing of when the recording cut off that whoever had filmed it had clearly seen him meditate. Yet despite that, he had not shown it in the recording. In a way, Lex should be grateful that Barley had not shown it. After all, since the recording even recreated the effects of Dragon's Might, then the recording would also show how Lex had been able to absorb a portion of it. If something like that had been revealed, then the scale of things would be far from what they currently were. Lex had reflected on the effects of domination, and long realized how his own aura was able to absorb that of the dragons. While he was sure this was a result of his nameless cultivation technique, that was not exactly something he could publicize. However, if the recording had been released, then the whole realm would have been hunting him down to figure out his secret. While Lex was spared that, there remained a very real possibility that Barley may release the actual recording, or that he may even lose it. The only way to ensure the matter did not get out of hand was to meet Barley personally, but finding him was the main issue. Lex would not mind having a long, deep conversation with the dwarf using his fists. After all, if the dwarf was considerate enough to leave out Lex cultivating atop the dragon, he may as well have not released the recording at all. Or maybe this was just a way for him to get Lex's attention, and in reality the dwarf wanted to blackmail him. Whatever the case, Lex wanted to meet him. But the problem of finding him was the greatest issue at the moment. Just as he was pondering this particular conundrum, Powell finally entered and brought in the items he had requested. It was a protective treasure that would help him avoid any kind of divination up to a certain standard. A heaven immortal would have to be personally divining information about him for it to even be a possibility to discover something. The best part was that it would latch onto his body like a tattoo and remain there for a few years, after which it would dissipate. Afterwards, he would need to procure another such treasure if it was available. But that was not an issue for him. and he was just glad that the treasure didn't take the form of another piece of jewelry. He was not exactly used to it. In exchange for the treasure, Lex merely handed over one of the many jewels that emitted heated spiritual energy that he took from Pel's hoard. It was apparently quite valuable, and only formed on planets that dragons actually resided on. Lex asked. He had asked Powell if the Emporium could set up a meeting between them, or locate the dwarf for him. Unfortunately, despite its great reach, the Emporium did not partake in this kind of business. However, he did sell information that could help Lex. I don't need to give you any more information on Barley. You already have it all. Powell handed him a business card that was, oddly, completely blank. Although it looked unremarkable, Lex had actually paid a hefty amount for this card. Lex wondered as he held the card. Once you return to Swera, pour spirit energy into the card, and you'll be greeted by one of the attendants for Hicks, the largest operating assassination organization in that galaxy. They have remarkable means to locate your target as long as they are within that galaxy, and you can provide them with sufficient information. This is the best I can offer you at the moment. Once you look at the information I've given you, you will realize that finding that dwarf is harder than it seems. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already been caught by some person or organization who is interested in the particulars of what happened on Phrygra. Speaking of which, here is a fresh or from a planet within the Swera galaxy, taken away only a few minutes ago. Lex nodded and took everything Powell offered. He had only 2 connections to that galaxy, and one was literally a war zone between Henali and the Fugan, and another was not really a place he dared to return to at the moment. It was almost as if every planet he stepped on experienced a massive trial. As such, he needed access to a new planet in Swera if he had to go and search for the dwarf. Without spending any more time, Lex exited the Emporium and a few moments later, left the planet. However, mere seconds after he disappeared, an unusual rip seemed to open in space, and a skull wearing an ethereal shroud seemed to peek out. Unable to find its target, the skull retreated and the rip closed, unbeknown to all around it. Lex, who had returned to the inn, now had an issue on his hands. He did not want to go to any other planet right now, but at the same time he did not want to waste any time looking for Barley. He had not even recovered his skin, which was a major injury that affected both his spirit and his soul. It was not the best idea to be prancing around on a new planet, especially with his history of getting involved with trouble. But if he waited till his skin healed, it might already be too late, not to mention that the inn was going to cease accepting new guests within a couple of months. That also meant that if he was outside the inn at that time, he would not be able to return. Indecision plagued him, but only for a short time. Even though it went against his original plan, he could not afford to leave this issue unattended. Who knew if it might blow up into something bigger later on? Although he could hide in the inn and just avoid going out, that was no way to live. With his decision made, all he needed to do now was plan on how to increase his odds of success as much as possible. At the same time, he had to avoid getting sucked into any problems. While he had a lot of faith in his own ability to plan for such things, there just happened to be a particular resource inside the inn that he could take perfect advantage of at the moment. Making sure none of his skinless body was exposed, Lex teleported over to Main Street, where a group of kids seemed to be sitting in a nearby park. Among them was someone Lex knew well enough, Vera Joel. She was an oracle, and all the kids surrounding her were also either oracles, prophets, diviners, or something along those lines. They had come here to attend the event Vera had planned. Since that was the case, it would almost be wasteful if Lex didn't try to foresee any upcoming trouble he might encounter. Fortunately, he had not used the treasure Powell had given him yet, so he still had a chance. As he approached the group, before he even had a chance to say anything, Vera looked at him, then looked at one of the other girls in the group. "Leslie, it's your chance to shine." The girl, Leslie, was taken aback by Vera's words, before fixing her gaze on Lex. She was a human, probably, but had 4 eyes instead of 2. The 2 smaller eyes on her forehead, right above her normal eyes, looked like they were blind. Yet, for some odd reason, they fixed their gaze onto Lex's shadow. "I can foretell your future, but first you have to pay. Also, the price is non-negotiable." Chapter 794, Lightning Vessel. Chapter 794 Lightning Vessel. Lex smiled. That's why he liked Vera so much. She was extremely direct. It saved him a lot of time. The only concern he had now was if Leslie would be able to accurately predict the future. That depends on what kind of payment you want, Lex stated as he observed the young girl. Besides her 4 eyes, she looked completely normal, though Lex could not decide if that was a good thing or not. After all, the more special she was, the better her chances of predicting his future, right? How much do you know about predicting the future? Not much, I suppose. I don't want you complaining that the price is too high later. So let me tell you a little something. Since the future possibilities are endless, every oracle, diviner, prophet, or basically any profession that deals with looking into the future sets themselves up with extreme restrictions. These restrictions limit the streams of the future they see, thereby increasing their accuracy tremendously. Some like to keep their restrictions private, but others advertise their restrictions as it gets them more clients. I specialize in a very specific kind of foretelling that peers into an alternate reality linked to your shadow. It sounded like exactly what Lex needed, but the more potent the ability, the higher the cost would be as well. Not that he cared about the cost particularly. I'm convinced, but you still need to tell me the price first, said Lex. Even if he didn't care, he couldn't let others know that he had the wealth of a dragon. Leslie looked hesitant, and even turned to look back at Vera, who only nodded encouragingly. Among them all, Vera's ability had the greatest restriction, which is why her predictions were also usually the best. But even then, that did not guarantee 100% the same outcome as the prediction. She looked at Lex with a hint of guilt in her eyes, but lasted only a moment before her expression became firm. I have 116 sparks left over from a lightning tribulation within my soul. Until, and unless they are removed, I cannot do any forecasts. Lex raised an eyebrow as he looked at Leslie. Why did that not sound so hard? Wait, lightning tribulation? Was Leslie an immortal? She didn't look or feel like one. When divining the future, if you look upon something that was meant to remain hidden, then you are punished by the heavens. Do not ask more about this, as this is not a topic that can be easily shared. Leslie felt a little bad offering such a high price to whoever this was. She knew how difficult it was to deal with matters of the soul, and then matters related to lightning tribulations. When both of those matters were combined, the difficulty could be imagined. One of the reasons she was attending this meeting to begin with was to find someone who could help her with this issue, as it was a common one among their professions. Sure, I'll do it, asked Lex, to the surprise of Leslie. She could not help but ask. Even the others were surprised by how casual Lex sounded. Suddenly, they realized that they may have stumbled upon a great opportunity. No, I could do it now. Besides, I'm in a bit of a rush, said Lex. Although he said he did not need to prepare, he did summon the lightning vessel. The lightning vessel was a small container in the shape of a thunderbolt that could be used to store a single strand of unique lightning. Although it said a single strand, he assumed he could fit multiple sparks inside to form that strand. Right? There was only one way to find out. Though, he still had to be careful, for he did not know how dangerous those sparks really were. A light. We can begin right here. Stand still, said Lex as he enveloped her with his soul sense and began to locate the sparks. Unlike Lex, whose soul was merged with his body, others usually did not have a soul in a fixed shape until they entered the nascent realm. Leslie was clearly not there yet, for her soul was in the form of an unusual blob that filled her body. Just as she said, there were many sparks inside her soul, with most stuck right at the surface, but a few that reached deeper within. Lex took off his glove and revealed his very raw hand, startling the crowd, but he didn't care about that. He used impervious hands and merged it with his soul sense, allowing it to gain the ability to touch souls. Slowly, and ever so carefully, he reached out and grabbed the spark that was trapped within her soul. Even with the protection of impervious hands, Lex felt his fingers burning as the spark went from zapping her soul to zapping his hand. Even though he was in pain, he could not react abruptly lest he accidentally hurt Leslie's soul instead. Slowly, he pulled out his hand and stored the single spark inside the lightning vessel, which gained a soft glow. He looked at his right hand and saw that a small bit of meat on his index finger and thumb had actually turned to ash. Moreover, around the ash, the remaining meat actually crystallized. Lex could not help but ask. Leslie asked back, just as bewildered. Lex asked back, as to prove that she was the bigger freak in the situation. Leslie did not answer, nor did Lex focus on the actual answer, either. Instead, he began the process again. This time, knowing what to expect, Lex was slow to approach the spark but quick to retreat, depositing the spark within the vessel. The process was painful, extremely painful at that, but simple otherwise. Around them, all the others stood up and stared in shock as Lex casually achieved what normally took massive and expensive formations that relied on rare treasures. Well, casually was pushing it since it did hurt his finger somewhat. By the time Lex was pulling out the 50th spark, he had to shift to his left hand because the bone in his right thumb had become visible. But before he started with his left hand, Lex tried something additional. He used domination as well. He was not familiar with the extent of his ability's utility, and this was a good opportunity to find out. When he actually tried again, unbelievably, the spark was unable to hurt Lex as much as before. Lex was intrigued, the others were awed, and Vera could not help but feel incredibly proud. Since she could only see her own future, naturally helping Leslie would benefit herself sometime in the future. To be more specific, she already knew the identity of this man who had covered his face with a mask. In the future, he would come to her again, and by then their history of having worked well together a few times would already be established. By then, she'd be able to help him find her future husband. Vera almost burst into maniacal laughter as she thought of her plan, but quickly controlled herself. She had to maintain her dignity. Eventually, without any unexpected incidents, Lex took out all the sparks. The lightning vessel, too, was now giving off a bluish-silverish glow, as if it was almost filled to capacity. He planned on using this lightning to help him improve the tribulation room later on. For now, he turned to look at Leslie, who looked completely bewildered. "I believe now it's your turn," said Lex, ignoring the smoke coming out of his hands. So in the end, he still ended up burning both hands despite impervious hands and domination. Waking up from her reverie, Leslie looked at Lex with great admiration. "Let's go somewhere private. I never do divinations in public," she said. "I know just the place," Lex said and led her to the Chamber of Secrets. There was literally no place more private within the inn. As soon as they entered and got seated, Leslie began using her powers. Her regular eyes lost color, as if she was blind, and her eyes atop her forehead became black, as if they were reflecting endless darkness. "I see a lot of regret," she said ominously, getting right into the thick of things. Chapter 795, Grave Danger of Dehydration. Chapter 795, Grave Danger of Dehydration. Of course there was going to be regret, Lex thought to himself. How could there not be an immense amount of regret? Although Lex was joking, and even poking fun at the usual tarot card readers back in New York who pretended to predict one's future, he took Leslie's words very seriously and listened closely. Leslie, who had not clarified if she identified as an oracle or a diviner or whatever else, seemed to tremble as she continued to stare to shadow. Her otherwise rosy cheeks became incredibly pale, and her aura diminished noticeably. A grave danger is approaching. However, the target is not you. Yet at the same time, the target is associated with you. The regret that will plague you is also connected to this approaching danger. There are very few chances to mitigate this danger, and one is already in your possession in the form of a formidable blade. You also... Leslie trembled before she could continue her sentence and coughed out blood. Her knees had lost strength, and she nearly fell to the ground. Yet Lex was quick enough to capture her. The woman, who had suddenly become frail, seemed to be in a trance. Her eyes had rolled up, and she had lost control of all her body, though for some reason the technique she had been using was still being used. It was as if she was unable to quit and forced to see things that were harming her. The fatigue that had gripped her radiated from her body to Lex, trying to weaken him. It was also due to this radiation that Lex became aware that while all seemed normal otherwise, Leslie was actually in grave danger. Clouds had formed above her, visible and detectable only to her, and they seemed to be threatening her to stop whatever she was doing. The sensation of being given a warning was very prominent, and seeped from her to even Lex. Yet instead of being intimidated, Lex looked up at the clouds with disdain and anger of his own. He began using domination and threatened the clouds back with a derisive glare. He did not know why these clouds had come and why they were warning her, but they better not interfere in his matters. Fortunately, before the confrontation could continue, Leslie awoke from her trance and ended the technique. She managed to mumble weakly, her body trembling as if she had been caught in a blizzard. It does not matter. You do not need to worry about anything. If there are any repercussions from looking at my future, I'll help you avoid them. You've seen what I can do with the lightning, and that is not the limit of my abilities. No need, she said as she stumbled out of his arms and straightened herself. Those clouds were a warning that I was about to look at things I should not see. It is a form of protection for me, instead of a danger. Although, if I persist in viewing what I should not see, I will be struck by a lightning tribulation. Your future is too messy, and you are involved with too many great entities. Let alone me, or even Vera. Even the best oracles will have a tough time accurately predicting your future. In fact, I can confidently say that any future that anyone predicts for you will most definitely be wrong. My prediction is the only exception, and that is because it only predicts opportunities and dangers. The final outcome, or even the sequence of events, is irrelevant. What I can tell you is that there is a danger that is imminent, and the opportunity to escape it is already with you. Besides that, you should try to lay low for a while. Too many great entities are watching you. All right then, I appreciate your help anyway. You seem to have suffered a bit while using your ability, so have this. Lex took out a small box and handed it to her. The box contained a very small fruit that he had looted from Pell's kitchen, and was one of many he was keeping with himself. For him, due to his unusual physique, the fruit would serve as a source of energy and reinvigoration. For other, normal humans, it would instantly help them recover from weakness and minor injuries. Help them improve their physique, remove simple deformities, and filter out impurities. Without waiting for Leslie's response, or giving her an opportunity to reject, Lex teleported away. Lex asked as he mused over her words. Although they were vague, he had a suspicion about what they could possibly mean. If I am not wrong, she should be a mixed-race being, half human and half shadow beast. I do not know what is the origin of her technique, but it is true that shadow beasts are very sensitive to potential dangers and opportunities. In fact, they're so sensitive to it that they can even sense dangers that are thousands of years in the future, and even those that might not just affect them, but their future generations as well. Most do not even know of the existence of shadow beasts. That is how secretive they are. For a mixed breed with shadow beast heritage to appear, her origin must not be simple. Lex nodded. He could not guess what the danger she was speaking of was, but it would either have something to do with the dwarf barley or then workers at war. Those were the only two things that could possibly be a source of regret that he could think of at the moment. As for the blade that could help him resolve this threat, Lex also already had a suspicion. He was not prone to collecting or carrying weapons, so there was only one significant blade that he had. That was the single blade of grass he took from Zuri Adissa, which carried the laws of regrowth, refinement, healing, and a few more minor supporting laws. Since he had collected the various items containing laws, Lex had meant to slowly eat them over time and allow his body to absorb them. Not only would this heal his previously broken cultivation technique, but it would make his body stronger while giving him more affinities. In fact, he really had nibbled on those items once or twice. But for the most part, he had not gotten around to consuming them on a whole. This was mainly because of how busy he was the past few months, and had nothing to do with the explosive diarrhea that accompanied eating such items. But it seemed like he had put this matter off long enough. Even if he could ignore the others, he definitely needed to consume that blade of grass. The associated laws would help him speed up his recovery. Returning to his peak was most likely strongly associated with whatever problem was coming his way. He teleported to his penthouse and summoned the blade of grass. At its very tip, there was a small mark where it was evident Lex had nibbled before. Taking in a deep breath, Lex began circulating his technique and took another tiny bite from the blade of grass before teleporting to the restroom. As disgusting as it was, he also took a bottle of water with him. With what he was about to experience, the gravest danger for him was of becoming dehydrated extremely quickly. Even with his new, nameless technique, Lex could not consume too much of such items at a time. After all, despite his many advantages, he was far too weak to handle anything related to laws. Deep in the cosmic cloud that had long become a battlefield, after a very long time, the ship carrying the Midnight Battalion was approaching its next target. Unlike previously, where they fought on rogue planets that contained Fuegan forces, this next area looked like a massive floating continent. It looked completely out of place, as if some supreme power had hidden it here where no one could find it. In fact, that was also the opinion of the Henali forces. This time, the battalion was not tasked with an eradication mission, as no living beings had been detected on the continent by the Henali drones which had scanned this place earlier. Instead, they were being sent to thoroughly examine and investigate this space oddity. They were not the only ones with this mission, as countless others were being sent as well. The only thing the battalion and the other forces had in common, however, was that they were all in the Foundation realm. This deep within the cloud, there were some unusual forces at work that made it almost impossible for stronger cultivators to approach without causing an adverse reaction. Z, who was getting ready to land, had a frown on his face. For some reason, he could not use his spatial affinity at all. Chapter 796 Talaya. Chapter 796 Talaya. 8 hours later, Lex crawled out of his bathroom, feeling very weak. Why were the laws inside the blade of grass so much more potent than those inside the cosmic elixir? This was not an assumption he made on his own, but the difference he felt in how deeply the laws affected him. He wondered if he would also develop an affinity for the law of growth, or if the law would just exhibit itself in his body. Whatever the case, he would not be able to eat the entire blade anytime soon. It would take a while, possibly even a month. One benefit, besides the alteration of his body, was that Pell was thoroughly impressed by Lex eating laws and became even more subservient. This was something he could not achieve even in his previous life. While his physical fatigue recovered, Lex ate some food, although he did not touch anything that he collected from the dragon yet. Even if he had a lot of food for now, it was essentially a limited stock, so he was saving it for emergencies. There was one other task he also wanted to do during this time. Although Leslie had predicted a certain danger and opportunity, he did not plan on living entirely according to a few predictions. After all, Leslie herself said it was difficult to predict his future. That task was to begin the hunt for Barley. He did not intend to let this matter go so easily, as some secrets needed to be preserved as long as possible. Making sure that he was covered from head to toe, Lex once again brought the special ticket using the ore that contained the planet's aura. A silver ticket appeared in his hand that he promptly tore, causing a familiar interface to appear before him. Planets available. Planet. Talaya 5 star planet distance. 399 sectors planet environment. Dense spiritual energy. Rich in resources. Moderate climate. Perfect for a beach episode. A beach episode while I have no skin? The only thing that would be perfect for is giving children trauma, thought Lex before selecting the planet and disappearing. To avoid any problems, Lex was wearing his stealth suit from the get-go and had no intentions of getting involved in any kind of trouble. Powell had already briefed him on the planet he was about to venture to. Talaya belonged to one of the rare neutral organizations in the Origin realm. They would not get involved in anyone else's business, regardless of how evil or good they were, and would stick to themselves. At the same time, they welcome everyone to come and visit their star systems as long as they obey the rules. Since Lex was teleporting to the planet, instead of going through immigration, which was a normal procedure, he would need to immediately report himself to the nearest facilitation center. He did not need to disclose his identity as long as he underwent an inspection that ensured he was not someone who had broken the laws within Talaya or an associated territory, so that should not present a problem. Moreover, Powell himself assured him that even if his identity was known, the Thailand Authority would not be interested in his bounty at all, and he would enjoy the same protection and services as anyone else on the planet. Moreover, Talea was specifically a commerce-oriented planet. It had trade ties with many major powers, and was one of the places where people came to dispose of any merchandise they had that was procured through less than official means. In a way, it was an open black market. This time, Lex really hoped he would manage to avoid trouble. But at the same time, he did not fear encountering a new problem. After all, although every time he got sucked into some unusual problems on each planet he would nearly die, it was quite exhilarating. Moreover, he had confidence in his strength. Even in the face of overwhelmingly strong enemies, Lex had managed to escape and prevail. So, as long as everything went well, Lex intended to treat this like a shopping vacation with a side of slight assassination. If it didn't, well, then Lex would deal with things as they came. When he reappeared, Lex found himself standing on a balcony looking out at a beautiful ocean view. The faint smell of salt in the air welcomed him, alongside the soothing sound of waves crashing against a seawall somewhere nearby. Fresh and vibrant spiritual energy massaged his body, reinvigorating his somewhat tired cells. The melodious sound of birds singing filled the sky, while the soft hum of a busy city hung in the air around Lex. This was by far the best welcome he had on any planet he landed on. Just to be sure nothing was amiss, he turned and looked back. He half expected to find himself having landed right in the middle of a crime scene moments before the authorities came bursting in. Yet nothing like that happened. Behind him were a line of food carts selling various snacks and foods to the pedestrians. Speaking of whom, just a glance was enough for Lex to see multiple races, many of which he did not recognize. That's when the fancy contact lenses came in handy, which provided him with all the necessary details at a glance. Elves and dwarves seemed to be the most common, but there were beasts, fairies, insects, and other things as well. Lex looked around a couple times, even peering up at the sky, as if expecting a meteor to fall down, yet nothing happened. How disappointing, he murmured before he began strolling. He needed to find a facilitation center and register himself before doing anything else. Talea was a very busy planet, and would likely be very important to him in the future. Through the various facilities available here, Lex could begin linking other nearby planets to the inn as well. That was not to mention how this planet was linked to countless forces, giving him access to so many more possibilities. As such, it was naturally for the best that no problems popped up here. 5-star planet. The spiritual energy was thick, yes, but it also contained a vibrance that was almost exciting to feel. If the energy inside Pell's castle was hot, then the energy here was fresh. Everything seemed to be affected by the energy and seemed more energetic somehow. The colors of the sky changed subtly with every step he took, and the mood of the pedestrians around him was extremely positive. It was as if everyone here had great mental health just by being here. How is that possible? The technology on this planet was also very interesting to see. Unlike on Earth, where everything was manufactured using various raw materials, on this planet technology seemed to be fused with plants. Instead of screens, items had a kind of crystal embedded in them, which would project out holograms. While each piece of technology was powered by their roots, which were buried in the ground, through portable batteries which looked more like fruits than cells, or directly through spiritual energy. For some odd reason, even though everything was quite alien, using their technology was quite intuitive. In fact, Lex quickly learned that he could interact with many devices and give commands directly using his spirit sense. Lex did not see any vehicles around, on the ground or in the air, but he was sure there had to be some. Perhaps they were hidden underground. After finding a few road signs, Lex discovered that he was in a small coastal town, which would explain the lack of tall metropolitan buildings. But even this small coastal town was impressive, as Lex could sense powerful auras everywhere he went. Countless buildings seemed to radiate a powerful aura as well, which reminded Lex of what he had learned about high society in the cultivation world. Even the sensation of their energy and aura was something they paid attention to. The buildings were beautiful as well, despite the fact that they seemed to deviate from the theme of using plants. They did not look like they were grown, but instead looked like they were sculpted from various majestic rocks. For all he knew, they might as well be. After an hour or so of walking around, Lex finally found a facilitation center. "Welcome to the Golden Breezer Local Facilitation Center," asked a young, energetic girl, who his lenses identified as a member of the Blaze race. She had an elven appearance, meaning she looked like a tall human with pointed ears, with the sole exception that her skin looked like it was made of blue fire. "Oh, but all teleportations have been sealed?" the girl asked, looking genuinely curious. Chapter 797 Hicks. Chapter 797 Hicks. Lex did not answer the question, but only smiled at the lady. Of course, as his face was covered by a mask, she could not see the smile, so all she saw was that the man stood there silently, without answering the question. "Oh, pardon my curiosity, it is not a required question," the girl said, realizing her mistake. As long as the other person did not break any rules, it did not matter what he did. During the registration process, he would automatically be tested to see if he has broken any rules, so if his arrival was problematic, it would be detected then. Actually, you may not know this since you just arrived, but the heir to the Thailand alliance is to be wed in a few days. It is naturally a grand affair, and has attracted a lot of attention. To prevent overcrowding of the planet from tourists and opportunists, the planet has just entered lockdown. The lady explained. "Please place your hand on the screen," she asked, as he held out a silver screen in front of him. Lex placed his hand on the chilly screen and let it scan him, but kept his attention on the girl. "Will the wedding be screened?" "The wedding will naturally be screened, but the first part of the wedding will be open to the public. If you can head over to the capital, Viteri, then you can attend as well." "Oh, if during your registration you disclose your identity, and your identity is special enough, then you might get an invitation to the wedding as well. Speaking of which, you've signed up for registration." "Thanks," said Lex before proceeding as instructed. He had only been making idle conversation as he had no real intention to watch any wedding or get involved in any way. In the following room, there was a single seat with a projection crystal in front of it. As soon as Lex sat down, a number of questions appeared in front of him, awaiting his response. The questions were more facilitation questions than anything else. The first question he got was if he needed any kind of special environment to survive during his visit to Talea. Some examples included being surrounded by toxic or noxious gases, extreme heat or cold, increased or decreased gravity, etc. A number of those could be provided for free, while a few of them required payment. Then he was asked if he wanted to disclose his identity. If he did not, then he would be assigned an anonymous identity, as many things on Talea were linked to identification, such as bank balance, social credit, reservations, etc. He was asked some unusual and unsettling questions, such as if he wanted to create a will for his belongings on Talea. There were certain procedures and forms he needed to fill out if his intention in coming here was to euthanize himself, such as body disposal and preference in burial styles. He was even asked if he had any enemies who he knew were also on the same planet. For the other things, the reasoning was beyond Lex's understanding, but by disclosing the identity of your enemies, you would automatically avoid them while on Talea. How that was managed was not disclosed, and Lex could not guess either, but it was basically guaranteed that you would not run into anyone you wanted to avoid as long as you mentioned it first. His impression of Talea changed a bit as he answered the questions, but to his surprise, by the time he finished answering the questions, his registration was complete. If he was investigated in any way, he did not discover it at all. When he stepped out, the Blaze girl was patiently waiting for him. "Welcome to Talea, honored guest. Now that you have registered, there are a few things I need to inform you of. The first thing you should know is that currently your assigned identity has the rank of basic guest. The amenities, services, and privileges you enjoy on Talea are directly related to the rank of your identity. The higher your rank, the better the services. Your identity rank is determined by the bank balance you maintain associated with your identity. If you maintain a basic balance of 1,000 Thailand credits, your rank will be raised from basic guest to honored guest. If your balance is at 10,000 credits, then the rank will be distinguished guest, and so on. There are a few ways in which you can get those credits or maintain the bank balance. The first and simplest is if someone pays you or loans you some credits, they will directly contribute to your balance. Another is to do jobs and complete requests of locals or even the alliance itself. The most common way to accumulate credit is to either transfer it from your original or other anonymous identities you may have in Talea, or you can sell or mortgage items. Lex suddenly felt like he was a saint, looking at the final form of a true capitalist. The entire society of Talea seemed to be centered around money, or credit as they called it. I want to get some credits and then rent a place to stay. Please follow me, she said, and led Lex to another part of the building that was a lot busier. There were countless counters, yet each of them was dealing with a client. Here you can sell items to get credits or claim credits from your alternate identities. Do not worry, claiming credit from an alternate identity will not link the two, as the process is done completely anonymously. If you choose to sell an item, then please keep in mind that most items have a fixed price. There is no concept of negotiation in Talea. After ensuring that Lex did not need any more help, the girl led Lex to a counter with a small line and let him be. The experience somewhat reminded Lex of his youth. He used to travel a lot with his family, and at the airport, they always used to go to a similar counter to exchange their foreign currency for whatever was used locally. The memories ruined Lex's mood a little, as he did not like to think of his family much these days. But he did not let it bother him, and simply sold some spirit stones. One normal spirit stone was worth 1 Thailand credit. Lex did not have any context for if that was good or bad, but he had countless spirit stones lying about, so he couldn't be bothered to care. After getting 10,000 credits and becoming a distinguished guest, Lex got some help in booking himself a hotel room and then finally exited the facility. He had already asked for directions, so he slowly strolled through the streets, taking in the views as he approached his seaside hotel room. This really did feel like a vacation, which was not something he was complaining about at all. Once he checked in his room, Lex thoroughly inspected it both with his own senses as well as the fancy monocle to ensure there were no spying or recording tools. This was going to be his first time contacting an assassin organization, so he felt a little nervous about getting caught. But he felt more excited than anything. This was so interesting, he never would have imagined himself associating with assassins. Once he was sure that his room was clean, he set up an isolation formation he had bought from the guild room, and then finally took out the card Powell gave him. He channeled his spirit energy into the card, causing it to suddenly catch fire. In an instant, the card turned to ash, falling through the air. But before the ash could reach the ground, it shimmered, and then slowly vanished. How mysterious, Lex muttered, enjoying the spectacle. Considering how casual he was feeling, maybe he wasn't nervous after all, just excited. The air rippled in front of him, and a portion of the room seemed to turn black and white. A masked elven figure appeared within the black and white area and looked at Lex. You have used a VIP card to contact Hicks. If your task is accepted, it will be carried out with the utmost urgency and given the highest importance. Please share the details of the mission and hurry. The reality filter we're using to communicate will not last longer than a minute. Please note that after you share the details, there will be an evaluation period in which Hicks will decide whether to take on the task or not. Chapter 798 Invitation. Chapter 798 Invitation. Lex looked at the black and white figure and was quite curious about the effects that followed the man. Was the so-called reality filter what he used to come here? Through his spatial affinity, Lex could clearly tell that the figure was not actually in the room with him. Instead, the black and white filter was projecting his presence from another location here. It was a very safe way of meeting others, which made sense. After all, if assassins openly expose themselves, then they should only expect to be attacked in return. Before I begin, I must clarify that I don't actually need anyone assassinated. Lex was not worried about not being able to communicate his entire message to the correspondent, as conversing with spirit senses was extremely fast, so a minute was more than enough for them to talk at length. That is acceptable. however, that will not reduce any charges. That is acceptable. The target is a dwarf named Barley Holdenson. His last known location is... Lex shared all the information given to him by Powell without holding anything back. It had briefly occurred to Lex that he could also ask the assassins to kidnap Barley if they found him, but he would rather not complicate things further. Once the dwarf was located, Lex would handle the remaining things himself, regardless of what they may be. Lex himself was not exactly ecstatic that Barley had shared Lex's video online for his own profit, and had not yet decided what the appropriate response should be. It was one of those things that could not be done until he was actually faced with the situation. Once Lex had given all the information, the figure simply nodded before responding, "I have recorded all the information given to me by you. Within 3 days, we will confirm whether or not we are taking this task." Lex asked. He was worried about having his identity traced by Hicks, not to mention he would probably need to stay on the planet for them to find him. If he returned to the inn, then even if they really were tracking him, they would never be able to find him. "As soon as I leave, the card you used to summon me will be reformed. Within 3 days, a change will form on the card indicating whether we accept or reject. Once you notice the change, you will have only 1 day to go to a discreet place and send the payment, once again through the card. In the future, once we complete the task, if it is accepted, we will also contact you through the card. Such a method protects both Hicks and its clients, as no other trace of our transaction is left. If we decide to reject the task, then the card will be burned, and you will need to procure a new card if you want to contact Hicks once again. This way, clients can use Hicks repeatedly without leaving any transaction history, as there is nothing else connecting us to the client. Even Hicks itself will not know who the client is. Your SOPs are quite professional. Once the conversation was concluded, the figure disappeared, and the world once again regained color. On the floor, the ashes that had originally disappeared seemed to return and formed the very car from which they came. Lex had not even reached down to pick the card up yet, let alone contemplate on the exchange he had just had, when he heard a voice from behind him. Surprised, but not startled, Lex instantly leaped forward and turned around, ready to face a devastating enemy. After all, to be able to sneak up on him, the opponent must be extremely formidable. Yet the figure he saw did not seem like it had any intention of attacking him. There was a neat, vertical rip in space, as if sliced open with a knife, hanging in the middle of the room. Around the skull there seemed to be only darkness, and even its eye sockets only revealed the void. As the hooded figure emerged, its hand disappeared, leaving being a literal floating, cloaked skull. "Please excuse me if I startled you. That was not my intention." Even as the figure had entered his room and was talking to him, Lex could not sense him at all. Neither his instincts nor his spirit seemed to be able to pick up his presence. It was almost as if he was simply hallucinating. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bacterius. I am here to extend forth an invitation to you in honor of the recognition of your recent feats. I have to say, I'm a bit of a fan, not just of you, but your whole family." Damien Arbin William, Lex's grandfather, gulped and loosened his collar as he looked at his ancestor, as well as his siblings, all of whom were akin to legends, especially the Emperor. Although they had all suppressed their auras, their majesty and prestige still weighed on Damien. "Please start from the beginning. We want to hear everything. We'll also require all records you have of your son and his family, regardless of how irrelevant or mundane they may seem," said William. "My son," Damien said as he tasted the words on his lips. Their relationship had been very tumultuous from the very start, though he was too embarrassed to admit that. From the day he was born, my son was different. He was born with the sword saint physique, making him especially suited to swordplay. He learned to wield sword intent at the age of 6, long before he started cultivation. He took 4 days to cross body tempering, around 2 weeks to cross chi training, and only 6 months to cross the foundation realm. Though admittedly, there was an episode that delayed his advance, so technically he could have been even faster. "He dash," asked Jotun, interrupting Damien. "Keep in mind, we want to hear everything, regardless of how ordinary it may seem." Yes, your majesty." At that time, I had not yet become the family head, though I was on the path for it already. As such, I wanted my children to be trained especially for the role as well. Every 20 years, all William family members below the age of 50 can participate in a special trial. The top 15 members who pass that trial all receive the title of Paragon and become candidates for the family head. Although they have to go through many more tests, as well as training in the future to continue to be eligible for the post, that is the first step. My son had a disagreement with a Paragon who used his authority to subsequently punish him. Since I did not want to appear partial, I did not interfere. Asked Nissar, the head of the Butt family. It was nothing too serious. Please do that. The brothers were being meticulous and looking for even the smallest hint of something going awry, or something that would explain the abnormalities of the family so far in the future. But they did not know that they did not need to be so meticulous. The answer was coming. All in all, my son was a genius in cultivation and a master of swordsmanship. Damien could not help but grimace, despite being on his best behavior. What was the mission? Who did he meet? And it seems to be you skipped a lot of stuff in between. Please go step by step. Damien quickly gathered himself up and began the story from the beginning, detailing the life of the young prodigy that was his son. Chapter 799, Bloodline Resonance. Chapter 799, Bloodline Resonance. Under the close scrutiny of his ancestor and the other absolute powerhouses, Damien was forced to reveal every excruciating detail about how unpleasant his relationship was between him and his son. In Damien's defense, he had many children of various ages, due to the fact that he himself was not that young, and his wife was a cultivator as well. The sense of familial bond was very limited between him and his children to begin with, and the fact that he ordered his children about like his subordinates, manipulating their relationship like it gave him control over them, made them even more distant. With his other children, this was not much of a problem, since none of them were absurdly talented, and even now had not come close to him in power. But Leon, his most talented son and Lex's father, was an entirely different case. He was always rebellious, though not to a problematic amount. It was only when he got to Earth that the problem was exacerbated. William had already heard everything from Damien before, so he did not say anything, but the others listened intently. Leon went to Earth to fulfill a mission and deliver a political prisoner there. Since the planet was deprived of spiritual energy, it was an excellent place to hold political prisoners. We also had a few experiments running stored away on that planet, which he needed to overlook. It was during his time there that he met a mortal woman by the name of Serene. On that planet, the local calendar recorded the year as 1748, and technology and education were extremely limited. All these factors combined together meant that the woman was extremely ignorant and uneducated, without a trace or hint of any knowledge about the cultivation world. I do not know the specifics of what happened, and there's no way to get a record of it either. All I can say is that he spent a couple of decades there, with her, before disappearing. Leon's disappearance did not go without notice, as not only did it affect some of my plans, he also lost his own status as Paragon and fell out of the race for family head. Of course, by then I had already gotten my own position, but I was still dissatisfied with him. Given his talent, I fully expected that he would be able to enter the heavenly immortal realm and bring the William family on par with the other three great noble families of the Jotun Empire. Alas, it was not meant to be. When he finally reappeared, he was back on Earth. Moreover, it was not just that. He had suppressed his tenets and entirely discarded his cultivation, dropping back down to immortal. I thought he had been attacked by an enemy, but later discovered he had done it himself to recultivate from scratch. I was beyond furious, but it was already too late. That is when I discovered that he had already married that mortal Serene, and they had a child together, Belle. Originally, I was extremely furious, until I discovered that the babe had something special about her, much like Leon himself back then. She did not have a unique physique like Leon's. Instead, she was born with the heart of a Valkyrie. I do not know how such a thing was possible, as that was a literal organ from an entirely different race, and one much stronger than humans as well. If it could be adequately nurtured, she could grow to be extremely powerful. Angry at my own son, who would not listen to reason, I instead turned my attention to Belle. I marked her so that I could find her anywhere in the Origin realm, and informed Leon that I would take her away at the age of 8 to begin her training. Through the use of special fruits that could allow her body to strengthen adequately, I would begin her cultivation path early. Leon was furious, but as a mortal he could do nothing to me. 8 years later, I returned and discovered my insolent son barely having entered the Chi training realm. After destroying his cultivation, it was not easy to cultivate again, so I held no hope from him. I came to take Belle, but discovered another daughter Leon had little. Elizabeth. Just like her father and sister, her body was unique as well. By now, I realized something was amiss, for if it was so easy to produce offsprings with great talents, then the William family would never have declined. Elizabeth, or Liz as she called herself, had a mythical 100% affinity for the Beastmaster path. Although not as common or mainstream as cultivation, Beastmasters could not be underestimated, so I marked her as well and gave the same stipulation. At this point, Damien paused. None of his listeners found his actions unusual or cruel. Training descendants strictly was a common practice among cultivator families. Sending one's kids with their own grandparent could not even be considered cruel, for so many of them were shipped off to boarding schools for centuries without ever even meeting their families. That was just how the dynamic of powerful families worked. Of course, the kids or Leon may not have felt that way, but it was not as if the kids were being harmed in any way. They were just returning to their family to train. By then, my relationship with Leon had completely soured, but I was too angry at him for wasting his talents to pay much attention to it. When I returned next, I discovered he had one more daughter, named Moon. Moreover, her speciality was incredibly unbelievable. Not only could she use her own power to heal souls, she had the potential to assist cultivators in crossing tribulations. At that point, I let my greed get the better of me. Moon's ability was too amazing and too valuable. She cannot be left on Earth at all. I took her and Liz with me immediately. Leon had managed to reach the Golden Core realm somehow during this time. I should have noticed the anomaly, which was his growing strength, but I was too blinded by Moon's ability. What I had not realized was that while Leon was recultivating from a mortal, his wife Serene had a higher cultivation all this time. Asked Batu. Although they were all asking Damien questions in detail, they had already been briefed by William about the significant details. Clearly the incident with Moon was one such incident. Yes, unfortunately, that is how I came to learn that Serene was not as simple as I had long thought. Although she was having Leon cultivate again from scratch, he had only grown stronger than his peak, not weaker, even at a lower cultivation realm. When the incident with Moon happened, her spiritual clone nearly collapsed. Leon lost his mind in anger, and that is when I found out how absurdly strong he had become. Even in his Golden Core cultivation, he was able to use his sword intent to rip open a tear in space and cross entire galaxies to reach me. If Serene had not intervened, and the ensuing fight not stopped, it may have resulted in me being critically injured and Leon dead. Even after the interruption, it was not as if we managed to escape unharmed. The last time I saw Leon, he had reached the nascent realm. That was also the time when I discovered an anomaly in the treasure that records the family tree, as the name Lex Williams had suddenly appeared on it. All this time, and I never knew that he even had a son, let alone that he had grown so much. At that time, I really felt that if I challenged Leon, he would be able to kill me, so I didn't push the topic too hard. All this time, I was wondering what made Lex so special that Leon managed to hide his son from the family treasure. It must not have been an easy achievement, but a few weeks ago when I saw that video of Lex climbing that dragon, Damien did not finish his sentence, as the immense stress he felt caused him to rub his forehead. Although he did not know much about this grandson of his, he really hoped that he did not have the same anger problems Leon had. Based on the information I have collected on Leon and his children, especially Lex, I may have come to a conclusion about why he especially was hidden from sight, said William very calmly. William especially looked at his siblings when he said this. Some time ago, I experienced an abnormality in my ability gelid anima and actually developed a hint of a bloodline. Such a thing should not really be possible. But following the pattern of Leon having kids with mythical abilities that have only been recorded in legend and never witnessed, I discovered one particular ability that could explain what happened to me, given that Lex was nearby at the time. Damien seemed ignorant of what those words meant, but the rest of them were startled. Chapter 800 Pride. Chapter 800 Pride. Hey, hey, hey. That's not the kind of stuff you should be saying randomly, said Jotun, although he was more than inclined to believe his brother. After all, analytical deduction was William's strong suit, and he had more or less been responsible for developing the Empire's growth strategies. It could not be said to be flawless, but considering the massive scale of the Empire, he could not really be blamed. It's just a theory. Damien could not help but ask, but regretted it immediately. Due to the casual attitude the brothers adopted, he forgot his position and status. The five brothers could not be blamed. They had a good relationship with each other and had been like this since they were young. They were brothers spending time together with all their other identities put aside. But did others really have the qualification to treat them casually as well? The five brothers looked at Damien and realized that they were not really done questioning him. Although he had described Leon's life so far, now he had to inform them about the three sisters and how they were trained. Bloodline resonance, you don't need to worry about it too much. Just think of it as the key for the human race as a whole to move up on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. It is no wonder he would gain the protection of an entity like the Midnight Inn. I am now beginning to suspect that the name on the top of the guest registry really is him, as if he has been using the resonance. Then that really is an achievement few can compete with. But these things are none of your concern. Now tell us about Bell. Lex looked at Bacterius and did not drop his guard, but in fact raised it higher instead. That was because he tried to use targeted scan on him, but failed. The failure of the system's ability likely meant that Bacterius was not really here, or that he had some means to avoid the system's abilities. The first option was the most likely, but he could not discount the second either. What is the invitation for? He asked. It was too suspicious for someone to just appear and start mentioning his family. Moreover, he really was not a fan of how these unbelievably powerful beings just dropped in on him without him being able to detect them. The invitation has nothing to do with your family. Be assured of that. No one's lineage or background can assure an invitation. Only a display showing strength far outside your own realm is the bare minimum requirement to get such an invitation. It is only the bare minimum requirement, mind you. I have already investigated Frygra thoroughly, so I can assure you that your invitation is much higher ranked than the bare minimum. I must say, like father, like son. Your old man also dealt with a dragon back when he was in the Golden Core realm, though he managed to kidnap it using his own abilities, and then later killed it in secret with his own strength as well. Your achievement of climbing a soulless corpse falls a little short of that, but then again, you were faced with a heavenly immortal corpse, while your old man only dealt with an earth immortal. Bacterius seemed to enjoy teasing Lex, giving him only the bare minimum information without extrapolating further. He grinned and continued telling his story. By the way, as this is my job, don't think for a second that I did not do it thoroughly. I also discovered how you resisted an attack from an earth immortal down in Pol Bitvi, which is impressive for a Golden Core cultivator, but is not enough to fulfill the minimum requirement. Speaking of which, your mother's invitation was only the minimum requirement. Lex pursed his lips as he was forced to listen to information about his family. Since they had kept so many secrets from him and chose to not involve them in their lives, he had decided to ignore them as well. Now, suddenly receiving so much information about them made him feel uncomfortable, assuming it was all true, of course. Your sister has a bit of an attitude problem, by the way. I was telling her all this as well, and she just attacked me. I think attacking you might really be the only way to make you get to the point, Lex said, his mood deteriorating. If you do not want to talk about what this invitation is for, then I suggest you just leave. Against this enigmatic foe, Lex did not hesitate to use Dominate and noticed something peculiar. Not only could he tell that Dominate was affecting Bacterius, although he was too strong for it to produce any tangible results, he could sense him with his instincts now as well. So Dominate could work on collaboration with other abilities as well. I see impatience is a family trait, Bacterius said, not at all perturbed by Lex's demeanor. It's quite simple, really. The invitation for a tournament of sorts. The best, and I mean the absolute best, from the entire realm are being gathered. The purpose of this tournament is actually to determine if you are qualified to take part in a much larger, much more rewarding tourney. Yes, of course, there will be prizes and rewards and many opportunities for you to come in contact with the highest levels in this realm. But the main thing is you can compete against anyone else who is considered the best and see how you match up. So are you interested? I can feel a lot of pride in you. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.